Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 426-440. As the crown's usage time ended, the battle on Lawrence's side changed once again. The three saints of the Rose School also possessed level 1 sealed artifacts. For beyonders of this level, sealed artifacts could only provide an element of surprise. When facing enemies, they preferred to use their inherent abilities, as their own abilities were already powerful enough. But today was different. All three were in poor condition, and this poor condition was caused by the enemy's angel, making it difficult to recover quickly. At this point, the sealed artifacts on their bodies began to take effect. After Lawrence's crown's usage time ended, they used their inherent abilities and sealed artifacts to gradually regain the advantage. After all, they were three saints. No matter how bad their condition, they couldn't be continuously suppressed by a single enemy saint. Lawrence, helpless, had no choice but to once again pray to the Creator for power. Mahams, hearing Lawrence's prayer, immediately became vigilant. If the Creator sent another angel to the battlefield, they would immediately use their spiritual advantages to hide in the spirit world. Fortunately, only a black hound spirit beast appeared before them, which made them all breathe a sigh of relief. Black hound spirit beasts still roamed the south continent, and they knew that the heart of a black hound spirit beast was a sequence 3 main material, not too difficult an enemy to deal with. At this moment, their mood relaxed. It seemed the Creator only had so much power, even sending a black hound spirit beast to its death. Zatwin's figure became illusory, preparing to possess the black hound spirit beast. Possession at the Disciple of Silence level could not be handled by the cage-like method used for the Ox Demon King. Because at this level, Wraith possession could possess objects, and even the black hound spirit beast, which was primarily composed of pure power, could be affected by the Disciple of Silence. The black hound spirit beast's response exceeded everyone's imagination, and its ferocity also far surpassed what they expected. The black hound spirit beast's hands turned pale, and it stretched them forward, piercing through Zatwin, who was like a phantom. Then, the black hound spirit beast spread its hands outwards, actually tearing Zatwin, in his wraith state, into 2 halves. Although Zatwin's phantom reformed into a whole, his spirit body had already suffered severe damage. At this moment, the black hound spirit beast's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and an intense sense of fear spread. Mahams and the others dared not meet the black hound spirit beast's gaze. Otherwise, even for a sequence 3 Disciple of Silence, their spirit body could suffer immense damage. Charm. Lawrence seized the opportunity and attacked again. The already very weak Zatwin immediately fell victim, becoming Lawrence's helper and attacking Mahams and Jax. The black hound spirit beast pushed its hands forward, and with it as the center, the surroundings gradually lost color, flowers withered, and leaves lost life, as if vitality was receding from this land. Mahams and Jax also felt their spirituality and vitality rapidly withering and draining away. It was then that they understood that the black hound spirit beast before them merely had the appearance of a spirit beast. It was actually a creature with the complete abilities of a ferryman. Although it was also a sequence 3 opponent, it had just joined the battle, was in excellent condition, and its extraordinary abilities were among the top tier within sequence 3. However, their earlier underestimation had already sown bitter fruit, and Mahams and Jax gradually couldn't hold on. Mahams, the overall commander of this battle, finally made up his mind. He let out a piercing shriek, and then a circle of blue flames appeared around him, making the surrounding space appear illusory. Mahams burned his own spirituality, creating an escape route in the spirit world. The black hound spirit beast opened its mouth and let out a hoarse sound. Entry into the spirit world is prohibited here. But this prohibition was too late. Mahams and Jax had already entered the spirit world one after another, leaving only Zatwin, who, under the influence of charm, was a step too slow, watching the spirit world passage disappear. How could Lawrence and the black hound spirit beast give up such a good opportunity? They immediately rushed forward and launched a pincer attack. Zatwin quickly couldn't hold on and burned his body with white spiritual flames. This was not him committing suicide, but him completely transforming into a wraith state, attempting to escape through the spirit world. From then on, he would have no physical body, no hope of advancement, and his condition would not be good, but it was better than dying here. But how could the Black Hound spirit beast let him escape from the spirit world? It waved its hand, and an underworld gate with intricate patterns appeared. The underworld gate of a ferryman level naturally could not be compared with the underworld gate of the psychic wine glass. These two large bronze gates were larger and more solid, and more pale arms stretched out. Even if these arms didn't truly grasp Zatwin, as long as they made a grasping motion, Zatwin in his wraith state would stand still, unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Hound spirit beast caught up and placed its hand on Zatwin's back. Zatwin immediately shrieked as the spirituality supporting his spirit body rapidly disappeared. His spirit body quickly became withered and decayed, devoured by the power of death. After a dozen seconds, this disciple of silence in wraith state became as thin as transparent, eventually leaving behind only an extraordinary characteristic shimmering with an evil light. The Black Hound spirit beast pointed at the extraordinary characteristic, gesturing for Lawrence to pick it up. Then, one traversed the spirit world, and the other rapidly distorted distance, using their fastest speed to reach the middle sequence battlefield. Maham's shriek earlier was the command to retreat. But how could the Bach family, which already held a certain advantage, let the Rose School members retreat so easily? As the retreat began, a demigod from the Rose School was immediately killed. Those Rose School members in poor condition instantly became targets for the Bach family members. When the Black Hound spirit beast and Lawrence joined the battlefield, the battle gradually turned into a slaughter. Ultimately, only 3 demigods from the Rose School escaped by relying on their high spirituality. Among Beyonders below demigod, only a little over 30 managed to escape. The failure of this battle dealt a heavy blow to the Rose School's middle sequence Beyonders. Of the more than 80 elite members of the Bach family who participated in this battle, fewer than 20 were not too severely injured and could still move on their own, and they were performing the final cleanup on the battlefield. No less than 30 family members died in battle, and more than 30 were severely wounded, injuries so severe that even middle sequence Beyonders might succumb. If this battle had not been won, these more than 30 severely wounded would also have been finished off by members of the Rose School, becoming fallen in battle. The Ox Demon King and the Black Hound spirit beast disappeared from the battlefield. Many Bach family members looked in the direction they left, praising the Creator. On the other side, on the angel battlefield, the 100-eyed demon monarch disappeared into the void, as if it had completed its mission and returned to the Creator's divine kingdom. In reality, its duration had expired, and the power of the country of disorder was diluted by the real world. Belenka saw that Mahams and the others had retreated, and there was no point in him staying, so he also disappeared into the void. At the same time, Hobert recalled the Holy Infant King, who had been fighting Kleist to a standstill, creating the illusion that the Creator's angel-level combat power was retreating. Kleist, with a gloomy face, also left the battlefield. The entire war ended here. Without anyone teaching him, Elliot seemed to have suddenly had an epiphany. He had a head injury earlier and blood streamed down his face. Now the bloodstains had dried, looking like a strange totem, with a hint of sacredness. Carry all the severely wounded to me. He knelt before a severely wounded family member, supporting the injured person's head, and prayed in the most devout posture, "Great Creator, please bring hope of life to this severely wounded family member. In the years to come, we will devoutly believe in you, and we will offer all our loyalty to you. Please save this humble life." Everyone was drawn to this solemn scene, and all fell silent, even the wounded stopped groaning. In mid-air, the image of the Creator, sitting amidst the sharp swords, reappeared. One after another, milky white rays of light descended from the sky, precisely hitting every severely wounded person. Without exception, their injuries healed at a visible speed. The Bach family members spontaneously knelt before the image of the Creator, many with tears in their eyes. If not for the Creator's help in this battle, it would have been impossible for the Bach family to win by their own strength. And the consequence of failure would have been many deaths, perhaps even everyone here perishing. When the Creator's figure disappeared, Lawrence stood up and said, "From now on, the Bach family will pledge allegiance to the Creator. Everyone must devoutly pray to the Creator, and everyone must serve the Creator with the utmost seriousness." Everyone chorused, "Praise the Creator." Then Lawrence said, "Cheer. The Bach family has won this war. We will return to the sight of the world, and we will return to the extraordinary world." Before this, the Bach family had lain dormant for too long. Their true strength and the benefits they received were severely mismatched. But they had been hesitant to fight this foundational battle, because they lacked the highest end combat power, the protection of an angel. A large part of this war was also out of desperation, a necessity. If the Creator had not appeared just then, they would never have risked it, but would have chosen to return to no existence town to lie dormant again. Fortunately, with the Creator's help, they fought a resounding extraordinary battle. From now on, in the South Continent, whether it is the Rose School or the Pale Empress of the Spiritual Teachings Order, they will have to acknowledge the existence of the Bach family. With the protection of an angel or a god, the Bach family could rest easy. Otherwise, if the Bach family only had one saint, even in the South Continent, it would merely be a second-rate family. In the Geoffrey territory of the Fenaport Kingdom, Hobert of the Country of Disorder, after treating so many wounded in a short time using the healing fork, was almost completely depleted of spirituality. He quickly left the Country of Disorder and returned to the real world for a nap. Around 2 in the afternoon, he woke up and had a late lunch. While eating, Hobert sighed inwardly. No matter where, the entrepreneurial phase is always this tough. He ate while making his habitual summary. Overall, the strength displayed by the 100-eyed demon monarch and the holy infant king exceeded Hobert's expectations. Unfortunately, their usage times were limited. They could each be used 1 and 3 more times, respectively, while the ox demon king had already been used twice and could be used 8 more times. However, the black hound spirit beast, possessing complete extraordinary characteristics, could theoretically be used an infinite number of times. After returning to his study and drinking a few sips of tea, Hobert finally had Alan call Corwin to inquire about the know-how. Dean, the captain of the know-how, was somewhat incredulous. Ever since entering South Colson, he had seen violence and crime openly displayed along the way, and he had once thought that there was no longer any order here. He hadn't expected that there would be such an orderly Geoffrey town in these mountains. It didn't look prosperous here. Most of the vendors in the small market next to the dock were selling vegetables, fruits, or dried fruits. Very few sold poultry or livestock. Dean sent someone to inquire, and the prices were fair. Moreover, the Baron had set up a fair scale here. If anyone had an objection to a seller's scale, they could immediately have it re-weighed, with each re-weighing costing only 1 leathers. Dean also saw the warrior who had boarded the ship earlier. He was leading people to maintain order at the dock and politely informed the crew about places to eat and stay, as well as where to pay fees and taxes. The fees for docking at the port were the same as other ports. For a ship of the know-how's tonnage, it cost 1 gold leathers per hour to dock. If staying overnight at the port, as long as they left before noon the next day, it only cost 6 gold leathers. This was a common tactic for ports. Staying overnight meant consumption, and consumption promoted the prosperity and development of the port, so there were usually considerable discounts for ships staying overnight. Around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, after the onlookers had dispersed, the crew members disembarked in groups of 3 or 5. Dean also went ashore to the town's only restaurant for a drink. He had originally planned to replenish some vegetables and set sail immediately, but when he heard the hotel manager recount the deeds of Lord Hobert, he became engrossed. By the time he came to his senses, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, so he simply decided to stay overnight. The manager's story surprised Dean. Were there still such capable nobles? He single-handedly destroyed the bandits' lair and also conducted household registration and real estate registration. The well-traveled Dean knew that household registration and real estate registration were the measures that best demonstrated the Lord's administrative prowess. As for the later battles with the monsters and giant beasts in Full Moon Lake, Dean was somewhat skeptical, always feeling that the manager must have exaggerated, but the fact was that under the leadership of this lord, the Tati-Gia River waterway was indeed cleared. Dean could also understand the measure of completely exempting agricultural taxes a while ago. Now that the waterway was clear, local agricultural product prices would rapidly drop, agricultural taxes would quickly become worthless, and commercial taxes would be the main tax support. Unbeknownst to him, Dean had been drinking for 3 hours, and Lord Hobert's story was finished. He both admired and respected this capable baron. At this time, more than 10 outsiders came to the restaurant to eat. During their casual conversation, Dean learned about Lord Hobert's grand construction plan. This made Dean exclaim, "If every noble in Feniport were this capable, we would have been the world's strongest nation long ago." This remark resonated widely with everyone. Just yesterday, author received over 300 monthly votes. Thank you again for your support and votes. Friends who still have votes can cast them for author. Author will try to add another chapter tomorrow. Hobert had just learned about the know-how in his study when he heard prayers from the country of disorder. He praised Corwin a few times and told him to continue monitoring the pier to ensure no mistakes were made. After Corwin left, Hobert locked the door. It was indeed Lawrence who was presiding over the sacrifice. The altar was filled with offerings. Hobert took a quick look and found there were actually 3 sealed artifacts of Grade 1. The main offerings were Grade 2 sealed artifacts, totaling 13, and there were also 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts. Through Lawrence's description in front of the altar, Hobert learned that one of the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts was formed by a demigod, who was imprisoned by Ox Demon King, losing control during a previous battle. The other 2 came from a deceased saint of the Rose School and a demigod, respectively. The other offerings were extraordinary characteristics from enemies, most of which were from the prisoner pathway, with some from the pharmacist pathway. Hobert didn't stand on ceremony with them. With a wave of his hand, he swept everything into the gate of sacrifice. This was his due, as the Creator had played a major role in this battle. Next, Lawrence held a ceremony for the Bach family to pledge allegiance to the Creator. After Hobert responded simply, he eagerly turned his attention to the large pile of spoils. First, he looked at the 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The one obtained from the saint was actually a sealed artifact from the error pathway. Its abilities were, can steal conceptual things, such as distance, position, etc., can steal and hold an item, and present it at an appropriate time, can precisely steal the desired ability from a target. Hobert sighed. As expected of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, this ability has a generational gap compared to the dream-stealing watch. However, the negative effects could not be ignored. It is very easy to be forgetful, have a poor memory, and sometimes even forget one is in battle. It is very easy to lose things, and the more important or valuable the item, the easier it is to lose. It is very easy to encounter beyonders of the error pathway at the demigod level and above. Hobert suddenly recalled that he remembered a saint from the Rose School who had encountered Aemon and was stolen from by Aemon. Could it be the saint who was eliminated in this battle? So, this sealed artifact was good, but it couldn't be used in the real world for the time being. If Aemon came to collect coins from the gas meter one day, there would be no place to cry. Hobert didn't even try to seal this sealed artifact this time. Through spiritual perception, he realized that before he became a demigod, his ability to seal Grade 1 sealed artifacts using the country of disorder was extremely limited. Moreover, even if it could be effectively sealed, a maximum of 2 to 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts could be carried at most. First, even if effective sealing was possible, the negative effects of Grade 1 sealed artifacts were very severe, often leading the holder to encounter great danger due to the sealed artifact. For example, the sealed artifact in Hobert's hand, forgetting one is in battle, easily encountering powerful individuals of the error pathway at the demigod level and above. Neither of these was fatal to the current Hobert. Secondly, as one's own power grows, sealed artifacts and magical items will gradually become auxiliary items. If one relies too much on sealed artifacts, it is somewhat putting the cart before the horse. Only at sequence 6 or sequence 7, when a Beyander's spirituality is already relatively strong, but their own power and extraordinary abilities are not yet sufficient to compensate for their shortcomings, can they equip as many magical items as possible, or some grade 2 sealed artifacts with not very strong negative effects. At sequence 5 or above, the demand for magical items or sealed artifacts decreases, and the negative effects of grade 1 sealed artifacts themselves make it very difficult to wear multiple pieces simultaneously. Therefore, Hobert planned to treat all the sealed artifacts he received today as an accumulation for the extraordinary organization he would establish in the future. Whenever a sealed artifact might be needed, he would simply retrieve it from the country of disorder. The other two grade 1 sealed artifacts were both from the prisoner pathway, mainly featuring curses, robust physique, and the ability to imbue objects with spirituality. Of the 13 grade 2 sealed artifacts, 7 were also from the prisoner pathway, 3 were from the corpse collector pathway, 2 were from the pharmacist pathway, and 1 was from the lawyer pathway. The sealed artifact from the lawyer pathway came from a Bach family member who died in a previous battle. The other 5 grade 3 sealed artifacts primarily involved various curses that could cause inexplicable damage to opponents. The stone platform Hobert had previously manifested could no longer hold these sealed artifacts, so he simply manifested a larger stone platform to hold the gains from this battle. Then his gaze turned to the extraordinary characteristics. This time, he received as many as 73 extraordinary characteristics, of which 66 were from the prisoner pathway, ranging from sequence 7 to sequence 3. Hobert also obtained demigod and saint level extraordinary characteristics for the first time, and he got 4 of them at once. There were also 7 extraordinary characteristics from the pharmacist pathway, ranging from sequence 7 to sequence 5, suggesting that some followers of the original moon participated in this battle. Amidst his joy, Hobert suddenly realized a problem. Most of these extraordinary items could not be immediately monetized, or he would not actively monetize them. For example, the 3 extraordinary characteristics of puppet and 1 extraordinary characteristic of disciple of silence, he would never sell them. Hobert would not allow such strategic materials to circulate back into the hands of the Rose School, unless they were sold to Temperance faction members like Miss Bodyguard. However, the Temperance faction members Hobert knew were only Sharon and Merrick. Even if he pushed them to their limit, he could only sell 2 extraordinary characteristics. There should be other Temperance faction members, right? Hobert hadn't thought about this before, but now, upon reflection, Hobert believed that the Temperance faction, like some Beyander families, chose to disperse and hide to avoid being wiped out by their enemies. If the Temperance faction only consisted of Sharon, Merrick, and Miss Messenger, then how could they still call themselves the Temperance faction? This was clearly the Temperance Squad, no, the Temperance Trio. Additionally, Hobert did not plan to monetize a large number of extraordinary characteristics below the demigod level until he found suitable channels. After all, the Bach family had now pledged allegiance to him, and they had just suffered significant battle losses. If he were to resupply the Rose School with ammunition at this point, then this battle would have been meaningless. Currently, only the 7 extraordinary characteristics of the pharmacist pathway could be sold, but not all of them. Hobert planned to train several pharmacists himself, and in the future, they would practice in the town's hospital. However, most could be monetized, because Hobert did not intend for these pharmacists to advance too quickly. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to continue practicing in the hospital with peace of mind. Hobert smacked his lips. He had initially thought the harvest was quite bountiful, but it turned out that most of it couldn't be monetized. Thinking of this, Hobert hit himself on the head. Idiot, extraordinary characteristics are more value-preserving than gold, what more is there to be dissatisfied with? Look at that poor god, cough cough, look at K. What kind of life did he live before going out to sea? It was only after going out to sea that he basically achieved financial freedom. Hobert's self-consolation made him feel much more balanced. Then he thought again, I cannot become arrogant just because I have angel-level combat power. After all, they have limitations on their usage. Before I become an angel, I must use them cautiously. Following this line of thought, Hobert found that he really had nothing to be proud of. Angel-level combat power was impressive, but it could only be used for the prayers of the God Blessed. Because those two guys attacked indiscriminately and didn't give the Creator any face at all. Hobert needed to constantly protect the prayer in the country of disorder with the power of order. If he were to use angel-level combat power by praying to himself, the most likely outcome would be the destruction of his physical body, and Hobert would remain in the country of disorder forever. Hobert smacked his lips again. He had initially thought he was quite powerful and rich, but it turned out to be all his own illusion. That's not entirely accurate, Hobert argued with himself. After all, I can still show off in front of the God Blessed, and I can use them to gain benefits from the God Blessed. It's just that those God Blessed are all very clever. They think the Creator wouldn't like paper money or gold and usually only sacrifice sealed artifacts they consider more precious. Does the Creator not know how to be a miser, unwilling to monetize sealed artifacts? Finally, Hobert's gaze returned to the extraordinary characteristics, and his mood gradually brightened. South Continent, outside Crowley City. After burying their comrades' bodies, the members of the Bach family bid them a final farewell together. Many members had already begun praying to the Creator for the departed. Elliot took this opportunity to announce the Creator's honorific name to everyone. The members who had just prayed awkwardly discovered that the Creator did not have any business related to the deceased. On the way back, Lawrence called Elliot over. Write a letter to the God Blessed as soon as possible. I want to discuss the future development direction of the Bach family with him for a period of time. Commonly known as reporting on work. Elliot nodded. I'll write it right away. Also, Lawrence instructed again, I heard that the God Blessed has some extraordinary characteristics of the lawyer pathway. Ask in the letter if we can purchase some. For every additional extraordinary characteristic of a lawyer, the Bach family would have one less madman. Elliot nodded. I will bring this up with the God Blessed. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert, lying in bed, reading a magazine he had taken from Furz's room and resting, received 2 letters delivered by a messenger. One was from Elliot, and the other was from Raft. After the messenger left, Hobert first read Elliot's letter. Selling a batch of lawyer extraordinary characteristics was, of course, no problem. He had counted in the country of disorder just now and realized that over such a long period, he had accumulated a dozen extraordinary characteristics each of lawyer, barbarian, and briber. So many extraordinary characteristics are just gathering dust there. Now is precisely when the Jeffrey territory is short on money, so even if the other party doesn't mention it, Hobert will find an opportunity to promote them. As for discussing the future development plans of the Bach family, that can wait a couple of days. He had consumed too much spirituality today and really didn't want to move anymore. So he told Alan outside to instruct the kitchen to make donuts, and then went to read Raft's letter. It turned out that Raft wanted to leave Backland but was afraid of being detected by the royal family, so he hoped that the God Blessed could help. Hobert stretched and went to his study to reply to Elliot and Raft separately. He arranged to meet Raft tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and Elliot on Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. When the donuts were ready, Hobert summoned the messenger. Just as Hobert was paying with 6 donuts, he suddenly thought, I remember your surname is Tudor, right? That's right. You are a member of the Tudor family. Yes, the messenger said, a bit strangely. Why are you suddenly so polite, starting to use you? Hobert smiled. I just have a question to ask. You should have participated in the 4 Emperors' War, right? To ask a question, 3 donuts. No problem. Hobert looked. There were still 7 donuts on the plate, which was enough. I participated in the 4 Emperors' War. The messenger said, 3 donuts. That counts too. It counts. 6 donuts. Hobert made a stop gesture and said to the outside, "Have the kitchen bring 2 more donuts." He took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know the origin, purpose, and current status of the Trenserost Empire?" "I know. 9 donuts." Hobert stared at the coffin for 4 or 5 seconds. Perhaps the messenger felt a bit embarrassed and added, "I merely know." She said, "I also know that the clues to the Trenserost Empire might be hidden in St. Yadro City. That was once the capital of Solomon's first empire, but it has now vanished into the dust of history." Hobert was puzzled. Why would the clues to the Trenserost Empire be hidden in the capital of Solomon's first empire? "I remember that city disappeared when Solomon first fell, right? And the Trenserost Empire was built hundreds of years later." The messenger replied, "As far as I know, the capital of Solomon's first empire was on the Janai southern shore, at the source of the Hornassus Mountains, which was once the territory of the Trenserost Empire. And the Night Emperor was a judge. He had a mystical connection to his own territory, which manifested as knowing some secrets within his land, such as where the vanished capital of Solomon's first empire was. The Night Emperor fell too quickly, and the Trenserost family had no preparations. When they were hunted by the 6 gods, some fled to what is now ruins Disi County, and it is said that this group later fled to the South Continent. Some fled to what is now ruins Janai County. It is said they hid in St. Yadro City and have never appeared in people's sight since. These 2 groups of members took away most of the Trenserost Empire's wealth, including the empire's knowledge, related technological achievements, and so on. There is reliable intelligence proving that the design blueprints of the Trenserost Empire and many related pieces of intelligence and information were taken by the group that went north." She paused and then said, 12 donuts. Hobert nodded repeatedly. Not to mention 12, he would acknowledge 120. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. At this moment, Alan returned from the kitchen and said to Hobert, "Lord, the kitchen said there were only 13 or 14 donuts in one batch, and they brought them all to you." Although he couldn't see the messenger's expression in the coffin, Hobert could clearly feel her disappointment. Hobert quickly said, "I'll give you these 7 first, and I'll make up the 5 I owe you when I send a letter next time. I'll give you 3 more as interest, for a total of 8. Only then did the messenger leave contentedly. Alan outside asked again, "Lord, should I have another batch made for you?" "No need," Hobert said. "I was just asking. If there isn't any, then there isn't." He sat in the chair behind his desk, considering whether to take some time to search for that vanished city in Janai County. But that wasn't an urgent matter now. Hobert returned to his room and continued to read magazines, though every few lines, he would ponder the matter of the Trenserost Empire. In the God-forsaken land, in the city that had converted to the fallen creator. The Silver City team set up camp in a sheltered spot and rested there for some time. When the frequency of lightning gradually stabilized, Colin, sitting cross-legged against a stone pillar, spoke, "We depart after 50 more lightning strikes." The members immediately began their final preparations. After a cautious journey of exploration, they reached the outskirts of the abandoned temple. Inside the temple, they saw the idol of the fallen creator and large murals. The murals Derek saw depicted several figures: a lady in a black classical long dress, her face blurry, surrounded by eerie, indistinct eyes. There was also a young male in a pure white robe, his face painted a pure gold. In the bottom right was a graceful lady, holding a baby with a rotting face in her arms. Beneath her feet were black wheat ears, springs with wriggling flesh, and herbs flowing with pus. Derek continued to look, seeing a total of 6 figures. The other 3 figures were a sea monster, an old man with an evil smile holding a book, and a giant warrior in tattered armor. The general meaning of these murals was that when the great cataclysm arrived, 6 evil gods crawled out of the abyss. The fallen creator, to save the world, bore the vast majority of guilt and suffering, and thus appeared to be eroded, with changes in its image. Looking further, Derek saw text related to the Rose redemption, as well as a long procession walking across the plains, their destination being distant high mountains and a cross at the top of the mountains. At the very front of the procession was a tall, thin man with silver hair flowing down his back, and layered wings of light behind him. An angel. Derek recalled the information he had received from Mr. K. The Rose Redemption seemed to be an organization loyal to the fallen creator. As for this long procession, Derek thought sadly, they came from the North and South continents, as mentioned by Miss Justice and the others. Most of them died on the way or in the God-forsaken land. After passing through the hall with the murals and the idol of the fallen creator, they arrived at a room behind the hall. This seemed to be an altar. Woo woo woo. There seemed to be a crying sound behind the altar. Having performed exploration missions before, the group felt little fear, merely staring intently at the dark space ahead. Chief Colin calmly ordered, "Derek, Joshua, go around and take a look." Derek, holding a beast skin lantern, cautiously and alertly walked slowly around the altar with Joshua. As the darkness was gradually dispelled by the light, they saw a dark shadow curled up behind the altar. Taking 2 more steps forward, they finally saw the shadow clearly. It was a child, 7 or 8 years old. He cried out excitedly, "Save me, save me." Colin, who was right behind, asked, "Who are you?" The child stopped calling for help, his expression suddenly seeming dazed. "My name is Jack. I'm so hungry." Derek also felt a moment of daze. When he recovered, he saw the target of their journey, the city that had converted to the fallen creator. The Silver City team set up camp in a sheltered spot and rested there for some time. When the frequency of lightning gradually stabilized, Colin, sitting cross-legged against a stone pillar, spoke, "We depart after 50 more lightning strikes." The members immediately began their final preparations. Fenaport Kingdom, Teuton Viscount's mansion. Teuton Viscount looked through his telescope for a long time, confirming that it was indeed a large cargo ship. Yesterday, his subordinate reported that it was a large cargo ship coming from downstream, and he was still a bit skeptical. However, with the return of the scouts he sent out yesterday, he had no choice but to believe it. "The waterway has really been cleared?" Teuton Viscount asked Grov, who was beside him. "What do you think? The first person to plant a new variety of crops always struggles to get a good harvest," Grov smiled. "Let Hobert try his best to open the waterway. We just need to closely watch what he does, and if it's successful, we'll follow suit. Let Hobert make the errors for us, we'll just reap the rewards." Teuton Viscount nodded in satisfaction. He had recently discovered that Grov, who previously seemed to have unremarkable qualities in all aspects, was actually superior to the knights and advisors in the Teuton territory. The key was that he was Hobert's mortal enemy. Now, Teuton Viscount would consult him on any matter. Sometimes, a person's enlightenment happens in an instant, Hobert said with a smile to Corwin. The simplest way for an ordinary person to achieve enlightenment is to place what they desire most in front of them. They will try every means to possess it, to acquire it. Regardless of success or failure, this process is the process of enlightenment. Of course, it could also be called gaining insight. Corwin slowly nodded, feeling that Lord's words made a lot of sense. Hobert continued, "For example, Captain Dean, who wants to invest in the Jeffrey territory. In major cities of the kingdom like Fenaport City and Sevilla Port, the channels for creating wealth have already been monopolized by a few people. But in the Jeffrey territory, everything is just beginning, with infinite possibilities. Such opportunities are not common now." He paused and said, "How about this? Have him wait for me in the main hall at 9 o'clock. I will speak with him personally." Corwin, responsible for relaying the message, said, "Yes." Before that, Hobert had to go to Backland. After locking the study door from the inside, he used travel to arrive at Raft's residence. Backland, Civilis Street. Raft bowed slightly in greeting, "God blessed." Hobert asked, "Are you ready to depart?" "I am." Raft picked up 2 small leather suitcases. Hobert nodded. "Where are you planning to go?" "I plan to go to the Rosted Archipelago first," Raft said. "Although it's a colony of ruin, the local official Beyonders probably won't have the energy to capture a fugitive like me. They were already too busy dealing with pirates, unless the royal family explicitly knew Raft's location. With the cover of the Order crystal mask, they wouldn't know where Raft had gone. Raft continued, I plan to advance to corrupted Baron there, and then develop my influence in the South Continent. Hobert nodded slightly. If you encounter any difficulties there, you can write to me. After all, he had used Raft as cannon fodder several times, and it was truly not easy for Raft to survive until now. As long as the request wasn't too excessive, Hobert would lend a hand. Perhaps in the future, there would still be opportunities to use such an ace cannon fodder. Using travel, Hobert took Raft through a transfer point and arrived in the suburbs of Byam. Then Hobert returned to his territory and, at 9 o'clock, received Captain Dean of the Nohel in the main hall of the Lord's Manor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hobert asked, I heard Corwin say that you want to buy 2 shops in Jeffrey Town. Dean clutched his hat and said, Yes, my honorable lord. I actually wanted to invest in the construction project of Jeffrey Town, but my savings are only enough to invest in shops. Hobert smiled. I can show you a way to get rich. For a period of time, building materials sold to Jeffrey territory will be tax-free. Dean's eyes immediately lit up. For a captain, the fees paid for cargo ships docking at a port were only a small part of the expenses. Paying taxes to the port was a huge cost. As long as a transaction occurred at the port, taxes had to be paid. Although the tax rates for different goods varied, generally speaking, for goods loaded at Granada port and traded at Fernbati port, the combined taxes from both ports would double the value of most goods. If the destination port offered tax exemptions for certain types of goods, it indicated a significant shortage of those goods at that port, meaning they would sell out upon arrival and effectively reduce costs by 1/4 to 1/5. Hobert added, You only have a few days. I will announce this news when your ship docks at Fernbati port. Dean nodded. That's enough, more than enough. Doing this business just once could multiply his wealth several times over. Dean bid farewell to Hobert. He needed to quickly return to his ship to send a telegram, instructing his wife to mortgage their house and previously purchased stocks to take out a loan from the bank, borrow money from relatives, and combine it with their family savings, which would be enough to order 2 ships of building materials from Granada port. Upon arriving in Jeffrey Town, he also paid the management fee for the cargo ships docking and encountered Corwin at the pier. Corwin admonished, South Coulson is still a bit restless. Make sure to fly the flag at the bow of the ship, and if you encounter danger, fire a flare. Yes, yes, yes. Dean quickly agreed, thanked him, and hurriedly set sail. In the Lord's Manor, Hobert in the main hall was about to return to his study when Roy delivered a list of required building materials. The project was divided into 5 phases, with slight variations in the materials needed for each phase. Hobert made an estimate and almost showed a surprised expression. The building materials required for the first phase alone amounted to 56,000 gold leathers. The 5 phases would cost a total of 270,000 gold leathers, and this was just a preliminary estimate, so some leeway was needed, requiring 300,000 gold leathers. Hobert's hands almost trembled. No, he had to find investments. No matter which country it was in, this was a huge sum of money, a huge sum that he, a baron, an evil god, could hardly bear. This was only for construction. The decoration of the resort hotel and various entertainment venues would still cost a large sum. It had to be decorated properly, otherwise the main consumer group, the nobles, would come once and not be willing to return. Hobert suffered the disadvantage of never having done business before. He had initially thought that construction could be completed for around 100,000 gold leathers, but the total cost was several times higher than his estimate. If only he had known, he wouldn't have been so generous in rewarding Skora and Vok with so much money. Roy then reported, now there are 2 new problems. First, land acquisition is very troublesome. Second, the town's renovation and construction projects can start, but we don't have enough building materials right now. Hobert nodded. I will find a way. You should still mobilize manpower and prepare for the initial work. After Roy left, Hobert paced back and forth with his arms crossed. considering issuing shares while also seeking large investments. All of this could only be accomplished in Feniport City. As for the shortage of building materials, the recently departed dean was too far to help immediately. Only the Creator's Express could be used. Hobert, who had just formed a simple plan, received a package from Bishop Simpson, a letter and a small wooden box. This time, Hobert was not in the mood to tease the big dog. After having Alan bring raw meat from the kitchen, he quickly opened the letter. This letter made Hobert feel a little better. The 7 large boxes of materials from the ancient Azure Dragon beast sold for a total of 16,000 gold leathers. It was worth more than Hobert had expected, and this money also slightly alleviated Hobert's anxiety. After counting the money in the wooden box, Hobert closed the lid. Meals should be eaten one bite at a time, and tasks should be done one by one. No rush, no rush. Just after lunch, Philip presented Hobert with 2 banknotes, one 5 gold leathers and one 1 gold leathers. Lord, this is the port management fee paid by the know-how. After investing so much in the territory, he finally saw some returns. But Hobert looked at the 6 gold leathers, then thought of the total cost of 300,000 gold leathers, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Find a notebook and preserve these 2 banknotes. Their commemorative value is greater than their actual value. Yes. Around 2 in the afternoon, Hobert, who had been pondering where to raise money, adjusted his state, preparing to attend the Tarot Club. God-forsaken land. The Silver City team set up camp in a sheltered spot. Chief Colin ordered them to rest at the camp until the frequency of lightning stabilized before exploring the abandoned temple. Inside the open-air camp, where a fire burned and someone was always on guard, Derek leaned against a stone pillar, sleeping to recover his strength. As if in a dream, he saw the Fool Klein, majestic and mysterious, seated in an ancient high-backed chair, prepare for the gathering. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek responded silently, counting his heartbeats. His eyes remained closed, as if everything that had just happened was merely part of a dream. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derek waited a little longer before feeling himself enter the silent and peaceful giant's temple. As soon as he opened his eyes, scene after scene suddenly flashed through his mind, as if an external force instantly poured all his lost memories back into his brain. Those scenes included the Temple of the Fallen Creator, with murals vividly depicting the coming of the apocalypse and the fallen creator resisting the 6 evil gods to protect the surviving humans. Murals of pilgrim processions, beautiful yet dangerous, mushrooms, and Jack, the strangely eerie boy with pale yellow hair, whose origin was unknown. These scenes repeated over and over, a full 5 times. But each time there were slight differences in detail. The first time, outside the fallen creator's temple, all the animal skin lanterns went out, nearly leading to a terrible disaster. The second time, someone lost control and almost swallowed a mushroom. Each time ended with the little boy Jack undergoing a mutation, or Chief Colin killing the little boy Jack, and began with just arriving at the city and starting to set up camp. We have explored the temple 5 times. We have been living in this experience, unable to truly end it. The more Derek understood his suddenly acquired memories, the more horrified and creeped out he felt. Audrey Justice, sitting on the other side of the bronze long table, had intended to greet Mr. Fool and everyone with her usual pleasant and relaxed demeanor, but a glance immediately revealed that little son's mood was off, so she promptly asked, "Mr. Son, what happened? Was the exploration of the fallen creator's temple not going smoothly?" Derek, as if grasping at hope, quickly described the general course of events, concluding, "After that little boy mutated or was dealt with, we would all feel a moment of disorientation, and when we came to, we would start setting up camp, preparing for a new exploration, with no memory of what happened before." This process repeated 5 times, with only slight differences in detail. If not for Mr. Fool's reminder, I wouldn't even know that I've been living a repetitive life all this time. He naturally assumed that the extra memories he gained after coming to the gray fog above were due to Mr. Fool's reminder, so he stood up and bowed solemnly to the Fool Klein, who was seated at the head of the bronze long table. Klein indicated, I only understood what happened after hearing your description. But the necessary divine demeanor still had to be maintained. He kept his original posture, nodding gently in response. Hobert inwardly sighed. How fast, little son has reached this point. Then Kay's departure from Backland is not far off. The Backland Great Smog. Should I participate in this event? Save. Haha, I think too highly of myself. I'm just a Sequence 5 who is worried about money. What can I stop? It was the same last time. I blindly went to Tingen City, and nothing changed. Forget it, smog is smog. I'm not the ruler of the ruined kingdom, why bother with these trivial matters? But why do old Kohler, whom I've never met, that feisty widow whose name I've forgotten, who made a living by doing laundry and raised 2 daughters, why do these people keep lingering in my mind? He recalled a saying, people like us are like stalks in the field. When the wind blows, we fall, and even without wind, we might fall on our own. Mr. Emperor. Audrey said. Mr. Emperor. Hobert finally came to his senses. Oh, excuse me, I was distracted just now. What do you need? It turned out that little son was asking everyone how to solve this problem, but Audrey and Magician Furs had no clue at all. The hanged man Alger and the world did not speak easily either, they all looked at Emperor Hobert. Hobert had been distracted, which was why Audrey spoke up to remind him. Hobert adjusted his emotions and asked Derek, you just said that you saw a pilgrimage scene in the murals, right? Little son quickly replied, yes. Mr. Fool, please help him materialize the angel that appeared in that scene. Klein nodded gently, and with Derek's cooperation, materialized a scene from the mural. When the other members saw the mural, they were all drawn to the figure at the forefront of the pilgrim procession, with its sacred wings. Hobert nodded perfunctorily, tall and slender, with silver white hair, and a beautiful face. It matches the description of Ouroboros, the tail-swallowing serpent. The hanged man, tail-swallowing serpent. Audrey, Ouroboros. Everyone looked at each other, finding the name and nickname very unfamiliar. I must state, Hobert said, that the knowledge I am about to impart also holds considerable value, but as last time, to help little son out of his predicament, there will be no discussion of price. Derek immediately stood up and bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Emperor. Hobert waved his hand. Ouroboros is an angel king of the fate pathway. Audrey said somewhat excitedly, this is an angel king. We know another angel king. Like Audrey, the other members also recalled Mr. Dor, and Emperor's previous explanation regarding the angel king. No, Ouroboros is not the same as Mr. Dor, whom we previously discussed. Hobert quickly explained, this is a true angel king, whereas I previously referred to Mr. Dor as an angel king merely to indicate his level. Everyone looked at each other, not quite understanding what Emperor meant. Derek scratched his head. Sorry, Mr. Emperor, I don't quite understand what you mean. The other members all looked at Hobert. We don't quite understand either. Hobert smiled. All right, let me remind you again. Do you remember? I said that the concept of angel king initially seemed to be just a title, and only later gradually evolved into a level between Sequence 1 and a true god. I called Mr. Dor an angel king to indicate that he had reached this level. Alger immediately understood. Then Ouroboros, this angel king, is the source of this title, or one of its sources. Hobert nodded. Exactly. Klein behind the gray fog, so that means Ouroboros has quite a background. Audrey, there seems to be a lot of fascinating ancient history, or high-level extraordinary history, here. It's a pity that Hobert's answer this time is of a semi-public welfare nature, and he is unwilling to say more. Having received over 300 more monthly votes, author doesn't dare to promise a bonus chapter tomorrow, but will do his best to see if he can add another chapter. Feel free to cast your monthly votes for author *degree***, even if there's no bonus chapter tomorrow, there will definitely be one the day after tomorrow. Hobert continued, as far as I know, Ouroboros is an angel king of the fate pathway. He can make time and events cycle repeatedly within a certain range. Also, According to some vague records, Ouroboros seems to really like painting murals and leaving his abilities within them. All of this aligns with the son's description. Alger stroked his chin. So, at the level of an angel king, one already possesses such marvelous and powerful abilities. Furs exclaimed in surprise, the fate pathway. A pathway I've never heard of. An angel of this pathway actually has such wondrous abilities. This is simply the power I'd imagine a god to possess. The son was visibly relieved. Emperor found a clue so quickly, he will definitely help me solve the problem. He asked, Emperor, how should I solve this problem? Since every exploration ends at that little boy's place, it proves he must be the key. Hobert said, try not to let him undergo any unusual changes or be killed. Perhaps that's how you'll find a way to break the cycle. When you return to the God-forsaken land and encounter the little boy again, try to communicate with him more to see if you can get more information and find an opportunity to break the situation. Hobert saw the son nodding with a worried and somewhat bewildered expression, so he asked again, what did you say the little boy's name was? The son replied, his name is Jack. Hobert asked Alger, who was beside him, I remember you mentioned before that you pursued an Aurora Order listener who was taking his child out to sea. Was that child named Jack? Alger certainly remembered that father and son. Although he had already made such a guess, he couldn't be sure. That's right, their purpose in going out to sea was to find the true Creator's sanctuary. Derek was somewhat astonished that Jack came to the vicinity of Silver City from your world. After a brief moment of surprise, he inexplicably felt a surge of joy. Although he had heard Emperor mention that many true Creator believers had come to the God-forsaken land from the North-South continent, that was a long time ago. Derek felt it was more like a story, without any tangible feeling. But the little boy, Jack, had truly appeared before him, and these two feelings were completely different. This meant that the area where Silver City was located had never been completely sealed off. Since even a little boy could come to the God-forsaken land, they could certainly leave the God-forsaken land as well. Hobert smiled. See, opportunities often lie within difficulties. Never be intimidated by difficulties, because they may contain hope. Derek nodded happily. Emperor, thank you for your guidance. Everyone also felt that Emperor's words were very philosophical, while Klein recalled a saying, misfortune is what good fortune leans on, good fortune is what misfortune hides in. Alger suggested, you can find an opportunity to mention Sonia Sea, Ruined Kingdom, and port cities in front of the little boy, Jack. Perhaps there will be a different reaction. Of course, try to avoid your Silver City's chief. Hobert also suggested, you should trust your teammates and your chief. You can find a way to let them discover the problems you encounter. Derek nodded repeatedly, already having a rough plan in mind. Alger suddenly added, of course, this doesn't rule out other key points. You'd best describe the specific situation, such as the detailed content of the murals. Perhaps Emperor can still discover something useful. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. You're exploiting me, and you have to drag me into it. However, he didn't say anything, because he had just seen a scene in the mural and felt that Ouroboros's painting was quite beautiful. Perhaps it was his painting. It wasn't impossible to see the full extent of the murals again. So, with the fool's help, Derek then materialized all the murals he had seen. When Hobert saw the evilized images of the 6 gods, he couldn't help but exclaim, if Ouroboros had lived in the Ad era, he would definitely have been a good public intellectual with excellent professional skills. Just as everyone was wondering which evil gods these depicted, the world suddenly said he had seen similar images, so he materialized the images of the 6 gods he had seen in the Tudor ruins. Alger was somewhat enlightened, so the murals depicted distorted images of the 6 gods. They really once had human forms. Audrey, however, felt somewhat angry. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the goddess. But she quickly calmed down, because in the Tarot Club, members, led by Emperor, often blasphemed against gods. Furs felt that there must be a huge mystery involved. Derek was first stunned, then understood. Hanged Man, are these the Black Knight Goddess, Storm of Lord, and other deities you mentioned? Yes. Alger responded with a definite tone. Derek asked the question that was on the minds of the other members: what did they have to do with the apocalypse? What did they have to do with our land being abandoned by the Lord? After a brief silence of 1 or 2 seconds in the hall, everyone habitually looked at Emperor. Hobert said, £20,000. Only now did he feel that his previous asking price seemed too low. Alas, 300,000 gold leathers. Everyone was somewhat enlightened. So this was why that piece of information was worth £20,000, because the 6 gods were involved in the Great Cataclysm. Audrey sighed. There must be a huge secret within this, I really want to know. Then she thought, soon, the new year is almost here. Starting next week, my financial situation will recover. If I'm frugal, saving a few £1,000s a month will definitely be no problem. At most 4 months, no, 3 months, and I will definitely save £20,000. Klein speculated, did the 6 gods play an active role or a passive role in the Great Cataclysm? From the information I currently have, the 6 gods seem to have risen around the time of the Great Cataclysm. Could the Great Cataclysm not be a fleeting historical event, but rather a period similar to a tidal wave, where the 6 gods seized opportunities in this wave and gained considerable benefits? Also, the rose redemption that appeared in the murals is also a key. Emperor mentioned it before, but only in passing, without elaborating. Alger, however, sighed. In previous gatherings, we've always discussed the hidden history of the 4th epoch. Now it seems the history of the 3rd epoch and the period between the 3rd and 4th epochs is even more perplexing. Furz's mind was filled with £20,000. If I had this money, and solved the problem of the full moon curse, I wouldn't think about advancing or anything else. I would definitely live out the rest of my life peacefully in the picturesque Jeffrey town. After receiving Emperor's answer, Derek did not continue to dwell on the question, because he remembered Emperor once saying that under the Fool's guidance and protection, these questions would eventually be answered. Not getting an answer now only meant that his sequence was too low. At this moment, the Fool, who was seated at the head of the long bronze table, suddenly tapped the table with his hand. Audrey and the other members looked excitedly towards the head of the table. This indicated that the Fool had an important reminder. The Fool said in a relaxed tone, "Rose redemption." Everyone was stunned. Was Rose redemption also a key point? At the same time, everyone noticed that the Fool's state seemed to have changed somewhat, as if he had become more powerful and more ineffable. If it were a normal gathering, Miss Justice would have noticed it during the greeting segment, but in this gathering, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the sun, so they only just noticed it now. Everyone had their own guesses, but the conclusions were all similar. The Fool's power was stronger than before. Hobert also had a similar guess. Has he advanced to sequence 6? Of course he's more powerful than before. But the Fool was still so mysterious. After reminding them about Rose redemption, he offered no further explanation, so everyone had to turn their gaze back to Hobert. Hobert resisted the urge to twitch his mouth. You showed off, and now you want me to clean up your mess. He sighed, thinking of an idiom that had been passed down from a very, very long time ago: don't expose someone's pain. The Fool's hint is very important, Hobert said. The leader's nonsense just now was very important. He further explained, Ouroboros was, and still is, a member of the Rose Redemption. After Medici's fall, he should be the de facto leader of this organization. Furthermore, Rose Redemption is indeed the key to solving that £20,000 problem. How's that? Giving enough face, right? Alger, the Fool knows the inside story of the Great Cataclysm. Then he felt his previous thought was somewhat ridiculous. How could an ancient deity like the Fool not know these things? Audrey asked curiously, Medici. Hobert smiled. That's another question. Gotta charge more. Klein. I originally thought Rose Redemption was an organization loyal to the fallen creator and would be related to Ouroboros. I didn't expect Rose Redemption to be connected to the Great Cataclysm. At the gathering, Klein, the only one besides Hobert who knew some relevant information, thought again, indeed, Ouroboros is an important member of Rose Redemption. From Emperor's tone, Rose Redemption seems to have undergone a major change. Is the original Rose Redemption different from the current Rose Redemption? Also, I remember Emperor mentioned the Medici family when talking about the angel family. But I haven't heard of this family. Could it be that an angel of the Medici family fell, and that's why this family declined? Because of Hobert's influence on Raft, Klein and Sharon did not come into contact with Medici's evil spirit through Raft, so they also did not know about the Medici family or the information about Bansi Harbor. Derek tried to summarize the information from the conversation. Emperor, does the fool mean that Rose Redemption and the image of Ouroboros in the murals are also key? Hobert was afraid the son would misunderstand. The fool is reminding you to pay attention to information about Rose Redemption. This is the key to solving all your questions. Derek stood up and thanked the fool and Emperor again. Then he said to Hobert, Emperor, thank you for the knowledge you've shared. After this matter is concluded, I will provide you with 5 Sequence 8 extraordinary characteristic materials as compensation. Adding the 5 main materials I previously owed you, I now owe you a total of 10 main materials. During this exploration, Derek accumulated quite a few merits. For him, exchanging for 10 main materials at the Sequence 8 level would be very easy. Hobert then remembered, oh, by the way, I have an extraordinary weapon here. I wonder if you're interested. This weapon is shaped like a warhammer. There's a certain probability it will strike out flames. The darker the place, the higher the probability of striking out flames, reaching a maximum of 10%. It also has an ability. There's a certain probability it will provoke enemies, causing them to change their attack target and all attack the wielder. Derek, this is too suitable for use in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. He asked, Emperor, how can I obtain it? Hobert had already thought of the price. 15 main materials at the Sequence 8 level, or 7 main materials at the Sequence 7 level. The requirements are still the same as before, try to exchange with identical materials. Derek stood up and said, thank you, Emperor. He had calculated before that the Emperor needed those useless stock main materials. In the outside world, one Sequence 8 main material sold for £300, while in Silver City, those main materials accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years had no value at all. The exchange ratio between the two was roughly 1:30. And the Emperor usually ignored this exchange ratio, treating the materials Derek provided, which were of little value in Silver City, as having a value of over £200. Derek hadn't expected that for an extraordinary weapon he highly valued and which was in great demand in Silver City, the Emperor didn't take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price. He had originally thought the Emperor would at least ask for 30 main materials at the Sequence 8 level, or even 50, and Derek wouldn't have thought it excessive. Because even if it was 50 stock main materials, in Derek's eyes and in the eyes of Silver City residents, exchanging them for an extraordinary weapon was a very, very good deal. Actually, Hobert had originally intended to ask for 20 extraordinary materials, but when he learned that he could crush the failed products in Kelly's eyes to recover and use extraordinary main materials, he felt he could give the son more profit margin. Note: Hobert smiled and said, since we are all members of the Tarot Club, we should naturally help each other. Klein and Alger were both a little envious. They roughly estimated that in this transaction, Emperor would earn at least £2,000. They only used extraordinary materials as a unit of measurement, but they didn't know that Hobert could use these main materials to create more extraordinary weapons, increasing their value by more than 4 times. However, this transaction involved a significant time cost. While the two were envious, they couldn't conduct similar transactions. Klein didn't have the channels of an artisan. Although Alger knew an artisan, he had communicated with the artisan not long ago, and that artisan said he was not good at making extraordinary weapons. It wasn't impossible to make them, but the failure rate was relatively high. Alger did a simple calculation and realized he wouldn't earn much after working for a long time, so he gave up on the idea. After resolving, the suns, matter, and concluding this transaction, the tarot club returned to normal. Audrey contributed 3 pages of her diary, and then it was the Fool's reading time. A few minutes later, Klein said in a calm tone, "You may begin your transactions." Furs was the first to turn and look at Miss Justice on one side. "I have received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon eyes, priced at £1,000. After stating the price, she was a little nervous, because teacher Dorian's asking price was £800, which was already quite an overcharge, and she had added a full £200 herself. Furs was already prepared to haggle with Miss Justice and give a final price of £900. "Deal," Audrey said with some joy. At the New Year's ball, she would officially declare herself an adult, and her financial situation would immediately improve then. And now, there were only a few days left until the new year. Deal. This made Furs freeze for a second or two. Why didn't she haggle? This transaction was completed with the seller in a state of semi-bewilderment. Then Alger said, "Help me inquire about information regarding the creator. If the intelligence is valuable, I will pay a reward ranging from £300 to £2,000. This was a well-rewarded mission issued by the Storm Church. Even a suspected clue could earn a £300 reward. Klein, sitting at the head, subtly glanced at Hobert. Hobert sat with his back straight, as if it had nothing to do with him. The other members had never heard the name, the creator. Audrey asked, "Hanged Man, who is the creator? Is that a nickname?" "That's an honorific." Alger, who had gathered a lot of information from the church, quickly corrected him. "I received news that yesterday at noon, an extraordinary family loyal to the creator engaged in a fierce extraordinary battle with the Rose School in General Anthony's domain. It is said that both sides deployed saints, and many people turned into monsters and lunatics due to the aftermath of this battle. A large area of forest withered and became a dead land." At Alger's level, he only heard about this level of battle. The church did not inform him that both sides had deployed angels at that time. When Alger first heard this news, he once thought that the creator was another identity of the Fool, which is why he announced this mission at the Tarot Club. He dared not probe further. He was reporting to his leader. "You see, should I report some less valuable clues to the church?" Klein, of course, understood Alger's meaning. He pondered for a moment before saying, "You can ask, Emperor." By saying this, first, he was telling, "Emperor, didn't expect it, did you? I know that was the creator's worshipper. In the future, matters involving, divine level, interactions with the creator would be easier to handle. For example, some things could be communicated with the creator. The Fool's worshipper, Klein, sometimes needed the creator's help, and the creator's worshipper, Hobert, sometimes also needed the Fool's help. We help each other, and it also implies an exchange of hostages. This way, Klein would feel more at ease when asking the creator for help again." Second, he was announcing, Emperor's identity as the creator's worshipper to everyone. This was equivalent to an endorsement and introduction of Emperor by the superior, the Fool. Anyway, everyone would know this identity sooner or later. The effect of the superior, the Fool, announcing it to everyone was completely different from Emperor announcing it himself, or other members announcing it on behalf of Emperor. This is very much like when a colleague in a company does a good deed, and the company boss or chairman personally praises it, which has a completely different effect than if other colleagues of the same rank praise the good deed. The Fool would be so considerate of a member because Hobert's further explanation of Rose's redemption just now was very cooperative, making Klein feel that he should show some appreciation in a way that others might not easily notice. Upon hearing this news, Alger, who had some conjectures about the creator's incident, was most surprised. Has the Fool already entrusted some real-world affairs to Emperor? Audrey, Hobert knows some things about the creator. Why didn't he mention it to me? Hobert, of course, also understood that Klein wasn't passing the buck to him, but rather creating an opportunity for him to reveal another identity. After revealing this identity, it was not impossible for some linkage to occur between the Fool and the creator. Especially since Hobert knew that these members present would be at least demigods in the future. Establishing this relationship early on meant that the Tarot Club might become an external aid to the creator in the future. So Hobert first said to Klein, "You knew all along." "Ha ha ha, I actually told you on purpose, just hoping to follow each other." Then he said to Alger, "I am actually the creator's worshipper." Alger took a deep breath. The creator is not the fool. Is he also an ancient god awakening? Otherwise, it would be impossible to have never heard his honorific name before, and now suddenly show astonishing strength. The fool knows the creator, and even brought the creator's worshipper into the Tarot Club. Is there some cooperation between the two ancient deities? Audrey was somewhat displeased. HMPH. Hobert didn't even tell me. Furs. Is the creator a deity similar to the fool? Otherwise, Emperor wouldn't call himself a worshipper. No wonder Emperor knows so much. It turns out he has an organization similar to the Tarot Club behind him, or a secret organization like the Aurora Order. Derek was a little envious. That's great, the deity Emperor believes in can even influence the real world. Then I won't report any information about the creator. Alger also didn't expect things to be this way. He had originally intended to report to his leader, but it turned out he had completely guessed wrong. The most embarrassing thing was that the creator's worshipper was sitting right next to him, and he was issuing a mission to obtain information about the creator. Hobert, however, smiled and said, "Providing some insignificant information is not out of the question. Who would refuse money? You can report to the church." Hobert said that in this battle, the creator prevented the descent of a divine abomination. Note: in chapter 411, when Hobert went to Backland to complete an extraordinary weapon transaction with Kelly, he discussed the issue of failed extraordinary weapons. At the time, author overlooked the conservation of extraordinary characteristics, and made relevant modifications after being reminded by a reader. The approximate content added after the modification is: Hobert realized that failed products could be crushed to extract their extraordinary characteristics, which is why Jessica sent the failed products to him. When writing this today, author just thought that those who have been following might not know this, so I will explain it. Chapter 428. Lack of money is a common problem for evil gods. Extra chapter for everyone's monthly votes. Hobert felt that the Storm Church must also know the news that the Creator and Holy Infant King had also taken part in this battle, and even if they knew, they would not be stingy in offering generous rewards. Although the other members did not know what Holy Infant King represented, since it was related to God, its level must not be low. Klein and Alger even speculated, could it be that an angel-level confrontation occurred in this battle? Audrey directly asked, "Mr. Emperor, what does Holy Infant King mean? And also, what kind of organization is the Rose School?" Klein felt that one day, he would give Miss Justice a pure gold thumb to express his feelings at such moments. Miss Justice always managed to ask the questions he wanted to ask when it was inconvenient for him to do so. Although he had a good relationship with Miss Bodyguard, Sharon had only revealed some information about the Rose School to him and had not mentioned Holy Infant King, so he also wanted to know, what is Holy Infant King? To unify the front, Hobert was not stingy in publicly sharing information about the Rose School with everyone. This is a mysterious organization formed by the Prisoner Pathway, mainly active in the South Continent. Beyonders of this pathway are good at curses and possessions, but they themselves are also cursed and must endure immense pain. For example, the sequence 7 of this pathway is called Werewolf. They are like being under some kind of curse, transforming into werewolves during the full moon, completely losing their minds, and killing everyone around them, including their closest people. Initially, the main purpose of the Rose School was for members to maintain sufficient restraint to resist the pain and curses brought by the potion with firm will. However, a major change later occurred in the Rose School. Members no longer maintained restraint but indulged their inner madness and desires, wantonly harming innocent people, and creating various bloody tragedies. It is an evil organization that all the Orthodox churches are actively suppressing. Klein behind the gray fog. This matches Miss Sharon's description. Alger. I didn't expect the Rose School to have a more restrained past. Audrey. As expected, Mr. the Fool's allies are also constantly fighting against these evil organizations. After hearing Hobert say that the Rose School was an evil organization, she had already categorized the creator as an ally of Mr. the Fool. Hobert then said, Holy Infant King is the leader of the Rose School, a sequence 1. Klein speculated, the creator might be an angel king, at least at the sequence 1 level. But not a deity. If it were a deity and in good condition, it would have been impossible to have never heard of her before. Alger asked, somewhat surprised, in this battle, an angel level, no, a deity level battle occurred. Audrey and Furs also became surprised. Since entering the 5th epoch, there had been no records of divine wars, and they had not even heard of angel level battles. Hobert said, in this battle, the creator and the Rose School each sent 2 angels, 3 saints, and a total of nearly 200 middle sequence beyonders participated. As long as the Storm Church knew the information about the creator, all this overt information would be known, and it was fine to tell Alger. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the creator's strength. Klein. Cannot compare, cannot compare. Alger. The scale and height of this battle have completely exceeded my imagination. Such strength should be comparable to old mysterious organizations like the Witch Church. With 2 angels, they even have the confidence to challenge the Orthodox churches. However, there is still a clear gap between their saints and middle sequence beyonders and those of the Orthodox churches. And before this, I had never heard any news about the creator. Audrey. Although I don't know what such strength represents, it sounds very powerful. I also wonder if the angels serving the creator know the angels serving Mr. the Fool. Furs. It sounds very powerful. I have never seen a battle involving so many beyonders. Derek. That's great. Silver City doesn't have the protection of an angel. Hobert continued to Alger, of course, you just need to make a rough report. You can try to blur the details and repackage the channel through which you obtained the information. I'll give you 1/10 of the reward you get from your church. Alger already had an idea. He planned to wait until Wednesday or Thursday, when this matter had further fermented and related information was more widely known, before falsely claiming that he had learned this information from a Forsation. He had previously inadvertently learned that General Anthony was a puppet controlled by the Forsations, a piece of information that other crew members did not know, which he could use here. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, what was the outcome of this battle? Hobert smiled and said, the creator achieved victory. I believe the Rose School will behave for a long time. Then he said seriously, but the creator's dependents also suffered significant losses. Please allow me to express my respect to them. Audrey said, they sacrificed for justice, which is glorious. Alger, however, was pondering. This could also be a struggle between deities, or perhaps, the creator is expanding her sphere of influence. It seems the situation in the South Continent is about to undergo a major change. Thank you. Hobert then said, if anyone encounters members of the Rose School, as long as you confirm that he is not a member of the Temperance faction, be careful. He is definitely a criminal with blood on his hands, and there is a high probability that he is a madman. This was the last step in unifying the front. Hobert estimated that even if everyone hadn't met members of the Rose School, they would have developed hostility towards the Rose School, through his continuous reiteration. Now that the Bach family had pledged allegiance to the creator, he naturally had to find allies to deal with the Rose School in the future. Hobert asked Alger, have the major Orthodox churches already learned about this battle? What was their reaction? There are no impenetrable walls in the world. Hobert's pathway was destined to initiate some widely known battles or events, and it couldn't always develop in a low-key manner like the Fool. However, Hobert also didn't have an enemy as troublesome as Aemon. So far, besides George III, Hobert couldn't think of any other direct enemy of the Creator. To allow George III to become a god, the Black Emperor pathway did not even have a sequence 1. Adjacent pathways only had 2 sequence 1s, Hundred-Eyed Demon Monarch, and Holy Infant King, which were enough to protect the Creator's dependents. Alger replied, "Yes, I believe the Orthodox churches have all learned about this battle through their respective secret channels, especially with an angel-level battle. The major churches must be very concerned about this matter. However, currently, the Storm Church and the Church of the Night Goddess are only observing. After all, the Creator is striking down a cult organization, and her main dominion is not within the main dioceses of the Orthodox churches. I am currently unaware of the reactions of the other churches." Hobert nodded. "I understand." It was roughly as he had imagined. This topic came to an end, and Audrey suddenly said, "Mr. the Fool, I have a question I'd like to ask Mr. Emperor. I request to speak with him privately." Klein was stunned. "What secrets are you two going to share again?" Hobert was also a little curious about what Audrey wanted from him. After the two established a private communication space, Audrey asked, "What troubles have you encountered recently?" Hobert was startled. "What?" "At the beginning of the gathering, I noticed that something seemed to be bothering you." Hobert smiled. Even if he had adjusted his emotions and was relatively restrained after the gathering began, Audrey still noticed it. "Indeed, I've encountered trouble." Hobert smiled and said, "Lack of money." Klein behind the gray fog. "This is my trouble too." Audrey was stunned. "How much are you short?" £200,000. Audrey almost couldn't maintain her spectator state. £200,000. Why do you need so much money? If one had such a fortune, it would be enough to enter the top society of Backland, and with a certain amount of influence, becoming a member of the House of Commons would not be impossible. Klein, "Fortunately, I have the ability of a clown, otherwise even the fool would have lost his composure." £200,000. Has your whole family been tricked into Burma? If the construction project of the territory only cost 100,000 gold leathers, Hobert was confident he could raise the funds. After all, he had accumulated so many extraordinary characteristics. Just by selling the extraordinary characteristics of the hunter and lawyer pathways he held, he could basically raise this amount of money. As for 300,000 gold leathers, even if he extracted the extraordinary characteristics from his own body, it would probably be difficult to raise that much money. Of course, if he was willing to sell those sealed artifacts and the extraordinary characteristics of the prisoner pathway at demigod level and above, this money could also be easily raised. However, Hobert would rather let the project remain unfinished than let those extraordinary characteristics fall back into the hands of the Rose School. This was a strategic issue. Hobert smiled and said, "I'm working on something that requires a large sum of money." Audrey thought for a moment before saying, "A week or two after the new year, I can lend you £10,000. Hobert shook his head. "I'll look for investments first. If not, he would borrow from Christine. Her savings over the years should be considerable. Even without borrowing from Christine, it wouldn't be difficult for him to help raise some funds. There were many wealthy people among the arms dealers." Hobert thought to himself, "I wonder if they are still willing to marry their daughters to me." Audrey said, "Oh," and then asked, "Is General Christine's treason related to the Creator?" Upon Audrey mentioning this, Klein suddenly thought of this question. Could this be the Creator's plan in the North Continent? However, Hobert immediately denied Audrey's speculation. "I am the only dependent of the Creator in my family, and my family doesn't know this." He smiled. "Or rather, the Creator doesn't have many dependents in the North Continent. Before yesterday, the Creator did not have many dependents worldwide." Audrey felt much more at ease. Perhaps his identity as a dependent of the Creator needs to be kept secret, even from his family, and of course, from his good friends. She smiled and said, "Hobert, I am already sequence 8, and I should reach sequence 7 very soon. Congratulations. Hobert smiled and said, I also just advanced, and I am already sequence 5. Audrey's smile disappeared. Hobert, you are not a gentleman at all. Klein chuckled. Serves you right for being single. But then he thought again, feeling that Hobert's response was a high EQ one, only very close friends would offer mindless flattery. Finally, Klein thought, sequence 5. How come I can't tell at all? He activated his spirit vision and saw that Hobert's spiritual body looked more condensed, seemingly containing the power of order and rules, yet also full of incongruity and chaos, appearing very contradictory. Klein thought, is this sequence 5? Although there hasn't been a qualitative change, one can already conceal the internal structure of their spiritual body. After Audrey and Hobert's exchange ended, they moved on to the final information sharing segment. Towards the end of the sharing session, the world said in a hoarse voice, ladies and gentlemen, some news of recently received indicates that something big is brewing in Backland, which will bring extremely unstable factors, and perhaps a tragedy will occur. Audrey asked with concern, what big event? I don't know the specifics. Then, the world looked up, sincerely gazing at the Fool across the bronze long table. Respected Mr. the Fool, your dependents in Backland should have noticed something too, right? Everyone's gaze focused on the head of the bronze long table, and Hobert also looked up, playing a double act again. Under everyone's gaze, the Fool, Klein leaned back slightly and said calmly, Edsac Augustus. Audrey, Edsac, what danger will he be in? Or will he cause some danger? Furs, Augustus, is that a prince? The king has already lost one son, could his other son also be in danger? Hobert chuckled. I told you, how could an ordinary person maintain self-control in front of a witch? Everyone briefly discussed this topic for a few more sentences, and this week's Tarot Club ended. In Count Hall's luxurious villa in Queen's District, Backland, Audrey stood in front of a full-length mirror, staring blankly at herself. Hobert is already sequence 5, how fast? Then she thought again, Edsac, could something be happening to the royal family? She drew a crimson moon in the mirror, trying to make herself optimistic, preparing to gather information from her parents and brother at dinner in her best state. She composed herself, sat at the piano, and casually played a melody, cleansing her soul with the beautiful tune. When the playing came to an end, she noticed that the golden retriever Susie had opened the door at some point and was sitting beside her. Audrey, what's wrong? Your piano music tells me you have something bothering you, Susie suddenly said. Audrey was stunned for a moment, unsure how to respond. Everyone didn't expect that author would write another chapter, did they? Author didn't even expect it himself, =Omega=. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. In the God-forsaken land, in a city that had converted to the fallen creator. Derek, with his eyes closed, quietly recalled the information he had obtained from the Tarot Club, confirming that he had not forgotten the memories of repeatedly experiencing the same segment of life. As the frequency of the lightning gradually stabilized, Chief Colin, sitting cross-legged and leaning against a stone pillar, spoke, "We depart after 50 flashes of lightning." Derek took a deep breath, once again recalling the plan he had made at the Tarot Club. During this exploration, he tried to destroy the mural with the words, Rose Redemption, written on it, but nothing happened. Derek looked at the image of Ouroboros in the mural. It was not the mural's fault. Chief Colin and the other members of the team were all drawn to Derek's abnormality. Fortunately, the little son had made considerable progress under the guidance of the Hanged Man, Alger. He claimed to have seen a blonde little boy, covering up his act of destroying the mural. Because of his reminder, when the exploration team arrived at the room with the altar and saw the little boy named Jack, the chief's gaze scrutinized his blonde hair, and everyone immediately became alert. Just as the chief was pondering how to respond to the little boy's plea for help, Derek suddenly asked, "How can I save you?" The little boy Jack showed an excited expression. "Save me, send me home." Colin glanced at Derek, not stopping their conversation. Derek asked, curious and fearful, "Where is your home?" The little boy weakly raised his hand and said, "My home is in Enmad Port." Derek gripped the hurricane axe in his hand. Enmad Port. Although Mr. Emperor and Mr. Hanged Man didn't mention it, from the word, port, Jack really doesn't belong here with us. Thinking of this, Derek was filled with joy, unable to conceal his excitement. His reaction did not arouse the suspicion of Chief Colin and his companions, as they were equally excited. Even Colin couldn't help but ask, you all, how did you get here?" The little boy Jack showed a reminiscent expression. "My father and I first took a boat, then met up with his companions, continued by boat, and after a very, very big storm, the remaining people landed and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze, walking all the way here." Following the direction of the Lord's gaze. Colin and Derek and the others almost simultaneously looked towards the statue on the altar. Then, as if in unison, they looked in the opposite direction of the statue's gaze, and the gradually perfected map of the surrounding area, developed through Silver City's continuous exploration, appeared in everyone's minds. Giant Court. That direction was the ruins of the Giant Court. At this moment, Derek keenly noticed dark red blood slowly seeping from the clothes around the little boy Jack's chest and abdomen. "Are you injured?" he asked cautiously. Jack lowered his head, answering in a wavering tone, "Some bad things have grown." As he spoke, he pulled open his clothes, revealing his bare chest and abdomen. There, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth were embedded. That human face was gentle and indifferent, very much like the silver-haired angel in the mural. Derek felt a bit agitated. Mr. Emperor's guess was correct. This little boy is the key, and it's because of that Angel King's ability that we are trapped here. "I'm so hungry." Jack's mouth stretched to his ears, "so hungry." The power of madness and fallen spread around, and Chief Colin originally wanted to seal Jack, but the little boy was very fragile, and as soon as Colin made a move, Jack fell to the ground. Derek felt a moment of trance, and when he regained consciousness, he was back to the moment they were about to set up camp. Until Chief Colin said, "We depart after 50 flashes of lightning." The 7th exploration quickly began. This time, Derek did not destroy the mural. They once again came to the room with the altar and found the little boy Jack. After a conversation similar to the previous exploration, Derek once again saw the human face on Jack's body. He did not make any provocative moves but instead lowered his voice and said to Colin, "Your Excellency Chief, the human face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural just now." Colin was first stunned, then glanced at Derek out of the corner of his eye. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "Your reminder made me think of something. I once saw records about the Angel King in ancient texts." Derek almost nodded repeatedly, saying yes, yes, yes. "This aligns with the information provided by Mr. Emperor. Mr. Emperor's information is indeed as accurate and reliable as ever." Colin looked at the abnormality in Derek's eyes and continued without pause. "It is said that when the Lord who created everything, the Almighty God, was watching this world, many angels surrounded him. Among them, the leaders of all angels, the 8 angel kings closest to God's work, existed. Unfortunately, in the long course of history, the records in the ancient texts are somewhat brief, with only 2 angel kings having relatively detailed accounts. One of these angel kings is called the Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros the Tail Swallower." This time, Derek had to press his hand against his chin to suppress the urge to nod. Whether it was the pathway, nickname, or name, it was exactly as Mr. Emperor had said. He tried to make himself appear a little surprised, "The Tail Swallower." Colin looked at the little boy Jack. "This means we may have stepped into a river that cannot be left, a river where the head and tail meet. Fortunately, this should only be some power left behind by that Angel of Destiny. He is not hidden here." As he spoke, Colin took out a dark red metal tube, unscrewed the cap, and drank the liquid inside. His light blue eyes quickly faded, and his pupils became vertical, reflecting the figure of the little boy Jack. Colin first inserted the longsword in his hand into the ground, then drew out another straight sword with his other hand, coating it with golden, sun-like grease. The little boy Jack noticed Colin's movements, and his expression immediately changed, as if a thick shadow enveloped his body. Before Jack could open his mouth, Colin pulled out the longsword stuck in the ground, and both swords emitted golden and silver-white light respectively. These two rays of light impacted the shadow on the little boy Jack's body. After a shrill scream, the golden and silver-white lights disappeared, and the human face between the little boy Jack's chest and abdomen vanished, leaving only an empty cavity where his wriggling internal organs could be seen. A few meters in front and to the side of Jack, Colin's twin swords pierced a shattered human face. The organs on the face twitched a few times, then fell silent. For a moment, Derek felt an invisible, water wall-like barrier silently shatter around him. He was overjoyed, knowing that he and the others had finally escaped their repetitive lives. At this moment, Derek sincerely thanked Mr. Emperor and the Fool. They gave him reminders and solutions to the problem, otherwise, he might have had to repeat it dozens or hundreds of times to discover the clue. Moreover, people always make the same choices. If they couldn't find the problem the first time, without corresponding memories and experiences, they probably wouldn't notice any abnormality even the 100th or 1000th time. Thinking of this, Derek once again realized how terrifying and bizarre the power of the Angel King was. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert accepted the 10-20 pounds bounty Alger had received. He put the money aside and stared at the roof for a while, the backland Great Smog. After a moment of silence in the room, Hobert suddenly stood up and went to the country of disorder. This time, he turned behind the Iron Throne. There was a stone coffin there. With a wave of his hand, the power of order covering the coffin disappeared. With another wave, the stone lid of the coffin opened. Inside lay a spirit body that sometimes solidified and sometimes slightly faded. If one ignored the process of him sometimes fading, this spirit body was no different from a normal person. His eyes were tightly closed, with a prominent nose bridge and a slightly receding hairline. It was the spirit body of Dunn Smith, whom Hobert had painstakingly protected. Hobert said, "Sorry, Captain Smith, I've been quite busy lately and haven't had time to find someone to help you create a brand new body. I estimate you'll have to lie here a little longer. Get some good rest. After all, your previous potion always made you sleep poorly." As he spoke, Hobert let out a slight wry smile. "Ever since I came to this world, there have been too many things that I'm unwilling about. I want to change some things, and I've been working hard for it. But I'm still too weak. The Tingen City matter was like that. After I got involved, not only couldn't I save you, but things became even more complicated. I am too weak, too weak." Hobert leaned against the coffin somewhat weakly. "This matter is also too complicated. Although I have an angel-level assistant, I dare not use him. If I push at him too hard, I'll just be making things worse again. This doesn't even count the angels of the Augustus family, and the power of the church. My appearance would only make things more complicated." He let out a long breath, as if making up his mind. "Never mind, I have a mess of my own to deal with." Hobert stood up, closed the stone lid again, and rewrapped the stone coffin with the power of order. He sat on the Iron Throne and smiled. "What do I have to be troubled about? A mere sequence 5, why bother with so much? As long as Klein doesn't ask me for help, I'll pretend this never happened." Shaking his head, Hobert looked at the pool of water in front of him, where many stars expanded. Hobert extended his spirituality over them. The owners of these new stars were all members of the Bach family, and there was no substantial content, they were their daily prayers. Hobert found Apton's star and told him that the God Blessed would meet him at 9:30 tomorrow. Then he reached out and summoned the two failed products Jessica sent him. Using the power of the country of disorder, he easily shattered the weapons and aggregated the extraordinary characteristic within them. The extraordinary characteristic of extraordinary materials was significantly smaller than the extraordinary characteristic of a certain sequence, only about the size of a finger, but it still had the necessary extraordinary effects, just without the external form of the extraordinary material. He wondered if Kelly would be affected when she used it. Then Hobert thought of another matter. He picked up the Black Emperor card placed on the armrest of the Iron Throne and looked towards the back. Sequence 3. Mad Mage. Main ingredients: complete brain of a 6-bearded strange beast, 1 complete phantom multi-eyed butterfly. Auxiliary ingredients: 12 ml of white striped spider venom, crystallized scales of a leaf fish, 8 ml of 6-bearded strange beast brain fluid, 50 ml of red wine aged for 8 years. Ritual: achieve astonishing accomplishments in a certain field, making people associate the abstract concept of that field with the actual name of the Beander. The more people who can make this connection, the greater the chance of successful advancement. Hobert sighed. The ritual for advancing to Sequence 4, which only required seizing a certain amount of power and wealth, was not too difficult if planned in advance. However, the ritual for Sequence 3 was a whole level harder, already moving towards linking the Beander with certain conceptualized things. It required even more advanced planning, and one had to find the right field to achieve astonishing accomplishments. When it came to associating a field with a name, Hobert had many examples in mind, such as e-commerce and Jack Ma, electronic communication and Pony Ma, mobile phones and Ren Zhengfei or Lei Jun, and so on. To achieve this, conditions such as the era, environment, culture, policies, and personal efforts were all indispensable. After some thought, Hobert finally had a good idea: cross the river by feeling the stones, just like Rosal the Great. More than 100 years had passed, but whenever people thought of consul and emperor, the first person that came to mind was Rosal. Relatively speaking, the imperial family of the Forsake Empire seemed to have no presence at all. This was enough to show that Rosal had perfected the profession of emperor. Hobert, of course, also knew that the environment and conditions of Rosal the Great's time no longer existed. It would be impossible to become well-known by being an emperor at Sequence 4. However, he could refer to Rosal's rise to power and use advanced ideas from the Ad era to achieve astonishing accomplishments in a certain field. Hobert nodded slowly. This was a good idea, and he could ponder it carefully if he had time. He picked up the Black Emperor card again and continued reading. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Main material: a complete brain of a black-scaled Emperor crystal gold beast, or one extraordinary characteristic of a Duke of Entropy. Auxiliary materials: 10 ml of black-scaled Emperor crystal gold beast blood, 10 ml of jade-blooded Emperor crystal gold beast bile, 60 ml of white wine stored for 9 years. Ritual: cause a chaos involving all social strata in the world's largest city, and use the unique, unprecedented new order proposed by the Beander to quell the chaos. Drink the potion amidst the confusion and helplessness brought by this chaos, and the reluctance of people forced to accept the new order. Hobert put down the Black Emperor card. When he first obtained this blasphemy card, he had glanced at the rituals for advancing to Sequence 3 and Sequence 2. At that time, perhaps because his own level was not high, and he felt that this step was still quite far away, he didn't think much of it. Now, looking at the advancement rituals for these two sequences seriously, he had only one thought: is it still too late to change pathways? This was clearly a script prepared for Rosal, except that Rosal directly advanced to Black Emperor, and he didn't use any of these rituals that he could have easily achieved without much preparation. Hobert smiled silently. I have so many more annoying things to deal with, what's a Backland Great Smog compared to that? Right. South Continent, Crowley City. Elliot could feel that Governor Jonas and General Anthony were significantly more enthusiastic towards the members of the Bach family. Governor Jonas warmly invited the Bach family members injured in the battle to recuperate at his manor. Those members who had been in mortal danger were already jumping around after being treated by the Creator, while the lightly injured who had not been treated by the Creator still needed a place to recover. General Anthony, on the other hand, offered one of his luxurious villas for elders like Lawrence to reside in. The vast villa housed only a few elders and Elliot, the God blessed of the Creator. But there were no less than 100 servants in the villa. On Tuesday morning, Elliot got up early and ordered the servants to prepare refreshments and tea. He was ready to entertain the God-blessed well. Even the patriarch Lawrence could only wait outside the reception hall for the God-blessed to grant him an audience. Elliot frequently checked the pocket watch on the table, watching the time tick by. Finally, at 7:58, the space in a corner of the reception hall suddenly became illusory, and the God-blessed, wearing a mask and carrying a wooden box, emerged from within. Elliot also quickly put on his mask. He stood up and said, "God blessed." Hobert nodded. "Sit." He naturally sat at the head of the table, placing the wooden box on the table to his left. Only then did Elliot sit down. "God blessed, thank you for providing the uncontrolled stone, which allowed us to maintain the initiative on the battlefield despite being significantly outnumbered." Hobert smiled. "This is all the Creator's guidance. Praise the Creator." Hobert could only follow. "Praise the Creator." Elliot asked, "God blessed, what gesture should be used when praising the Creator?" The mask covered Hobert's awkward smile. "This, the Creator and the God-blessed haven't even thought about it yet. But without a gesture, it would seem like a scam." Hobert had to borrow from his memories. Hobert stood up, one hand pounding his chest, the other pounding his back. "Praise the Creator." Elliot followed suit, feeling that the first half of the movement was somewhat similar to the Storm Church's gesture, but it was more powerful. He even felt that these two thumps made him feel much more energetic. Hobert smiled. "The slogan of praise can also be, 'Dedicate my heart.' It means being willing to dedicate one's life to the Creator, to noble ideals and goals." Elliot's scalp tingled with excitement. This represented the most sincere loyalty to the Creator. And noble ideals and goals. This was the power of faith. After more than 10 seconds, Elliot gradually calmed down from his self-excitement, and the two sat down again. Hobert said, "I have considered everything you mentioned in your letter. Please invite Lawrence in." After Lawrence came in, there were, of course, a few polite exchanges. After praising the Creator again and thanking the God-blessed, Lawrence, who was sitting next to Hobert, said, "God blessed, we invited you here this time to discuss the future development direction of the Bach family." Hobert was still a bit unaccustomed to such a religiously charged conversation. He took a deep breath. He had to adapt even if he was unaccustomed. As the God-blessed, if he showed any slackness towards the Creator, the consequences would be very serious. Lawrence continued, "We plan to purchase some manors and land to enrich the family's industries. If we have the opportunity to buy mines, that would be even better. Our next step is to let more family members gain experience outside the town, gradually occupying more Beander positions in General Anthony's territory, and jointly controlling General Anthony's territory with the Fursak people. In the future, we also plan to expand our influence to the surrounding areas, such as General Adrian's territory to the south, and the Arena's autonomous region to the northwest. In short, we will control more resources, wealth, and population. If the God-blessed has needs in this regard, we are willing to offer these resources and wealth to you." Hobert said, "If the Creator's cause has needs, I will come to you. But regarding the future development direction of the Bach family, I have some immature suggestions." "Please speak." Lawrence, of course, knew that the so-called immature suggestions were instructions from the God-blessed. "The industrial era has arrived." Hobert said, "Instead of investing all wealth in resource-based industries, it's better to invest in manufacturing. The plundering model of the North Continent countries is to import low-priced raw materials and resources from the South Continent, process them into industrial products, and then sell them back to the South Continent. This causes all the wealth of the South Continent and the rusted archipelago to flow to the North Continent. In seemingly willing transactions, both resource plundering and industrial plundering are achieved. And industrial products in the South Continent are still scarce, and their prices are several times higher than in the North Continent." These words opened the eyes of Lawrence and Elliot. After all, they had been cooped up in the South Continent for so many years. Although Lawrence had the ambition to revitalize the family, his vision and concepts had become out of touch with this world. Hobert said, "In today's world, and for a long time to come, to become strong, one must endure the tempering of the industrial era. Other Beander families, and even established Beander organizations like the Rose School and the Spiritual Teachings Order, find it difficult to accumulate wealth through industrial products. But the Bach family is relatively easy because the Creator has many God blessed in the North Continent. They can help you buy some machines that are prohibited from export by various northern countries, and then send them to the South Continent by offering them as sacrifices to the Creator. You can start with the textile industry or the smelting industry, and gradually accumulate industrial-era management models and technology. By then, the Bach family's industries will be useful to the Creator, and the Creator will also pay more attention to the South Continent. Lawrence clapped his hands. Thank the God blessed for guiding us on this path. Both textiles and refined metals are very popular in the South Continent. Hobert nodded. While building factories, you can select a group of excellent young people from the family to study in the North Continent. Lawrence quickly said, then I'll trouble the God blessed to help arrange the study matters. That's no problem, but they need to learn Rune language or Fenaport language in advance, Hobert said. Or I'll see if I can get permanent runes for these two languages through a channel. Lawrence said, for specific matters, I will have Elliot write to you again. He added, respected God blessed, you should know the situation of the Bach family, so we very much want to purchase as many extraordinary characteristics as possible from you. I brought them. Hobert opened the lid of the wooden box on the table. Inside, it was dazzlingly arrayed with extraordinary characteristics of all sequences below demigod in the lawyer pathway. Lawrence and Elliot were stunned. They had originally thought they could buy at most a dozen extraordinary characteristics, but they didn't expect it to be like wholesale. Chapter 430, Trish Chick. Hobert introduced, this time, I've brought a total of 18 extraordinary characteristics of a lawyer, and 17 extraordinary characteristics of a barbarian. Now that you are followers of the Creator, these two extraordinary characteristics can be sold to you at a base price of 300 gold pounds and 600 gold pounds respectively. For extraordinary characteristics of sequence 7 and above, there will be a premium when sold to you, as God blessed had more difficulty acquiring them or had to pay a premium themselves. Lawrence's gaze never left the wooden box. He nodded, that's understandable, understandable. In the South Continent, the premium on extraordinary characteristics or extraordinary materials is generally higher than in the North Continent, which Lawrence could fully accept. At the same time, Lawrence gained a new understanding of the power of the Creator's God blessed. To accumulate so many extraordinary characteristics, they must be a large Beander organization. In fact, there were so many extraordinary characteristics only because the Creator had the skill of reprocessing. For example, obtaining one extraordinary characteristic of a Chaos Mentor would only be one for others, but for Hobert, it would be 5 extraordinary characteristics. Hobert continued his introduction, I also brought 11 extraordinary characteristics of a briber, at 1,500 gold pounds each. Actually, there were 2 more he hadn't brought, which were reserved for Jessica and Apton. He continued, there are also 6 extraordinary characteristics of a corrupted baron, at 4,000 gold pounds each. And 1 extraordinary characteristic of a chaos mentor, for 8,000 gold pounds. No problem, Lawrence said almost immediately. In his opinion, the premium Hobert offered was not much. Hobert smiled, that's good. So, the total value of the lawyer extraordinary characteristics is 5,400 gold pounds. The barbarian extraordinary characteristics is 10,200 gold pounds, and the briber extraordinary characteristics is 16,500 gold pounds. There are also 6 corrupted barons, worth 24,000 gold pounds, plus 8,000 gold pounds, making a total of 64,100 gold pounds. I'll round it down for you to 64,000 gold pounds. Good, good, good. Lawrence said, good, several times, then smiled and said, well, we are a bit short on gold pounds. The entire family only has a little over 3,000 gold pounds. Can we pay with other countries' currencies? Or simply with gold? Previously, the Bach family mainly operated in the assassin and mercenary service industry, with business primarily in the central and southern parts of West Bayland. And the entirety of West Bayland was not within Ruin's sphere of influence. Various currencies circulated here, and many people only recognized gold. After friendly negotiations, this batch of extraordinary characteristics was ultimately paid for in three ways: 3,000 gold pounds, 24,000 gold leathers equivalent to 20,000 gold pounds, and gold worth 41,000 gold pounds. Hobert first left the extraordinary characteristics. He would deliver the gold and banknotes to the god blessed by offering them to the creator at the latest by evening. This was because Lawrence was here to fight and naturally wouldn't carry so much money. He planned to use his saint's ability to have family members left in the town count the payment and make the offering. After the transaction, Hobert secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The money for the first batch of building materials was finally secured, and even half the money for the second batch was also available. This gave him more time to raise funds. At the end of their conversation, Hobert said to Lawrence, "Don't have any major conflicts with the Rose School recently. Focus on recovering your strength first." "Yes," Lawrence replied, "but we should be able to recover our strength very quickly." The Bach family could pray for power from the sealed artifact that created the no-existence town barrier and shatter extraordinary characteristics. This was key to their survival until now. Many family members were waiting for extraordinary characteristics to advance. As soon as an extraordinary characteristic was shattered, new combat power would immediately form, and the extraordinary characteristics Hobert sold to the Bach family could also be quickly assimilated by them. Hobert nodded. "Development is the ultimate truth." Then Hobert asked Elliot, "Have both uncontrolled stones been used?" Elliot took out the used uncontrolled stones. "They have both been used." Hobert took out two uncontrolled stones he had prepared earlier and retrieved the two used stones. Then he said to Lawrence, "You can also exchange used order wood for new order wood by praying to the Creator. If any are lost, report it to the Creator immediately." This was his purpose in exchanging uncontrolled stones with Elliot, to tell Lawrence that order wood must be recovered. Lawrence nodded repeatedly. The order wood in his hand could still be used for another 10 minutes or so. The three chatted for a few more minutes, then Hobert stood up to take his leave, departing via travel. After 2 transfers, Hobert arrived back at the forest in Connaught City's cemetery. Here, he retrieved the gold Elliot had offered in 2 separate sacrifices earlier, as well as the prepared masks, from the country of disorder. Then, guided by the Faceless Man necklace, he used travel to arrive at the Borag Steam Engine Exhibition Hall, Apton's office. Apton was somewhat surprised by the God-blessed's appearance. He had originally instructed the exhibition hall staff to bring anyone looking for him upstairs, but the God-blessed came himself. God blessed. Apton stood up and locked the door. "I've brought a new mission," Hobert said directly. "As long as you complete this mission, you will receive the remaining 1/3 of a briber, extraordinary characteristic." Apton's eyes lit up. He had completely digested his barbarian potion and was just about to purchase the remaining 1/3 of the briber extraordinary characteristic with gold pounds. He smiled and asked, "What kind of mission? Is the reward worth more than 400? Theoretically, 1/3 of a sequence 7 extraordinary characteristic is worth about 400 gold pounds, but sequence 8 extraordinary characteristics already have a premium, let alone sequence 7 extraordinary characteristics." Hobert took out the prepared list, purchased the materials on the list. Such a large quantity. Apton couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "How much do you estimate it will cost?" Apton, who had contact with merchants from various industries through selling steam engines, had a general understanding of the prices of bulk building materials. He quickly estimated 38,000 to 41,000 gold pounds. After stating this figure, he was again surprised. He had thought he had made a lot of money recently, but compared to this figure, he sighed, "Even if you sold me, I couldn't raise that much money." Apton had this thought because he was worried that the God-blessed would ask him to advance the payment for the goods, as he did last time. Hobert, at this moment, sighed in his heart that the price of building materials in Ruin was considerably lower than in Feniport. In Fenaport, these materials would cost at least 56,000 gold leathers, equivalent to nearly 47,000 gold pounds. Indeed, infrastructure can best demonstrate comprehensive national strength, and in this regard, Fenaport does have a certain gap with Rouen. Hobert said, just purchasing these materials wouldn't require 1/3 of a briber, extraordinary characteristic as a reward. I have another commission. As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag containing gold. These transactions can only be settled in gold. You must find suitable channels to exchange the gold for gold pounds. This gold is worth approximately between 5,500 and 5,800 gold pounds. You can use it as a deposit for the goods first, and in a few days, I will bring you gold worth no less than 36,000. No problem. For Apton, who had local gang connections and had initially established business contacts, selling such a large batch of gold, although stressful, was not a major issue. He thought to himself, when I sell over 40,000 gold pounds worth of gold, I estimate the gold price in all of Connaught will drop. He was quite satisfied with the God-blessed's reward. After all, large-scale building material business was not difficult to achieve, it just took some time and renting a warehouse. Finally, Hobert gave Apton the mask. After the test of time, you are now an official God-blessed of the Creator. This is the symbol of the Creator's God-blessed. This mask has anti-divination capabilities. Injecting spirituality can form a shield that lasts 1 or 2 seconds, effectively blocking attacks from extraordinary abilities. In addition, wearing it will make it difficult to lose control. Not easy to lose control. Apton almost shouted. After speaking, he realized his gaffe, but fortunately, there was no one else here. Taking the mask, Apton gently stroked it. His parents had died due to signs of losing control for different reasons, so he had a knot in his heart about losing control no less than the members of the Bach family. Hobert smiled, praise the Creator. Apton quickly followed, praise the Creator. This praise was exceptionally sincere. Hobert then said, I have another task here. There is a group of God-blessed from the South Continent who want to come to Rouen's textile factories, smelters, and some factories that produce daily necessities to learn. Please arrange it for them. The payment will be directly in gold or settled with extraordinary characteristics. Apton pondered for a moment. This isn't too difficult. I usually have contact with many factory owners like these. I can offer them discounts on steam engines, or maintenance and repair discounts, in exchange for opportunities to learn at their factories. Hobert nodded, I will compensate you double the amount of the discounts you give, considering it as tuition. Apton no longer refused. Okay. Finally, Hobert took out a note with instructions on how to summon a messenger and the reward for delivering letters, telling Apton to write to him directly if anything happened in the future. After the God-blessed left, Apton read the summoning incantation. It's the betrayer Hobert. Backland, inside the underground structure of the vampire Marquis Nebe Audra. Emlyn White looked at the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient vampire lying inside, Lord Nebe, I accept the ancestor's mission. 2 days prior, Nebe claimed to have received instructions from the ancestor for the excellent young vampire Emlyn to pray to the fool. In fact, the ancestor had not specified that Emlyn should complete it, but Nebe believed that Emlyn, who had already believed in the Earth Mother and then the ancestor, was very suitable for this task. If the mission was completed, everyone would be happy. If it was not completed, and the fool projected strong malice, then Emlyn's death would not be a loss for the vampires. Nebe heard Emlyn's words and responded with an aged voice, very good, when do you want to start? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Any unfulfilled wishes? Emlyn felt his calves go soft, almost wanting to back out. But thinking that this was the ancestor's mission, he stiffened his neck and said, no need. I can start now. So, Emlyn, who was no stranger to rituals, lit candles and burned essential oils and herbal powders under the protection of Lord Nebe. In the smoky atmosphere, Emlyn began to repeatedly chant the fool's honorific name, the fool who doesn't belong to this era. After chanting for more than 10 minutes, Emlyn was somewhat tired. He half sighed in relief and half disappointed, Lord Nebe, there's no response. Nebe was silent for a long while before speaking in a rather hoarse voice, "All right, don't leave yet. Wait here for a bit." After spending more than an hour in worry and apprehension, Emlyn left the underground building. His destination was the Harvest Church in South Bridge District. As soon as he got into the carriage, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred, and he saw an endless expanse of gray-white fog. Immediately after, he was astonished to find himself in a mysterious and majestic giant palace, sitting at an ancient bronze long table. At the head of the long table, a towering figure looked down at him. "Why do you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind instantly buzzed, and he blurted out, "This is the ancestor's revelation." He spilled everything, the ancestor choosing him, his inner thoughts, and his fearless spirit when facing the ancestor's mission. He almost reported the number and characteristics of his puppets. Klein heard that this was actually Lilith's revelation. He recalled Rosal's diary's brief description of Lilith, and the Emperor's information regarding the uniqueness of the moon pathway. He couldn't help but conclude, could this be the Black Knight goddess's instruction? After all, the uniqueness of the moon pathway was with the goddess. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. He leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, "What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me for?" Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straight. "Respected Mr. Fool, the revelation given by the ancestor is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key to saving the blood race and overcoming the apocalypse, and all of this begins by praying to you." The word, Chunabu, suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. "Young man, why don't you reconsider? Are you missing the point?" He pondered for a moment and decided to observe first. "Actually, I probably understand what your ancestor means. She hopes that with my help, you will grow into a true high-level Beander, thereby saving the blood race when the apocalypse arrives." Next was the initiation ceremony, choosing a code name, announcing meeting times, confidentiality, and so on. But during the confidentiality procedure, Emlyn had some concerns. "But, Lord Nebe," Klein asked with great certainty, "Lilith shouldn't have asked you to report to anyone afterwards, right?" He called the ancestor by her name, sounding like an old friend. Emlyn's heart trembled, and he lowered his head. "It seems not." Klein tried hard to suppress his smile. "This is a secret transaction. You don't even need to report to Lilith, otherwise, certain fellows will notice." Thus, Emlyn, the blood race's informant, officially joined the organization. Back in the real world, Emlyn felt as if what had just happened was a dream. Then he thought of the blood race members who mocked him for liking puppets and becoming a priest of the Earth Mother Church, HMPH. "You'd never guess that only I am favored by the ancestor. Just you wait. When I become strong, you'll realize how ridiculous your previous taunts were." At this moment, they were passing by Order Square. Today's bell chimes seemed different, as if unusually pleasant. But soon, the gentlemen in the carriage took out their pocket watches and found that it was not yet 11 o'clock, not yet time for the bells to chime. For a moment, a buzzing discussion filled the carriage, and in the square outside the carriage, many gentlemen and ladies also stopped to look at the bell tower. In all these years, the order clock had made a timing error for the first time. However, Emlyn didn't care about these things. In a good mood, he arrived at the Harvest Church, found his priest's robe, and skillfully wiped the candlesticks. At this moment, his heart stirred, and he looked towards the entrance. "The betrayer is here again." East District, inside a greasy tabled cafe. Klein enjoyed his lunch, which was half an hour early, while listening to old Kohler recount the news he had gathered over the past week. Unfortunately, there was no information of great value. After the other party finished speaking, Klein thought for a moment, then pulled out a total of 2 gold pounds in small change and pushed it over. Old Kohler quickly waved his hand in alarm. "You already gave me some just now." Klein smiled. "Within this week, I will be going on vacation to the South Continent, and it might be 2 or 3 weeks before I return, so I'm paying you the corresponding remuneration in advance. Don't forget to help me gather information." All right. Old Kohler took the banknotes with both joy and gratitude. This reminded him of the happiest time in his life, when he also had a few gold pounds in savings. Then, He had already decided how to spend the new year. He planned to buy the ham he had previously been reluctant to buy and pair it with his bread. It was truly something to look forward to. He unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After bidding farewell to Old Kohler, Klein took a carriage to Red Rose Manor. Citing his own weakness as the reason, he explained that he couldn't investigate the true cause of Talem's death and asked Prince Edsac to find someone more capable. After receiving Prince Edsac's permission, Klein took the carriage and left the manor, letting out a long sigh of relief. Just then, he felt his spirituality suddenly tense. The carriage door quickly opened and then silently closed. A figure quickly outlined itself. It was a lady wearing a heavy black dress, a sapphire ring on her hand, a slightly round face, slender eyes, a gentle and elegant demeanor, and an exceptionally beautiful appearance. Klein was startled at first, then blurted out, "Triss." Triss was not surprised but rather pleased. "You know me, I knew you knew me." Klein cautiously asked, "What do you want to do?" Triss pursed her lips and smiled. "It's simple. You should report me to the Night Watchers, Punishers, and Mechanical Heart as soon as possible, and let them come here to catch me." Klein understood the implication. She was trying to get away from here. So he asked, "What are you afraid of?" "Someone is manipulating my life." Triss's eyes widened. "There are always some terrifying coincidences." "Haha, they even changed my name." Klein almost jumped up. He certainly knew this feeling. "What did they change your name to?" Triss frowned prettily. "Triss Chick." "Chick." Klein once again felt a tingling sensation all over his body. A passage from Rosal's diary echoed wildly in his mind. "I obtained an ancient text, which actually mentioned the name of the original witch. Her name is Chick." Triss's frown smoothed out, and she smiled with a hint of grievance, a touch of seduction, and a bit of mischievousness. "If you can inform the Orthodox churches about this, and if I happen to meet you before I'm caught by them, I don't mind letting you understand what true pleasure is." How could I dare? If she suddenly awakened as the original witch, even the fool couldn't handle it. Klein sighed silently. After speaking, Triss's figure quickly disappeared, as if she had never been there. Klein then suddenly came to his senses. He left the carriage using flash, and quickly found the Azak copper whistle and candles he had hidden earlier, seeking help from Mr. Azak and the Creator respectively. Rewind to a little after 10 o'clock. After saying goodbye to Apton, Hobert left using travel, and reappeared in the cemetery on the outskirts of Connaught. Why didn't I use travel to return to the Lord's Manor just now? Hobert thought belatedly. He looked beyond the trees. That was the direction of Backland. Hobert thought, "I'll just go and see. There won't be any danger, will there?" So, after changing his appearance, he used travel to arrive at Order Square. There were still many people strolling, chatting, and feeding pigeons. Hobert smiled. "Is it always like this before every disaster?" Like any other ordinary day, seemingly the same as usual, nothing will happen." He glanced at the bell tower with the order clock. What a load of nonsense about order. Hobert, on a whim, used the illusion of the faceless man necklace to conceal himself as he disappeared from his spot using travel. The next second, he appeared on the bell tower. Since it wasn't on the hour yet, the bell ringer was still resting below. Hobert looked at the massive bronze bell in front of him and suddenly picked up the clapper, striking the bronze bell. Dong, dong. The gentlemen outside all took out their pocket watches and looked in the direction of the bell tower. In all these years, the order clock had made a timing error for the first time. Hobert sneered. "How awful. It's clearly a fake." He took out his knife and, before the bell ringer came up, cut the bronze bell in half. Then, Hobert left using flash, sat blankly in Order Square for a while, watching police officers enter the bell tower in batches. One of the police officers was very tall, standing out in the crowd, which reminded Hobert of Bishop Utravsky. He used travel again to reach Rose Street, ignoring the vampire priest's address of him as betrayer. He sat next to Bishop Utravsky. "Father, why is it that when I was weak, even knowing the danger, I could still use practical actions to stick to my inner beliefs. But now that I've become stronger, I hesitate, I feel lost, and I don't know how to choose. Because many friends said that the Sequence 3 ritual is somewhat similar to the Erudite Pathway ritual, a slight modification was made. Achieve astonishing accomplishments in a certain field, so that people associate the abstract concept of that field with the actual name of the advanced Beander. The more people who can connect the two, the greater the probability of successful advancement. Highlighting abstraction and concept *****. Chapter 431, 008 strikes again, extra chapter for your monthly votes. Utravsky glanced at Hobert beside him. That's because, after you become stronger, more people will rely on you. If you encounter danger, the fate of many people will be implicated and harmed. For those who support you and are close to you, you will no longer put yourself at risk. You are not truly confused, but rather unable to make choices with a clear conscience. Hobert was slightly stunned, suddenly feeling enlightened. His heart quickly understood. The reason I am so tormented and so hesitant now is entirely due to the pressure I put on myself. It's precisely because I know the high-level game behind the Backland Smog event, and I know that if I get involved, I will be in danger. And if I am in danger, or if Adam writes me to death, what will happen to Jeffrey territory? The people there have become an inseparable part of me. I truly cannot take risks. But if I do nothing, when I lie awake at night in the future, when my mind is blank, I will definitely hate myself for doing nothing. This is the root of my anxiety. Hobert suddenly laughed twice, then said, "How stupid. How could I have become so stupid? I can't change the Backland Smog event, nor do I have the ability to change it, but I can change some minor details, like saving old Kohler, or getting revenge by eliminating that despair witch." Hobert shook his head and said, "What was I anxious about before? Did I really think I could change the world?" Utravsky, who was beside him, said, "When a person feels foolish, that is when he gains wisdom. When a person realizes the limits of his ability, that is when he truly matures." Hobert was stunned again. He stood up and bowed to Utravsky, saying, "Father, thank you for your guidance." Utravsky smiled slightly, evidently enjoying the feeling of enlightening others. Hobert glanced at the holy symbol of life. "Father, I seem to feel the call of the Earth Mother. I hope you can help me complete the baptism and let the power of faith dispel my hesitation and confusion." Utravsky said solemnly, "Yes." He instructed Emlyn, "Go get the holy water and sacred objects." Emlyn pouted, but still obediently went to the backyard to fetch the holy water and sacred objects. The so-called holy water was not water containing the extraordinary ability of the sun, but water blessed by the Earth Mother. And the sacred objects also did not possess any extraordinary ability. They were dried and dyed crops, with golden wheat ears, red sorghum, green and yellow rice, and so on. Utravsky came before the holy symbol, devoutly praying to the Earth Mother. Then he stood in front of the holy symbol, facing Hobert, who was kneeling on one knee. "In the name of the Earth Mother, I baptize you." Utravsky dipped his index finger in the holy water and drew a simple holy symbol of life on Hobert's forehead, then continuously waved the sacred object around Hobert's head, up, down, left, and right. While waving, the bishop explained the doctrines of the Earth Mother Church. Every life is a plant, drawing nutrients from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and decaying. When they wither, these lives will fall into the earth, returning to the embrace of the mother, and in the coming year, they will grow anew. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes before Utravsky said to Emlyn, who was beside him, "You are Hobert's witness to the baptism." Emlyn seemed unwilling, but his eyes were full of smiles. At this point, the baptism officially ended. Hobert stood up and drew a leaf shape on his chest, "Praise the Mother." Then he took out over £200 in cash from his wallet and said to Utravsky, "Father, please buy as many herbs as possible for treating lung and respiratory infections." Utravsky took the money without any question and called Emlyn to go buy medicine with him. Hobert sat on the chair, looked at the holy symbol of life, smiled slightly, then put away his smile, and lowered his head as if in prayer. Klein only wrote the word, help, on the letter paper, then used Azek's copper whistle to summon the messenger and send the letter out. Then he lit a candle, quickly burned essential oils, and prayed to the Creator. Actually, he could have prayed directly to the Creator, but Klein felt that with the aid of candles and essential oils, the success rate would be higher. Finally, he used his method of praying to himself to report to the fool about Edsack falling in love with the witch Tris Chick. Quickly arriving at the gray fog above, Klein then added in the tone of the fool, Chick, hey, that's the true name of the original witch. Then he cast this image into Miss Justice's star. On a yellowed notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote. For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dalisco meteor shower arrived on this planet 2 days early. A portion of their landing points happened to be the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, it just happened. While Audrey was notifying the Church of the Black Knight Goddess about Chick through her mother. Klein's eyes narrowed in the forest. Several burning meteorites fell at high speed, engulfing the entire forest. Klein even felt a sense of powerlessness, despair, and resignation to death. Even with continuous, flame leaping, he couldn't escape the forest or the core danger zone before the meteor shower hit the ground. Just then, the space before his eyes suddenly seemed to be splashed with oil painting pigments. The reds became redder, the yellows became yellower, and all the colors became more intense. Mr. Azek stepped out of the oil painting. Without time for pleasantries, Azek pulled Klein into the richly colored spirit world. Inside Red Rose Manor, Prince Edsack silently watched Tris for nearly a minute. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. You may go. Tris raised her eyebrows in surprise. You're letting me go. Even though you know I was Tris, even though you know my feelings for you were arranged by some power. Edsack turned to look out the window. Go. Tris was bewildered for a few seconds, then quickly walked towards the door. Before opening it, she couldn't help but look back. What about you? Edsack smiled. Me. Let me live in this beautiful story, and await its final ending, whether good or bad. Hobert in Harvest Church heard a prayer from the country of disorder. After advancing to sequence 5, he no longer needed to enter the country of disorder. He could already mostly understand the content of the prayer, which was a plea for help from Klein. Hobert stood up, used the Faceless Man necklace to navigate to the East District, and saw several people, dressed relatively cleanly but with unkempt hair and beards, sharing a cured ham. The oldest among them was Old Kohler. Hobert had not expected that with only vague elements like a name and ham, he would find Old Kohler on the first try. The few people looked at Hobert warily, each hugging their ham, and quickly left. Hobert smiled at them and said, Happy New Year. Upon hearing the greeting, the few people ran even faster. The surrounding fog grew thicker and thicker. Hobert reverted to his original appearance and put on the mask symbolizing a favored one of the Creator. Just in the time it took to put on the mask, the fog had become so dense that it severely obstructed vision. Hobert found a secluded spot, prayed to himself, then entered the country of disorder, projecting the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound Spirit Beast into Backland's East District using his star. Earlier, in Harvest Church, he had drawn a bottom line for himself. He could not deploy angel-level combat power, otherwise the situation would completely spiral out of control. And by only bringing 2 saint-level helpers, he wouldn't provoke any parties. As for K, he could be ignored. After all, he had Mr. Azek as a powerful backer and wouldn't die. Returning to the real world, Hobert smiled at the Ox Demon King, who was taller than a person, and the Black Hound Spirit Beast, controlling them with the Order Crystal to follow closely behind him. The fog grew even denser, and people around began to cough violently. Hobert continued to navigate with the Faceless Man necklace. After turning onto an adjacent street, he found the Despair Witch, who possessed excellent looks and temperament. She was chuckling. The history of the Ruined Kingdom will remember this day, the Backland Smog event. Hobert coldly commanded the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound Spirit Beast, kill her. The smile on the Despair Witch's face vanished as she felt the aura of death. And fallen. In the Dark Valley, Azek was fighting against Ince Zangwill and a law enforcer. Under Azek's attack, 008 briefly escaped Ince's control. The quill floated before the gray rock wall, frantically writing lines of words. In intense battles, all sorts of accidents always occur, for example, Ince Zangwill's belt snapping and his pants falling down. Ince simply tore off his fallen pants. Just as he was about to grab 008, he suddenly felt no desire to grab it. He could defeat Azek with his own strength. So Ince seemed to forget about the quill and turned to attack Azek. The quill seemed to be affected by an unknown force. After a brief pause, it continued to write, "The masked man who appeared in the East District is a huge variable. I cannot see his appearance under the mask, nor do I know who he is. The only thing certain is that he seems to be related to the Creator, who just appeared before the world 2 days ago. Although he has 2 powerful helpers, unfortunately, he himself is too weak." Lien Solomon, who has been waiting in Backland hoping to find more clues, and Orsay Tamara from the Tamara family, happened to be not far from there. They are very interested in the masked man's 2 helpers. After first encountering Lien Solomon, the masked man did not cautiously leave quickly. He felt that a portion of the despair witch's extraordinary characteristic was a very tempting treasure. This is a negative effect of one of the sealed artifact he possesses. Although he sealed that sealed artifact, long-term wearing of it has also had some impact on him. The negative effect happened to manifest at this time. When he wanted to leave, it was already too late. In the smog of the East District, Hobert stood with his arms crossed, watching the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound Spirit Beast beat the Despair Witch into a mess. One word: satisfying. Hobert occasionally used healing art on the severely coughing people around him, urging them to leave quickly. With the Black Hound Spirit Beast beating the Despair Witch, the smog seemed less dense than before, giving most people time to escape the thickest part of the fog. Suddenly, Hobert sensed something. He looked up, through the dense fog, and saw an old man standing on a rooftop. He gave off a weathered, world-weary impression. Although the fog obscured his vision, Hobert was certain that this was the Solomon family member who had inquired about his whereabouts. Lien Solomon glanced at Hobert, who was wearing a mask, then looked at the Black Hound Spirit Beast. He could feel that the Black Hound Spirit Beast's body was filled with the power of order and chaos. That power was even more intense than the power of order in the wood he held. As Hobert advanced, the power he could mobilize from the country of disorder became purer. Hobert inwardly cursed, then commanded the Black Hound Spirit Beast with the Order Crystal, "You go deal with that old man on the rooftop." This command did not need to be spoken aloud, otherwise the enemy would surely attack Hobert first. The Ox Demon King alone could still kill the Despair Witch. He just needed to buy half a minute to happily acquire a portion of the Despair Witch's extraordinary characteristic. Lien took a bracelet from his pocket and put it on his wrist. In an instant, he became extremely charming, and his appearance changed slightly, transforming into a handsome old man. The weathered, world-weary feeling from before vanished without a trace. As soon as the Black Hound Spirit Beast disengaged from the fight, Lien used distortion of distance to appear on the street. All things grow. Bang! The potted plants on the second-floor windowsill suddenly grew rapidly, bursting through the window, quickly growing as large as trees, and blooming into huge, vibrant flowers. Other small plants kept indoors or growing by the roadside, like weeds, also grew into towering trees, all blooming with vibrant flowers and bearing huge fruits. For a moment, the few people felt as if they were in a forest. Hobert even felt an urge to grow a few more centimeters, and his stomach rumbled, as if life was gestating within him. The huge fruits of those large trees split open, and strange creatures fell out from within, resembling a combination of plants and animals, emitting cries like babies. This was the ability of Lien's bracelet. This sealed artifact came from a Sequence 2 creator during the Solomon Second Empire period, who was severely wounded and lost control on the battlefield. This creator was once a subordinate of the Night Emperor's Empress, a noble of the Terenzost Empire, and also a blood race duke. The reason Lien immediately used this, the only grade 0 sealed artifact he currently possessed, was because he felt the aura of death on the Black Hound's spirit beast. So he intended to use the aura of life to suppress the Black Hound's spirit beast's aura of death. This was, of course, a use of rules and order, because the bracelet's life aura was angel level, while the death aura was only saint level. However, Lien quickly discovered that the Black Hound's spirit beast seemed unaffected, and the towering trees that had instantly grown and the creatures that had fallen from the fruits were rapidly withering. Hobert smiled. Just kidding, the Black Hound's spirit beast was blessed by the ancient death god. There's only one in the whole world. Thank you all for your votes. Last month, author received over 2,000 votes, ranking first among contemporary strange fanfictions. Here's an extra chapter as a small token of my appreciation. During the first round of confrontation between Lien and the Black Hound's spirit beast, Hobert was not idle. He felt his belly growing bigger and bigger, and something inside was extracting his strength and spirituality. He quickly entered the country of disorder, and took out the sequence 1 sealed artifact of the error pathway. Hobert comforted himself. Using it once in a while shouldn't be so unlucky as to immediately summon Aemon. With one hand wearing the glove-shaped sealed artifact, he grabbed his belly with the other, and instantly, a bloody, 3-armed, 4-legged creature with a monkey-like head but fish scales appeared in his hand. Hobert quickly threw the monster away. The moon pathway's ability is disgusting. He glanced at the Despair Witch, who was being suppressed by the Ox Demon King. Her belly was also rapidly expanding. On the other side, the Black Hound's spirit beast summoned the Underworld Gate. A bronze gate with intricate patterns appeared, and pale arms stretched out from within, restricting Lien's movements. Lien immediately amplified his strength and spirituality, and amplified the surrounding life aura. Although these auras had no effect on the Black Hound's spirit beast, the Underworld Gate was affected by the life aura. The evil spirits inside seemed to gain new life, unwilling to be commanded by the Black Hound's spirit beast, and released Lien. And the Underworld Gate itself rapidly faded due to the life aura. This allowed Lien to quickly break free from his restraints and gain freedom. At the same time, the creatures that fell from the fruit rushed over, blocking the Black Hound's spirit beast from attacking Lien. Hobert looked at the other battlefield again. The Ox Demon King once again distorted the Despair Witch's attack and stomped the already defeated Despair Witch's head into the ground. The Despair Witch trembled all over and was in a semi-comatose state. She was also quite unlucky. Whether it was disease, curses, or charm, none of them had any effect on the Ox Demon King. However, the Ox Demon King's extraordinary abilities and physical attacks could cause her considerable damage. Hobert coughed twice. As soon as the Despair Witch died, he would immediately travel away, then return to the country of disorder to retrieve the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound's spirit beast, leaving Lien to fight the heir. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Following the guidance of his spirituality, he looked at a dilapidated house on the street. A woman with a veiled hat, whose face was unclear, pushed open the door and emerged from the house. If it weren't for the oppressive pressure she exuded, her movements would have seemed as casual as someone preparing to leave for work. Hobert sensed trouble and immediately injected his spirituality into the traveler's blade. But the woman's movements were faster. Access to the spirit world is prohibition here. Her speech was very fast, but everyone present could clearly hear every word she said. The space in front of Hobert, which had become illusory, was immediately covered in thick fog and returned to normal. This lady was Orsay Tamara, who, coincidentally, was not far from here and was looking for clues to the Order Wood. She wasn't too interested in Hobert. As long as he couldn't escape, that was fine. Like Lien, the Ox Demon King and the Black Hound spirit beast attracted her attention. She could feel the pure and rich power of order on the Ox Demon King. Orsay quickly approached the Ox Demon King and prepared to try and seal it with the power of order of imprisonment. The situation quickly turned unfavorable for Hobert. He quickly took out the scepter tucked at his waist, broke open the Order Crystal's outer shell, and commanded the Ox Demon King, "Deal with that woman who just appeared." The Ox Demon King dodged Orsay's seal, distortion. It distorted the concept of Orsay in a monster that fell from the fruit, and the monster was stomped into a pulp by the Black Hound spirit beast in the next second. Stripping. Almost at the same time, Orsay stripped that monster of the qualification to exchange concepts with herself. So the blow that monster received was not reflected on her. Fallen. The Ox Demon King attacked again, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Orsay. At the same time, as the only sequence 5 on the battlefield, Hobert watched both battlefields to avoid being affected by the aftermath of their fight, while drawing his knife and rushing towards the Despair Witch to finish her off. Just a few meters away from the Despair Witch, whose head was stomped into the ground but whose body was on the surface, the Despair Witch let out a desperate roar. She pulled her head out of the ground. At this moment, her hair was burning with spiritual flames, and her eyes were filled with sacred light. At the same time, her aura surged, becoming even stronger than before. The battle with the Ox Demon King had actually made her realize what true despair was, and she had consequently digested the potion. And she used the method of burning her spirituality to quickly recover her state. This method caused great harm to herself, but she had to do it now, otherwise she might die here. Seeing this, Hobert turned and ran without thinking. He now regretted having the idea of finishing her off. He should have run immediately. Cough, cough, cough. The surrounding fog immediately became thick again. Hobert felt his throat itch and coughed violently, his whole body weak and aching, and he developed a fever. He knew this was special treatment from the Despair Witch, otherwise, with his Sequence 5 physique, even if there were mystical viruses and bacteria in the surrounding smog, it would be impossible for him to get so seriously ill so quickly. Too late to use healing art, Hobert could only run now. He knew the Despair Witch would immediately chase after him. And he, a Sequence 5, even with 2 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts, might not be her match. Reaching forward, Hobert stole the distance ahead, making him suddenly appear on the street. It's so damn useful. It's even better than Flash. In his emotion, Hobert was about to steal the distance ahead again, but his outstretched arm wouldn't move. When he tried to continue running forward, he found his legs also wouldn't move. He then noticed that he seemed to be deeply entangled in thin, tough strands of hair. Then Hobert felt a chill all over his body, frozen stiff, and a layer of frost suddenly appeared on the ground. He knew the Despair Witch was rapidly approaching. Chaos. Hobert used Chaos with the scepter in his hand. That scepter could use 3 demigod-level abilities. Use, Amplify, Chaos. Demigod-level Chaos could already make certain existing order and rules chaotic. Hobert used Chaos to make the friction between the frost on the ground and the hair chaotic, giving the hair the friction of frost. The friction of the hair wrapped around him became very small, so Hobert could swing the knife in his hand in a small range and cut off those hairs. If it were an ordinary knife, it certainly couldn't cut them, but the knife in Hobert's hand was different. He quickly cut off the hair around him, clearing an area where he could move freely. At the same time, the Despair Witch also caught up. Amplify. Hobert amplified the slipperiness of the ground frost, greatly reducing friction. Even the Sequence 4 Despair Witch almost slipped due to the sudden reduction in friction. Immediately after, she retracted her frost ability and pursued quickly by breaking through the ground. Charm. Use. Hobert immediately felt like a small deer was crashing in his chest. This Despair Witch, who had burned her own hair short, was as lovable and unforgettable as his first love. Not to mention being her enemy, Hobert didn't even want to make her angry. Even if he sacrificed everything he had, if it made her happy, he would not hesitate. Lien and Orsay had similar thoughts to Hobert. Yes, Orsay also felt like she had met her first love. However, the 2 saints did not reach the level of a lickspittle, like Hobert. This was Hobert's use of extraordinary abilities to transform charm from an individual attack into a group attack. Distortion. Lien distorted the influence of charm he received onto the Black Hound spirit beast. For the Black Hound spirit beast, whose body was filled with the power of order, this naturally would not have any effect on it. However, when Lien used distortion, the Black Hound spirit beast let out a sharp shriek. This shriek hit Lien's spirit body, putting Lien at an instant disadvantage. Orsay said flatly, "Charm is ineffective here." When she used her law ability, the Ox Demon King also seized the initiative. And because charm is ineffective here, Hobert also sobered up from his lickspittle state. Even Lien, who was fighting the Black Hound spirit beast, inwardly marveled at the high level of use Hobert had just displayed. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, the despair witch had already caught up and kicked Hobert flying. Hobert felt as if he had been hit by a cannonball, almost spitting out the sour water in his stomach. At the same time, Hobert felt his illness worsening, his throat felt blocked, making it difficult to breathe. The despair witch pursued closely, a long spear made of frost appearing in her hand, ready to pin Hobert to the ground. Just as the despair witch thrust the ice spear, Hobert, enduring the suffocation and bone-chilling pain, stole Orsay's position. The moment the ice spear pierced Hobert, his position swapped with Orsay's. Orsay reacted quickly, batting the ice spear away with a raised hand. Imprisonment. The despair witch was imprisoned by an invisible force, standing still and unable to move. When Orsay got up from the ground, she found that the Ox Demon King had already carried Hobert far away. Orsay abandoned the Black Hound spirit beast and Lien and immediately gave chase. Hobert, in the Ox Demon King's arms, quickly used healing art on himself. Cough, 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 he finally coughed up the phlegm in his throat, as if he had snatched back his life. 2 or 3 seconds later, he used another healing art on himself, and his injuries and illness were completely healed. But he soon discovered that, as if from the moment the despair witch started burning her hair, the surrounding thick fog had turned yellowish and dense again. The streets were already filled with people struggling in their death throes. Hobert quickly used travel to leave the East District, then found an empty place to enter the country of disorder and retrieve the Ox Demon King. Orsay, in the East End, was a saint and felt quite knowledgeable, but she was still stunned in place for a second or two. The monster just now disappeared suddenly, it didn't enter the spirit world. How strange. Hobert in the country of disorder went to retrieve the Black Hound spirit beast, but found that he couldn't find the Black Hound spirit beast anymore. As the Ox Demon King carried Hobert away, and Orsay followed closely, a female figure with a hood and dark robe appeared on the street that had been almost destroyed by the previous battle. She had a handsome face, but no expression, and her black eyes were dark and deep, yet lacked spiritual essence. Whether it was the despair witch, who was imprisoned, or the Black Hound spirit beast and Lien who were in battle, they all looked at this woman. Immediately after, they seemed to turn into pencil drawings, as if quickly erased by an eraser. They had no power to resist, only managing to show a look of bewilderment mixed with unwillingness. Then the female figure disappeared, as if she had never appeared. The street, which had long been deserted, had large pits, several walls had collapsed, and dozens of large trees had squeezed houses into precarious positions. A pale yellow thick fog rolled, covering everything, as if concealing the fierce battle that had just taken place there. Hobert in the country of disorder suddenly realized a problem. Why didn't he run away immediately when he encountered the mad mage of the Solomon family? But now was not the time to think about this problem, and Hobert did not continue to search for the Black Hound spirit beast, because he knew that after the power of order in the Black Hound spirit beast was diluted, it could perceive the location of the ancient death god. There was no need to actively search, it would come on its own if he just showed a little bit of the ancient death god's aura. There were more urgent matters to attend to now. Hobert returned to the real world, used the faceless man necklace to navigate himself, and entered the spirit world again to save Old Kohler. Happy New Year. Old Kohler hid his portion of ham in a paper bag and left in a hurry. After walking a distance, he muttered, "What a strange fellow." He was referring to the person who had just wished everyone, Happy New Year. Old Kohler looked at the ham in his arms uneasily, seeing the red meat mixed with a lot of white. His throat couldn't help but move, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As he walked, he felt the surrounding fog thicken considerably. Old Kohler raised his palm to cover his mouth and nose. Why is today's fog so foul-smelling? Cough, cough, cough. Coughing sounds were everywhere, and Old Kohler himself started to cough. Am I sick? Damn it, I still want to have a good New Year. Maybe a good night's sleep will fix it. Yes, it's nothing big, a good night's sleep will fix it. Fortunately, the further he walked, the thinner the thick fog seemed to become. At this time, the despair witch was being beaten. Old Kohler breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good, it was just that the fog just now was a bit foul-smelling. A wonderful new year awaited him ahead. But a few minutes later, the surrounding fog became dense again, and the distant, still somewhat clear church bell tower was gradually swallowed by a mixture of pale yellow and iron black. Old Kohler felt his face burning, and his forehead seemed to be on fire. Damn it. This cursed thick fog. He was about to take 2 quick steps to leave this dense fog area, but his chest tightened, his throat became uncomfortable, and he soon had symptoms of difficulty breathing. Ho ho ho, Old Kohler heard his own difficult gasps, and his hands went limp, the paper bag containing the ham falling to the ground. He instinctively squatted down to pick it up, but fell there instead. Old Kohler pressed the bag of ham, trying to pull it closer to his chest. Thump. Old Kohler's blurring vision saw someone else fall a few steps away, and suddenly, he had an epiphany, knowing that he was about to die. Just like his wife and daughter, when illness came, they quickly lost their lives. People kept falling, one after another, which reminded him of what he had heard a drunkard say in a bar when he was gathering information earlier. People like us are like straw in the field. A gust of wind will make us fall, and even without wind, we might fall on our own. The wind has come. Such a thought flashed through Old Kohler's mind. What he didn't understand was, his life had just gotten on track, developing in a sufficiently good direction, so why did he suddenly fall? At this moment, Old Kohler made a sound like a bellows being pulled, and he was even too weak to lift his hand. But that question kept lingering in his mind. Why? When his vision was already very blurry, he seemed to see a person appear out of nowhere not far ahead. Was that death? A milky white light fell on Old Kohler, and his discomfort rapidly disappeared. A lot of thick yellow phlegm flowed from Old Kohler's mouth, and his lungs started working again, and soon he regained his vision. He saw a person wearing a mask and a black trench coat squatting in front of him, and he seemed to be saying something to him. After a while, Old Kohler finally reacted, "I'm not dead." It was then that he clearly heard the other person's words. Do you know a widow who does laundry work and supports 2 daughters? Her youngest daughter was just rescued from capping. You mean the Liv family? Old Kohler said in a hoarse voice. Her 2 daughters are Freya and Daisy. Masked man Hobert thought back. Yes. I know. Take me there. Okay. Old Kohler struggled to get up. I'll just. Close your eyes. Hobert suddenly commanded with an authoritative aura. Imagine the location of that family in your mind. Old Kohler clutched the paper bag in his hand. Okay. Hobert supported his shoulder and entered the spirit world again. Soon, they appeared in front of a dilapidated building. Old Kohler felt the hand on his shoulder move away, and only then did he open his eyes, finding himself already at the Liv family's doorstep. My goodness, this is simply a miracle. However, Hobert had no time to accept Old Kohler's compliments. He quickly entered the damp room ahead, where both mother and daughter had already fallen to the ground. Hobert didn't have time to look closely, first using a healing art on Freya, waiting anxiously for over a second, and then using a healing art on Liv. At this point, Hobert squatted down to look. Liv's eyes had already lost their luster, while Freya was rapidly recovering. Soon Freya was able to sit up. She saw her mother still lying on the ground, seemed to understand something, and knelt on the ground, crying and saying to Hobert, who was wearing a mask, please. Sorry, I cannot resurrect. At this moment, old Kohler started to cough violently again. Hobert took a deep breath, grabbed Freya's shoulder, and pulled her out. Freya cried out, "Mom! Mom!" But her mother could no longer respond, just lying quietly on the damp ground, as if sound asleep. Freya's vision blurred, and she found herself on an unfamiliar street. In front of them was a church adorned with wheat ears and other crops. Hobert said to old Kohler, who was exclaiming about the miracle, and Freya, who was still weeping uncontrollably, "You two wait here. If you feel unwell, go to the church to get some potions." Old Kohler nodded repeatedly, "Okay, okay, okay." Hobert waited a while longer, and when travel could be used again, Freya suddenly said, "Daisy. Kind sir, please save Daisy." Hobert had no time to explain, he just nodded and returned to the East End. Although he couldn't save Liv, saving one more person now was better than none. Arriving on the street in the East End, near the source of the thick fog, there were bodies lying on the ground, each having undergone painful struggles before death. The rolling pale yellow thick fog seemed to bury the entire street. And all living beings on the street. Hobert walked among the bodies, one after another. "I have heard of gods who mended the sky. I have heard of gods who found ways for people to make fire. Gods who enlightened people. I have heard of gods who chased the scorching sun to make its rising and setting more regular. I have heard of gods who led people to control floods. But I have never heard of a god who shows such contempt for life. Doomsday. Haha, who said doomsday is in a dozen years? In a world with such gods, every moment is doomsday." From one end of the street to the other, Hobert found no one who still had a breath. He looked at the dense fog, at the dead silent street, standing there for a long time without speaking. At this moment, a gust of wind blew from afar, and the fog seemed to suddenly come alive, rolling around. The storm church finally reacted and was dispelling the thick fog. Hobert then used travel to return to Rose Street, which was already crowded with people queuing to receive potions. He was about to go find old Kohler and Freya, but suddenly stood there motionless, forgetting his purpose, forgetting where he was, and even wondering why he was there. After 3 or 4 seconds, Hobert finally reacted, recalling his purpose and the day's experiences. As long as he used that sealed artifact of the error pathway, which looked like a glove, he would be affected by its negative effects. After disengaging from the battle, Hobert immediately sealed the scepter and glove with the order crystal. The level 2 magical items on him could all effectively avoid negative effects using this method. Before Hobert came into contact with level 1 sealed artifacts, he had rarely been affected by negative effects. However, this method obviously could not avoid the negative effects of level 1 sealed artifacts. Hobert quickly touched the magical items on him, and thankfully, no valuable items were lost. Only then did he go into the crowd and find old Kohler and Freya. Old Kohler stepped forward and said, "Kind sir, how can I thank you?" Hobert, beneath the mask, showed a forced smile. "Please let me have a bite of the ham in your paper bag." At the suggestion of his readers, the author revised the Sequence 2 ritual again. The specific content remained unchanged, but the scope of the ritual was changed from a country to a large city. When Freya saw Hobert, returning empty-handed, tears fell again. Hobert explained to her, "Your sister is safe and sound at the Church of the Night Goddess." Freya finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, kind sir, how can I ever repay you?" Hobert drew his knife, carefully wiped it with a handkerchief, cut a small piece of meat from the ham old Kohler handed him, tilted his mask open, put it in his mouth, and chewed as he said, "We'll talk about it later." He cut 2 more pieces of meat and handed them to old Kohler and Freya, respectively. The moment old Kohler chewed the meat, a smile immediately spread across his face, as if the illness he had just experienced was merely a test for the pleasure of eating this bite of meat. Although Freya had no appetite, she dared not refuse Hobert and put it in her mouth to chew, but it was like chewing wax. Hobert put away his knife and then said, "There's something I need to tell you too. This great fog was actually created by someone, or rather, a certain force. It's not a natural disaster. Old Kohler almost choked on the piece of ham he had been reluctant to swallow. His first reaction was surprise and disbelief, but then he thought of the mysterious man's magical abilities, and he gradually believed him. Freya was also stunned. Although it sounded incredible, she didn't question it, because she could clearly feel that she was only a step away from death. On the streets of the East End, people hovered on the brink of life and death every day. She knew the scent of death too well. If it weren't for this gentleman, she knew she would now be dead on the damp ground with her mother. It made no sense for a gentleman with such magical abilities to deceive her and Old Kohler about such a matter. Hobert then asked, "Do you want to avenge those who died today?" A strong anger flashed in Old Kohler's eyes, but then, this anger gradually disappeared. He touched his gray hair at his temples. "Sir, I am old. Every extra day I live is a gift from the gods. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the great figures." Hobert nodded and looked at Freya. Besides anger, Freya also felt sorrow for her mother's passing. "Sir, what should I do to get revenge?" "Make yourself strong, until you have the ability to defeat those people," Hobert said. "Be my student, and I'll teach you how to become strong." Freya was about to nod immediately, but she hesitated. "Sir, can I bring my sister with me to follow you?" "No. If you separate, you will both grow considerably, but if you stay together, at your current rate of growth, you'll never be able to get revenge," Hobert explained further. "After you leave, Daisy will enter the Church of the Night Goddess's orphanage, where she will at least have food and shelter. She will receive regular funds and can continue to attend school until she graduates from grammar school. When you are capable enough to return to Backland in the future, you can come back to see Daisy, and you can take her with you after she graduates. Of course, all of this is predicated on you being excellent enough." Freya hesitated. Her mother had just passed away, Daisy was still young, and the two sisters should rely on each other. Hobert didn't urge her or continue to persuade her. If he truly wanted Freya to follow him, he could have easily used the power of the psychological spoon for hypnosis. He, of course, wouldn't do that, but instead let Freya choose for herself. Even if Freya chose to stay in Backland, he wouldn't interfere in any way. Freya also realized that this was an opportunity to change her destiny. If she stayed in Backland, although she could take care of Daisy, she would still have to do laundry work, and even occasionally work as a streetwalker to make ends meet. There were too many such examples around her. But if she followed this gentleman, although the future was full of uncertainty, at least she would have a chance to escape her current fate. After 2 or 3 minutes of thought, Freya said, "Sir, I am willing to go with you, but on the condition that I say goodbye to Daisy." Hobert nodded. "No problem." He paused and then said, "Follow me." Hobert led Old Kohler and Freya into the Harvest Church. At this time, the church was very busy. Emlyn was diagnosing people who entered the church and distributing medicine, while Bishop Utravsky was distributing food to everyone. Hobert first introduced Bishop Utravsky, then he said, "Father, this old man is a survivor of the Great Fog incident. Can you take him in for a few days? It would be best to let him return after the official Beander investigation is over." Utravsky agreed to let Old Kohler stay here as a helper for a few days, and the Harvest Church would temporarily provide for his food and lodging. He glanced at Freya again, and Hobert sighed, "I only rescued 2 people." The giant bishop said, "The Mother Goddess will see your acts of saving lives. With your reminder, we prepared enough medicinal herbs to save so many people. The Mother Goddess will also see your kind deeds." Hobert thought to himself, "Those words make me feel a chill down my spine." He drew the symbol of life, a leaf, on his chest. These are all good deeds accomplished under the Mother Goddess's guidance. Praise the Mother Goddess. Hobert then pointed to Emlyn, who was distributing potions, and introduced him to Old Kohler. "That's Mr. Emlyn, a very excellent doctor. If you feel unwell, you can go directly to him, and it's free." Emlyn also recognized Hobert, who was still wearing his mask. "Don't listen to the betrayer's nonsense, my consultation fees are very high." Hobert added, "He consults at the Harvest Church, so he doesn't charge a consultation fee." Emlyn pouted and said nothing more. Just then, he had a little free time, and he looked at old Kohler a few times. Old man, your body is very weak. If you have the means, eat more meat, if not, eat more soybeans. Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor. Old Kohler could, of course, see that although this handsome doctor had a bad tone and looked impatient, his medical skills were very good, and he was willing to consider the poor like himself. Most doctors wouldn't care whether a patient like old Kohler ate meat or soybeans. After settling old Kohler and bidding farewell to Utravsky and Emlyn, Hobert left with Freya. As he left, Hobert said to old Kohler, "Happy New Year." Only then did old Kohler realize, so it was that gentleman. He tried hard to recall the gentleman's appearance, but because he hadn't seen the other person's face clearly at the time, his recollection was unsuccessful. At this time, much of the thick fog had been dispersed by the strong wind, and even the outline of the sun could already be seen. Hobert found an empty corner and used travel to take Freya to the church of the night goddess first. At this time, the pale yellow thick fog had just dispersed, and the church doors were still tightly shut. Hobert explained his purpose to the divine servant of the church of the night goddess, and Daisy indeed recognized Freya, so the divine servant let Daisy out. The two sisters first embraced and cried bitterly. Daisy tightly clutched her sister's clothes. "I thought I'd never see you and Mom again." "Mom, Mom." Freya didn't know how to speak for a moment. Daisy realized something was wrong and quickly returned home with Freya. After seeing her mother lying on the ground, she naturally burst into tears again. Hobert found a hearse, carrying Liv's body, and took Freya and Daisy to the cemetery. This time, Hobert didn't use travel to take them to the cemetery, giving the sisters enough time to say goodbye to their mother. Hobert didn't ride in the carriage with them. Instead, he found a deserted place and quickly sacrificed the sealed artifact of the error pathway to the country of disorder. The negative effects of a grade 1 sealed artifact were truly terrifying. At the same time, he took some gold pounds from the country of disorder by way of sacrifice. All the money he had carried with him earlier had been given to Bishop Utravsky. By the time the hearse arrived at the cemetery, Hobert had already bought a burial plot and a coffin, and had even invited a priest. Liv was not hastily cremated and stuffed into a small box like the other people who died in the East End today. She had her own grave and coffin, and even a tombstone where an epitaph could be carved. Hobert asked the sisters for their opinion. How about writing, "She was a devoted mother," as the epitaph? The sisters, who could no longer cry, slowly nodded, quietly watching their mother be put to rest and buried. After all the staff left, only Hobert and the Freya sisters remained before the tombstone. Freya quietly told Daisy that she would be leaving with this masked gentleman. Daisy had already witnessed Hobert preparing the burial plot and coffin for their mother, and even helping to invite a priest, so she was mentally prepared. In the East End, such things were all too common. The butler of a high-ranking official helping to bury a loved one, or giving a sum of money to take away a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Some of those girls never returned, while others became the mistresses of some important figure, allowing their entire families to live better lives. Daisy said, "Sir, my sister doesn't talk much, but she has a very kind heart. Please treat her well." Hobert didn't explain, only saying, "Study hard." After seeing Daisy off in the carriage sped away amidst the sisters' reluctant gazes. It wasn't until the carriage disappeared down the street that Freya wiped away her tears and said to Hobert, "Kind sir, thank you for patiently waiting. Let's go." Hobert, however, looked bewildered. Who are you?" He looked around. How did I get to the cemetery gate?" Freya opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer for a moment. After a second or two, Hobert's eyes were no longer so confused. "I've already put it back in the country of disorder. The after effects of a grade 1 sealed artifact are so strong." He said to Freya, who looked surprised, "This is the price of gaining power." Freya nodded, half understanding. Then Hobert used travel to take Freya to his study in the Jeffrey territory. He had Freya pull up a chair and sit at one side of the desk. Hobert took off his mask and said, "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Hobert Jeffrey, you might have heard of me." Freya thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Her previous job didn't involve politics, or even newspapers. Seeing her reaction, Hobert explained, "I used to be a lawyer in Backland, but for some reasons, I am now a lord in the Fenaport Kingdom." "All right, let's talk about your study tasks. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you Ruin and Fenaport writing and pronunciation for 2 hours every day, and you will need to practice for 2 to 3 hours daily. For the other half of the day." Freya, who had always dreamed of learning words and grammar, stood up excitedly and interrupted, "For the other half of the day, I will clean your lord's manor spotless." "No, you can't clean it all by yourself. Sit down, sit down." Hobert continued, "You need to go around the territory and look around. Don't do anything else, just look." Hobert didn't plan for Freya to become a Beyonder right away. He intended to wait until Serena arrived, then give both of them the opportunity to become Beyonders. Before that, he wanted Freya to adapt to her new life. Freya was a little flustered, but, use your eyes to observe the changes in this territory during this recent period, and try to broaden your horizons. This is a prerequisite for becoming a good student. Freya quickly nodded. Yes. "Alan." Hobert called in the male servant who was waiting outside. "This is my student, Miss Freya. She's new and not quite used to this place yet. Take her on a tour of the Lord's Manor and put her in the room next to Marcy and Mary. Also, take her to the town to get a few sets of local-style clothes, and find a desk and chair from the warehouse to send to my study. Oh, right, she doesn't speak Fenaportian yet, so please help her with these arrangements." Marcy and Mary were Furz's 2 maids. Yes. Alan was also a bit surprised. His lord hadn't come out of the study all day, so how did he suddenly have a female student? And one who didn't speak Fenaportian. Despite his surprise, Alan politely led Freya out. Only then did he dare to look up at the Lord's student. She looked about 17 or 18, her skin and hair were a bit rough, her cheeks were thin and somewhat sallow, and her hands seemed to have some burns. But even so, she still had the youthful vigor a girl should have, just a bit shy. Alan then examined Freya's attire. It had an exotic style, but the clothes looked a bit old and patched. While making a basic judgment about Freya's background, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What good luck." To be favored by the Lord and become his student was definitely good luck. Hobert rested for a moment, but the moment he stopped, the image of streets in the East District strewn with corpses immediately appeared in his mind. Only then did he realize with a delayed reaction, the Black Hound spirit beast hasn't been recovered yet. Why hasn't it come to find me? Hobert quickly entered the country of disorder, but still couldn't sense the Black Hound spirit beast. He stroked his chin, pondering, then returned to the real world and used the Faceless Man necklace to divine the Black Hound spirit beast's whereabouts. However, the result of the divination was a pitch-black night. Hobert was about to change the divination phrase when he suddenly thought, could it have been taken into Mist Town? He immediately changed the divination phrase. The Black Hound spirit beast, blessed by the ancient death god, is in Mist Town. Quote. After reciting it 7 times, the divination failed. Hobert sacrificed the Faceless Man necklace to the country of disorder to divine again, but the divination still failed. Although the country of disorder has a high Beyonder characteristic, it only has a certain anti-divination ability, with little bonus for divination itself. Hobert pondered for a moment and had another idea. He held a surge of power of order in his hand, trying to establish a connection with the power of order within the Black Hound spirit beast. This time, he finally sensed the power of order within the Black Hound spirit beast, but that was all, he couldn't obtain any more information. But for Hobert, this was enough. After such a long time, the power of order within the Black Hound spirit beast had not yet diluted, which was enough to prove that it was currently in a confined space. It must be Mist Town. Isn't this just bad luck? In the blink of an eye, it was sent into Mist Town by the Black Night Goddess. Hobert frowned. Even if it was the Ox Demon King that was sent in, it would be better. Then he seemed to realize something and said to the crow-feathered golden-horned evil creature's skull, "I didn't mean anything else, I just hoped you'd go see the world. The Ox Demon King can only be used 7 more times now, while the Black Hound Spirit Beast can theoretically be used countless times." Hobert sighed. Now it's good, not only angel-level combat power, but even saint-level combat power has to be used sparingly. Just at this moment, Hobert saw a strange star expanding in the pond in front of him. He extended his spirituality, and sure enough, it was a Bach family member offering an extraordinary characteristic as payment. South Continent, outside Crowley City. Elliot and Lawrence were discussing the construction of a textile factory and sending people to the North Continent to study. Lawrence suddenly felt like playing with that grade 0 sealed artifact, so he took out the crown sealed in the cloth bag and played with it in front of everyone. The other people in the meeting didn't think there was anything wrong with this, they all thought it was a perfectly normal thing. Only Lawrence, holding the sealed artifact, felt that his current behavior was a bit strange, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Then Elliot felt that he hadn't prayed to the Creator for a long time, which made him seem very impious, so he bid farewell to everyone and returned to his room to pray to the Creator, saying that he had important matters to report. He prayed once, and the Creator did not respond in time. Immediately after, Elliot performed a second prayer. On the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at the large pile of gold and gold leathers in front of him, and his mood gradually improved. At this moment, he saw that the star representing Elliot lit up. Extending his spirituality, Hobert nearly jumped off the Iron Throne. Elliot was bowing his head, praying devoutly, and standing beside him was a simple and gentle priest, dressed in a plain white robe, with a light golden beard, and a cross pendant hanging on his chest. Adam. Although Hobert had never seen Adam before, he could be sure that this was Adam. Hobert's first thought was to pack his valuables and run. He wouldn't be the Creator anymore, nor a baron, he would find a place to lie low for 2 years and then reconsider. But soon, he slowly sat down again and quickly calmed down. When I decided to help the Bach family fight that battle, hadn't I already prepared for the possibility of encountering such high-level individuals? Then he understood. This is the influence of the original work on me, always feeling that Adam and Amen are both strange and terrifying. But the premise is, if one is on the same pathway or an adjacent pathway as Adam and Amen, then these two enemies are terrifying. I don't have the most direct conflict of interest with them, so what's there to fear? Thinking of this, Hobert quickly calmed down. My only conflict with Adam right now might be that, in his view, I have the suspicion of hindering George III from becoming the Black Emperor, or blocking the tide of the era created by Adam, but I am incapable of stopping either of these two things. Hobert nodded. In fact, what Adam mainly cares about is whether the suddenly emerging the Creator will block the tide of the era he created. As for whether George III becomes a god, he wouldn't take it too seriously. As long as George III's preparations to become the Black Emperor lead to a full-scale war between the ruined kingdom and the Fursak Empire, and the entire North-South continent enters a state of war, that's enough. Adam wouldn't care if George III became a god. With the main conflict clarified, Hobert began to ponder how to deal with Adam, who had suddenly come knocking. First, one thing was certain: if he spoke with Adam for a short time, Adam couldn't harm him in the country of disorder. This was certain. After all, the country of disorder's Beander characteristic was there, and Adam was currently only at the Angel King level. Of course, if they chatted for an hour or so, it would be hard to say. So, he had to quickly clarify the root of their conflict and show that he posed no threat to the other party. Hobert sighed, and he couldn't appear too cowardly, otherwise, when dealing with Adam in the future, he would be at a psychological disadvantage. After a brief thought, Hobert projected his image into the star belonging to Elliot. Adam. South Continent, in a luxurious villa outside Crowley City. Adam saw the image of the Creator. The black divine light emanating from her body blocked Adam's vision and perception. But Adam still obtained some information based on some details. she was still very weak, and currently could only occasionally exert godlike power by using a certain sealed artifact. The country of disorder. It shouldn't be, that's a huge source of pollution, even Trensused couldn't resist its pollution, or is the creator Trensused? Only to hear the creator say in a solemn tone, Adam. Adam was not surprised that the other party knew him. As soon as the creator spoke, Adam saw, or rather felt, more information. You are a descendant of Trensused. The creators, what the FCK, almost slipped out. How the hell did you figure that out? Hobert, who was already panicking internally, tried his best to appear calm. I know why you've come for me. He resisted the urge to wipe away cold sweat and smiled. I won't affect the so-called tide of the era, because this tide is also beneficial to me. As for whether you become a god, I'm even less interested. Adam slowly nodded, not surprised that the creator knew his purpose. In fact, it was more logical this way. On this basis, the creator's promise seemed more credible. If anything happens in the future, just come directly to me. Hobert wanted to end the conversation as quickly as possible. As for how to contact him, you guess. Adam, however, suddenly said, George III will become a Black Emperor, and the War God Church just delivered the Trentost bronze book into Castile's hands. Hobert smiled. You also know how reluctant George III is to become a god. You might fool those idiots like Augustus with such words, but you won't fool me. Adam did not continue to speak. He saw many contradictory pieces of information. For example, the creator's weakness exceeded his imagination. However, the creator happened to know many hidden facts. Logically, someone who knew so much shouldn't be so weak. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Adam remembered the last time he couldn't see through an opponent's true strength was during the fourth epic. Ultimately, he concluded, the opponent was, at most, at the angel level, but a difficult one to deal with. After this simple and swift psychological battle, Hobert immediately cut off contact with Elliot. Adam also left. Elliot felt his prayer was devout enough, so he returned to continue the meeting. No one thought anything was amiss. In the country of disorder, Hobert wiped away a cold sweat, but quickly realized, I am currently in a spirit-body state, where would the cold sweat come from? He smiled helplessly. Even with the protection of the country of disorder, if we continued talking, Adam would be able to see through my true strength. After waiting for a while, Hobert felt his mood had calmed down before checking on Elliot's situation again. They were in a meeting, as if nothing had happened just now. Forget it, if they don't know, they don't know. But then he thought, no, it would be strange if my dependents didn't know Adam's basic information. As long as they know Adam, Adam will know them. And if they don't know Adam, it's as if I'm afraid of Adam and dare not tell my dependents his relevant information. Hobert sighed. Alas, dealing with people from the visionary pathway is truly troublesome. Even a slight oversight can be interpreted by them to reveal a lot of information. So Hobert projected the scene of Elliot's prayer just now into his star. South Continent, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Crowley City. Elliot, who was in a meeting, suddenly saw an image in his mind. During his prayer just now, a priest with a golden beard was standing beside him. Elliot blurted out, how did I not notice? Lawrence and the others were stunned. Elliot quickly explained, just now, the creator gave a hint. When I was praying just now, there was actually a priest standing beside me, how did I not notice at all? Everyone was a little surprised. To be able to deceive the spirituality of a sequence 6, that priest's level must not be low. Lawrence said, pray to the creator again and ask what's going on. Elliot only then recovered from his shock and went to a corner of the conference room to pray. It wasn't that his mental fortitude was too poor, but that this experience was too terrifying. Imagine one day, a person works or studies as usual, feeling that nothing noteworthy happened all day. But in fact, while he was working and studying, someone was sitting quietly beside him, watching his every move. This feeling of having no privacy and being unable to detect the other's presence is terrifying just to think about. After Elliot prayed to the creator, the Creator's image reappeared before everyone through Elliot's star, that is the visionary angel, Adam. As the Creator spoke, he waved his hand, and the entire conference room was immediately filled with the power of order. Everyone seemed to suddenly wake up. Everyone immediately stood up. Before they could praise the Creator, they each realized what was amiss with their own behavior. Lawrence, while in the meeting just now, why was I playing with the balancer crown? Elliot, while I was in the middle of the meeting just now, why did I suddenly want to pray to the Creator, and for so long? Chester, why didn't I think your behavior was strange just now? The Creator, this is Adam's ability. Hobert did not explain in detail, letting them experience it for themselves. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, especially Lawrence. As the only saint in the room, he only slightly felt something was off when he was holding the balancer crown, just now. The key was that he himself had exposed the family's grade 0 sealed artifact to the other party. Lawrence asked, "Great the Creator, what sequence is Adam?" Hobert, he is an angel king. Lawrence and the two demigod elders' eyes narrowed. The three of them could read some confidential family texts, which included descriptions of Angel King. Elliot asked again, "Respected the Creator, why did Adam come?" Hobert said in a solemn voice, "He came for me. He has already left now." With that, the Creator also disappeared from the conference room. The several people looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that Elliot asked, "Patriarch, elders, what sequence is an angel king?" Lawrence looked at the other two demigod elders before saying, "Above sequence 1, below a true God." True God. Elliot's face was full of surprise. He hadn't expected his still very weak self to come into contact with such a high-level existence. Then the several people exchanged glances. Such an existence could only be looking for the Creator, otherwise, no one else would have known he had been there. This should have been a high-level meeting. As for what the two great figures discussed specifically, they could only guess. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert, back in the real world, immediately prayed to himself, then returned to the country of disorder, and used true sight to confirm that Adam had not appeared beside him. Hobert understood Adam better. Besides making his presence ignored, he could also subtly change others' decisions. Without true sight, Hobert felt he would become paranoid, wondering, did I make this decision myself? Or did Adam help me make it? Another thing was Adam's writer ability. He could write people to death, without leaving his home, which was a remote attack. However, Hobert was not too worried about being in danger in the real world. He had thought about this problem before. He believed that the country of disorder could help him cut off the association between the Creator and Hobert, and also cut off the association between the masked man who appeared in the Backland Smog event and Hobert who returned to Fenaport. The recent event proved Hobert's guess, otherwise, Adam would have directly come for Hobert, not just Elliot. Therefore, after sealing Adam's memories in the country of disorder, there was currently no danger in the real world. At the Harvest Church at noon, Hobert had participated in the Smog event based on this very thought. Immediately afterward, Hobert thought, Adam suddenly sought me out, it shouldn't be just because the Creator's subordinate appeared in the Smog event. Before participating in the Backland Smog event, Hobert had done a lot of thinking at the Harvest Church. Even now, he still believed that the tide of the era Adam had been pushing was the improvement of steam engines ushered the whole world into a new era. The North Continent's country's production capacity gradually became excessive, the wealth gap within each country gradually widened, and the series of conflicts caused by these unprecedented problems could only ultimately be resolved by a world-sweeping war. As for George III's advancement, it was the best catalyst for these conflicts. After all, after more than 1,000 years of struggle and combat, with the meander powers of the 4 North Continent countries largely balanced, none of them would rashly initiate a full-scale war. But if George III were to become a god, that would be different. This would force the Forsake Empire, the ruined kingdom's mortal enemy, to go to war before George III became a god, and would also make the Fenaport kingdom participate without hesitation. Hobert believed that this tide had little to do with the scale of the Great Smog. This was a consequence caused by an accident triggered by Tris and Klein, and also an account balancing done by George III, who needed a large number of slaves to build his mausoleum. It might not even have been in Adam's script. Even if it was in Adam's script, as long as the Great Smog event happened, Adam probably wouldn't care how many people died, because even if not so many people died, a sudden appearance of enough respiratory infection patients could still attract widespread attention. Reflecting on this issue now, Hobert believed that Adam came because the creators, subordinate, participated in the Great Smog event. He suspected that the creator knew about George III's plan to become a Black Emperor. Just now, the creator also demonstrated astonishing strength in General Anthony's territory on the South Continent. Adam feared that the creator would disrupt his Tide of the Era script, which is why he decided to talk with the creator. However, because the creators, subordinate, did not take any action to destroy George III's mausoleum, and the creator also admitted that he would profit from Adam's Tide of the Era. Adam did not feel threatened here, so the matter was resolved. Hobert smiled slightly. Indeed, grasping the main contradiction is equivalent to grasping the crux of the problem. The situation was urgent just now, and he didn't have time to think so much, but he still grasped the main contradiction and responded appropriately. After this matter concluded, Hobert planned to lay low for a while and focus all his energy on developing the territory. In a short time, no one would pay attention to the creator anymore. As for the risks encountered in this matter, Hobert considered them the cost of his gains, similar to the operation to subdue the Bach family. Sometimes opportunities for development arise unexpectedly, regardless of whether Hobert is ready or not. If he wants to seize an opportunity, he must bear the associated risks. There's no such thing as enjoying rewards without taking any risks. Hobert knew this idea of his was at odds with the Beander world's emphasis on lying low, but lying low was the core development principle of the Fool pathway. If Hobert also did that, he might never become a Black Emperor. The only thing Hobert couldn't understand was why he didn't leave immediately when he encountered a mad mage of the Solomon family earlier. He foolishly waited for the Despair Witch's extraordinary characteristic to drop. After much deliberation, Hobert concluded that this was the doing of 008 or Adam. Although the mask he wore provided him with some protection, he was still subjected to some seemingly normal, yet upon closer inspection, abnormal behaviors. Guard against fire, guard against theft, guard against Adam. Returning to the real world, it was already evening. Just as Hobert was about to have dinner, Furs ran from her room. "Hobert, something big happened in Backland today." She recounted the Backland Smog event, speaking and gesturing. Hobert then said, "I know about this. A friend asked me to help rescue people, and I saved a young girl from the Great Smog." "Really?" Furs praised, "That's amazing. You only saved one girl. And an old man." Hobert quickly added, "I originally wanted to bring them both back to the territory, but the old man didn't want to come, so I had to arrange for him to stay in Backland. As for that girl, you'll meet her at dinner later." Furs said, "Oh," and the topic was dropped. "Do you know why the Great Smog happened?" Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a curious expression, "Wasn't it because the smoke from the factories was too severe, making the smog somewhat toxic?" He sighed inwardly. Indeed, life is all about acting. Just over an hour ago, Hobert had used his acting skills to deceive the most difficult man in the world to deceive, but he still felt like he was treading on thin ice in front of Furs. Furs relayed the news that Zio had gathered. A prince and a witch fell in love. The king ordered the prince to abandon the witch, and in a fit of anger, the witch increased the toxicity of the smog, causing severe consequences. The prince had already committed suicide as an apology. This story was obviously fabricated, but Furs believed it implicitly because the suicidal prince was Edsac, and Mr. Fool had mentioned it at the Tarot Club. Of course, Furs would not tell Hobert about Mr. Fool's reminder. She would only explain how reliable Zio's intelligence was. There was an extra person at the dinner table. Helen curiously observed Freya, and the intense gaze from her beautiful eyes made Freya blush a little. Hobert introduced Freya. "This is my fiancée, Ms. Furs. And this is a guest at the Lord's Manor, Ms. Helen." Freya, now dressed in local attire, breathed a sigh of relief. She finally believed that Mr. Hobert hadn't brought her back simply for her beauty. Because his fiancée was elegant, beautiful, and had a very good figure. And his lover was shy and beautiful, her eyes seeming to speak, captivating hearts. Given Freya's experience, she naturally assumed Helen was the teacher's lover. Hobert then said to Furs, "First thing tomorrow morning, go find Zio to buy some textbooks for me. I plan to teach Freya to read and write. Once she has accumulated a certain vocabulary, you can teach her grammar." Because Helen was present, Hobert didn't directly tell Furs to go to Backland, but rather to find Zio. Furs, of course, understood Hobert's meaning. She nodded, "No problem." Hobert continued, "Now for the second matter. My mother and sister Donna will arrive in Jeffrey territory tomorrow morning, or at the latest, in the afternoon." He said to Furs, "After you buy the textbooks, come back quickly and join me at the dock to welcome Mother." Hobert had mentioned this before, and Furs nodded nervously, "Okay." Finally, Hobert said to Helen, "Please invite Ms. Monica to come over tomorrow afternoon. I have something to discuss with her." The Backland Smog event had placed the Witch Church in Hobert's list of enemies, but of course, he wouldn't tell the Gnostic Society, "I'm going to be an enemy of your superior organization." He planned to observe if there was any possibility of using the Gnostic Society, letting his enemies consume themselves, which was also a tactic against them. Besides the Witch Church, Hobert also listed the Aurora Order and the Rune Royal family as his enemies. The Aurora Order was a given, he had killed them on sight before. As for the Rune Royal family, they could only be temporarily listed as enemies, as he currently had no means to deal with them. Helen nodded, "Okay." Hobert then said, "All right, now that business is done, let's eat." After dinner, Hobert returned to his study. Suddenly, the light in the study dimmed. Hobert felt something and saw a giant skeleton appear in the study. Its eye sockets flickered with dark red light. It seemed to stare at Hobert for a second or two, as if confirming if it was Hobert, then opened its hand and placed the letter from its huge palm on the desk. Then the skeleton seemed to collapse, its bones scattering as it left the study. Hobert did not make any drastic moves, as he suspected this was Mr. Azek's messenger. Opening the letter on the table, it was indeed Mr. Azek's letter. Azek first apologized in the letter, saying he had been busy for a while and hadn't replied to Hobert. He also mentioned that after parting with Hobert last time, he had gone to see the ancient death god's corpse alone, but it could no longer make him remember more things, and he probably wouldn't need to observe the ancient death god's corpse anymore in the future. At the end of the letter, Azek reminded Hobert to seal the ancient death god's corpse, otherwise, it would easily attract beyonders of the death god pathway. Mr. Azek also thoughtfully listed 2 sealing methods, both relying on the power of the spirit world to seal. Hobert immediately had the kitchen make donuts, and he wrote a simple reply. He first thanked Mr. Azek for his reminder and the sealing methods provided, promising to properly seal the ancient death god's corpse. Hobert also briefly mentioned his current situation and invited Mr. Azek to be a guest in his territory. It took another half an hour for the donuts to be ready. Hobert summoned the messenger to send the letter and also settled the 8 donuts he owed from last time. Returning to his bedroom, Hobert would still see the scene he witnessed in the East District of Backland whenever he closed his eyes. He had no choice but to meditate to fall asleep as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, Hobert personally directed everyone in the courtyard to clean the Lord's Manor and also clear the path up the mountain. Around 9 o'clock, Furs, who had rarely woken up early, had already bought the textbooks. After putting on light makeup, she and Hobert took a carriage to the dock to welcome Monliza and her party. The news of the Lord's mother arriving had already spread like wildfire. Today, the dock was filled with people who came to welcome Monliza and her party. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, they finally saw two ships, one large and one small, sailing into Full Moon Lake from upstream. Before the ships even docked, they heard Donna shouting loudly from the ship, "Hobert is being a lord fun." Hobert smiled, "Tomorrow, I'll let you be lord for a day, you can try it yourself to see if it's fun." The two were conversing in rune language. Only Furs, standing nearby, smiled knowingly. The people around didn't know what they were shouting, but everyone could hear the joy in their conversation. The ship finally docked and the gangway was lowered. Hobert had already chatted with Donna by shouting for over 10 minutes. Donna was the first to rush down, throwing open her arms and pouncing, "Hobert." After hugging her brother, Donna then hugged Furs, sister-in-law. "From the first moment I saw you, I knew you would be my sister-in-law." Furs blushed a little and suddenly didn't quite know how to face Donna. The last time they met, she was a friend's sister, this time, she was already the fiancé's sister. However, even without her response, Donna could chatter on endlessly by herself. Hobert reached out to support Monliza, who disembarked next. "Mother." Monliza smiled and examined Hobert, "You've gotten a little thinner." Hobert smiled, "Perhaps I haven't quite adapted to Feniport's food yet." Monliza then took Furs's hand, "Are you used to living here?" "It's very nice here," Furs quickly said. The two held hands and chatted for a while. Only then did the residents on the dock bow and call out, "Old madam." Monliza smiled and waved to them. It was clear that Hobert was well loved by the people here. The group took a carriage back to the Lord's manor. Since it was already noon, they went to the dining room to eat first. As everyone sat down in the dining room, Monliza asked Hobert, "Have you set a date for your wedding?" Hobert was stunned, he really hadn't thought much about that. Furs was also stunned. Wasn't it a contractual marriage? Did they have to get married properly? If they had a wedding, wouldn't she really be married to Hobert? Monliza looked at the two young people and said somewhat helplessly, "You young people nowadays. Since you haven't made any plans, I'll decide for you. The wedding date is set for January 28th. Hobert thought for a moment, then immediately agreed, "All right. However, our wedding will be held in my territory." He suddenly realized that the wedding of Christine's son would surely attract many dignitaries, which would serve as a form of publicity for his territory. Furs, seeing Hobert agree so readily and in such a setting, found it difficult to say anything further. Monliza nodded, "You can decide on that." She added, "I'll have Dofus come to Jeffrey territory a few days in advance to help you set up the wedding venue and prepare for the reception." Only after the wedding arrangements were settled did Monliza have the mind to enjoy the delicious food. Before, Hobert's wedding date hadn't been set, which had worried her greatly. Hobert then introduced Freya. Since it was a family dinner, Hobert hadn't invited Helen. However, Helen was also busy that noon, she had gone to report to Ms. Monica. Monliza then introduced a young man in his 20s whom she had brought. "This is Angus Jeffrey, your cousin." Angus politely stood up and bowed slightly to Hobert. Hobert also stood up and shook his hand courteously. He was a little puzzled. How did a cousin suddenly appear? Didn't Christine have any siblings? Could it be Christine's illegitimate son? Regardless of this cousin's background, the protagonists of this lunch were Hobert, Monliza, and Donna. With Donna enlivening the atmosphere, the restaurant was filled with joy. Donna suddenly said to Hobert, "I'm not going back, Hobert. Give me a high-ranking official position." Hobert smiled, "Even I am just a baron. Where would I get a high-ranking official position for you? Then just make me a knight. Stop messing around. Go back to school. I know your father's and Dofus's secret." Donna chuckled. "Father told me to choose my own life." Hobert was stunned. "What secret?" "The secret about your extraordinary abilities." Hobert glanced at Monliza, who smiled. "If you need help here, keep her. I'd feel at ease with her here." Hobert then nodded. "It just so happens that I need a trustworthy person to collect taxes for me. How about I give you this job? But I must make it clear beforehand, if you need money, ask me. If you privately hoard tax money, I will immediately send you home." Just as Monliza was about to say something, Hobert added, "It's impossible to make you the head of taxation right away. How about this? There's a meeting this afternoon, you can join it, and first follow them out to get a feel for the specific work situation." Donna immediately agreed, "No problem." This arrangement also put Monliza at ease. "I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll also listen in on your meeting." Hobert nodded. "Good. Also," Monliza said, "your father wants you to arrange a job for Angus." Hobert didn't know the true nature of this fellow, so he didn't immediately agree. "I'll think about it and find him a good job." The official matters ended there, and the family did not discuss them further. Hobert didn't feel that discussing official matters at a family dinner ruined the atmosphere. In his opinion, it was a private conversation among family members, behind closed doors. After a rather hearty lunch, Hobert led them to a pre-arranged courtyard to rest. Donna and Angus both went to rest, but Monliza said she wasn't tired yet and asked Hobert to talk with her for a while. As Hobert expected, his mother immediately brought up Angus's background. "You should already know that your father's surname is Tudor, right?" "I know. The Tudor family basically still has 3 branches of descendants, and one of them is the family your father was born into." Monliza then explained, "When your father was young, he was dissatisfied with the patriarch's allocation of family resources, so he left the family and developed on his own." Hobert then realized that his mother, Monliza, knew many hidden details. It was just that she hadn't been involved in some of Christine's affairs before, or perhaps she was, and Hobert didn't know. Monliza continued, "In the past, no matter how difficult it was for your father on the South Continent, the Tudor family never offered a helping hand. Now that your father is highly regarded by Fernando II, they've come back, saying they want to invite your father to participate in the family's Council of Elders. Your father told them he didn't have time, so they sent Angus, saying he would be your father's helper. This made it awkward for your father to either keep him or send him away, so he sent Angus to you. Just find him any job. If it doesn't work out, just send him away. After all, the Tudor family hasn't given you any favors, so there's no need to be polite with them." Hobert asked, "What sequence is Angus?" "He should be sequence 6. Hobert smiled. "Sending him away would be too much of a pity. I'm just about to clear out the extraordinary forces in the vicinity. He's sequence 6 after all, it's a waste not to use him." Monliza also smiled. "You decide." Then Monliza talked about furs, finding her more and more likable. Hobert followed the topic and discussed how he and Furs met. At 2 in the afternoon, as Hobert had announced yesterday, Conrad, Philip, Roy, and others arrived in the main hall to attend the meeting called by the Lord. When they saw Monliza in the main seat, they were all slightly startled, but still called out together, "Old Madam." Hobert, sitting in front and to the side of Monliza, spoke, "My mother wants to hear about the management of the territory, so she's joining me in this meeting." Hobert knew this was Monliza's concern about whether he could be a good lord. After all, the professional leap from lawyer to lord was quite significant. Let's first discuss the issue of land redistribution. Hobert asked Conrad, "How are the preparations coming along? The personnel are in place." Conrad said, "I'm currently training them, and we should be able to officially start in a few days." Hobert said, "I plan to have you form a propaganda team to go to each village first to publicize the land redistribution policy. This way, they can receive better training while working." "But," Conrad said, "this time, our land redistribution involves confiscating the land of village tyrants and distributing it to other villagers. If we publicize it in advance, wouldn't that give the village tyrants some time to prepare?" The previous land registration had already made the land situation in Jeffrey territory very clear. These village tyrants were all people previously favored by Light Viscount, or those who supported the bandits in power. A small number of them actually controlled nearly a third of the land. In addition, there was land belonging to the bandits who were previously in the mountains. Some of that land previously belonged to the Light Viscount's family, and some was forcibly taken from villagers by the bandits. The bandits had long been defeated by Hobert, but the ownership of these lands was a problem. Only 1/3 of the land remained, belonging to the vast majority of the population, the land of self-sufficient farmers. Hobert smiled. What are they preparing for? A rebellion. Not only should we publicize the policy of equitable land distribution, but more importantly, tell them that from now on, the ownership of all land in the territory belongs to the Lord. After the land is distributed to them, they will only have the right to cultivate and lease, but no right to buy or sell. Even lease contracts must be reported to the Lord's manor, otherwise the contract is invalid. If those village tyrants dared to resist, it would be even easier to deal with. They could be directly tied to the construction site and undergo labor reform for a year or two first. Conrad said, "Yes, I will do the corresponding publicity." Hobert then said to Seal, "You take people to protect the safety of the propaganda team. After all, this was affecting some people's interests, so it was better to be careful." Seal said, "Yes." Hobert then added, "My mother also brought 300 new rifles, dozens of pistols, and 2 instructors. After you complete the task of protecting the propaganda team, organize 50 young, strong men to formally establish the army of Jeffrey territory. Do you remember my previous request?" Seal said happily, "I remember. We can't just recruit young people from the town, we should try to distribute the quotas evenly throughout the entire Jeffrey territory." "It's perfect, I'll go to the villages with the propaganda team and confirm the quotas at the same time." Hobert nodded in satisfaction and then said to Corwin, who was beside him, "You also join this propaganda team and publicize the 12 simplified laws of enacted. Originally, this was your father's job, but now I'm entrusting this work to you first." Finally, Hobert said to Donna, "And you, Donna, you follow along and publicize the new tax law. Do you know about income tax and commercial tax?" Everyone, of course, knew that Donna was the Lord's sister, but since the Lord directly called Donna, it indicated a work requirement for her. Although Donna's university major was not law, she did know some basic knowledge of income tax and commercial tax. After listening to her description, Hobert added some details. In the future, the income tax in Jeffrey territory would start from a monthly income of 2 gold leathers, divided into several levels. 2 gold leathers to 5 gold leathers was one level, 5 to 10 gold leathers was another level. The higher the level, the greater the tax ratio. As for commercial tax, it would be collected from single transactions of 1 gold leathers or more, divided into 2 tax standards, one for the transaction amount, and one for the type of tax. These tax laws were not very useful now, because the monthly income of Jeffrey territory residents, except for some people working in the Lord's manor, was almost all below 2 gold leathers. Transactions were only for vegetables and other agricultural products, and the shops in Jeffrey Town currently could not have a single transaction amount exceeding 1 gold leathers. It would be time to collect taxes once the territory developed. Finally, they discussed the progress of the project with Roy. Currently, over 600 people had been mobilized and had begun preparing for the laying of railways and the construction of concrete roads leading to the mountains. The renovation work in the town had also begun, but the problem was that building materials had run out, so Roy could only direct them to dig foundations according to the blueprints for now. Hobert asked Roy to clear an area of ground, as the first batch of building materials would arrive soon. Monliza, who had been observing, nodded with satisfaction. She hadn't expected Hobert, who was only in his 20s and had never been a noble before, to be able to manage the territory so orderly, or at least it appeared orderly. She didn't quite understand the purpose of Hobert's new policies, but she was good at judging people. Those working for Hobert were all shrewd, capable, and loyal to him. One could tell if a person was capable from how they spoke, and their dissatisfaction with Monliza sitting in the main seat was enough to show the Lord's standing in their hearts. After the meeting, Hobert arranged for Donna and Corwin to join the propaganda team's meeting as Conrad's subordinates, preparing to start their going to the countryside initiative this afternoon. The term, going to the countryside, was just invented by Hobert. He directly translated it as, to the countryside, with the extended meaning of, to carry out relevant work in the countryside. Currently, there was no concept of, going to the countryside, on the North Continent, but Hobert now clearly stated that understanding the situation in the countryside was an important criterion for the promotion of government officials in Jeffrey territory. After Conrad and the others left to implement the work from the meeting, Monliza encouraged Hobert, praising him for understanding the territory so well in such a short time. Just as she finished speaking, Alan came to report, "Lord, Ms. Monica has arrived with Helen." Hobert nodded and said to Monliza, "Mother, please go to the backyard to rest first. I need to talk to them privately." Monliza agreed, and Furs accompanied her out through the side door. Hobert came out of the main hall and welcomed Monica into the side hall. Although the side hall was also spacious, it was much smaller than the main hall and had sofas and a coffee table, making it a very suitable place for private conversations. Monica's temperament was still as enchanting as ever. She didn't need to use charm, her every gesture exuded feminine allure. However, Hobert was already sequence 5 at this time and could directly face the charm Monica displayed. After a few polite pleasantries, Hobert said, "Ms. Monica, you must have heard that the Tati-Gia River's waterway has been reopened. Although we have only engaged in political cooperation and no beneficial cooperation." Hobert's political cooperation meant his tacit approval of the Gnostic Society's religious legitimacy, while the Gnostic Society acknowledged Hobert's legitimate rule over Jeffrey territory. As political allies, I must remind you that this will be a huge change for South Colson, so please be prepared accordingly, Hobert probed. Ms. Monica smiled. "Lord Hobert, your abilities far exceed our imagination, and we are already preparing for this. But according to our estimates, the Earth Mother Church should not be able to dispatch a demigod to South Colson, so we only need to train our believers to conceal their faith." They were very skilled at this, as Gnostic Society believers in other places always preached secretly and held rituals in secret. Hobert said seriously, "If that's what you think, then please forgive me, but I will terminate our political alliance." Monica was stunned for a moment before smiling. "We cannot compete with the Earth Mother Church for believers. Although the Earth Mother Church would not send a demigod, if they discovered so many Gnostic Society believers here, they would certainly organize sufficient forces to clear them out. With all due respect, the Gnostic Society's decision-makers are a bunch of fools." Hobert said, "It is precisely because the Earth Mother Church's power in Colson County is weak that you have a chance to become legitimate. Not only is there the power of the Gnostic Society here, but also the power of the Blood Worship Sect and the Aurora Order. You can completely cooperate with the Earth Mother Church to clear out these forces, and then use the base of believers to strive for the opportunity of legitimization." Ms. Monica paused slightly before smiling. "You are a born politician, but you don't understand religion. The Earth Mother Church will not allow our existence. Even if we help them eliminate other extraordinary forces entrenched here, they will still turn around and wipe us out. That's why I invited you here," Hobert said. "I am preparing to establish my own official extraordinary force, and as political allies, I invite a portion of the Gnostic Society's extraordinary forces to join and help resolve extraordinary incidents involving religious matters. If you are willing to join, I will discuss your legitimacy with the Earth Mother Church on your behalf. At the same time, this is also my political commitment to you as your political ally. Even if the Earth Mother Church goes back on its word afterward, I can ensure your official status, and the Gnostic Society will always have a legitimate force in South Colson." This was unexpected for Monica. She fell into a brief contemplation, and after a full half-minute, she asked, "Aren't you afraid that being associated with the Gnostic Society will affect your political career and personal reputation?" Hobert smiled. "Power is the only standard by which a person is measured in this world. I mean, can you withstand the pressure?" Monica asked. "I can tell you've advanced to sequence 5, and I also know your father is Christine. But such power still seems insufficient to make the Earth Mother Church concede to you and your father." Hobert laid it bare. "I understand what you mean. You're afraid that I'm also using you, and you're afraid that I'll also betray you. Let me put it this way, I can summon a saint at any time to help me fight against demons and demigods of the Aurora Order. The reason I cooperate with you is indeed for my own purposes, but my goal is to hope that you can have a certain degree of legitimacy in my territory, so as to prevent the Earth Mother Church from dominating my territory. I believe this is a cooperation where we both get what we need. Do you want to live forever in the shadow of the Orthodox churches? Do you want to keep preaching secretly like this? Hobert's last sentence moved Monica. After experiencing sunlight, who would be willing to live in hiding again? She was silent for a long time before saying, "This is not something I can decide." Most of the Gnostic Society's main leadership were beyonders of the door pathway. Monica and some witches were only responsible for diplomatic work. Finally, Hobert revealed the most valuable piece of information. You'd best come to a conclusion quickly. Yesterday, I just received news that people from the Earth Mother Church will arrive in Jeffrey Town in 2 or 3 days. In fact, when he received the payment for the ancient Azure Dragon Beast's spiritual materials, Bishop Simpson had already mentioned this in his letter. The reason he only told Monica now was to put enough pressure on them. After seeing Monica off, Hobert then had Alan call his cousin Angus. After a few brief pleasantries, Hobert asked, "I've thought about it for a long time, and there's a job that suits you very well. I'm forming the territory's official extraordinary force, and I need a trustworthy captain. I think you're a perfect fit." Angus's eyes lit up. Although the Tudor family had a long and glorious history, even if the family was strong now, they were still wild beyonders. Precisely because they had once been the masters of the Tudor Empire, they valued the identity of official beyonders particularly highly. The Tudor family sent Angus hoping to use Christine's identity to gain a certain semi-official status in Fenaport, at least establishing a reliable stronghold. However, Angus hadn't expected to be directly sent to this remote and impoverished place, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay. He had long given up any hope for the task Hobert had assigned him, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and he now had the opportunity to become an official Beander. As for Hobert, of course, he would not completely hand over the power of the official Beyonders to the Gnostic Society. Before knowing Angus's background, Hobert had always planned to cultivate his own official Beyonders. It was a bit slow, but the cultivated force would be more reliable. At that time, Hobert had no intention of introducing the Gnostic Society's power into the official Beyonders. After learning that Angus came from the Tudor family, he immediately had the idea of introducing external forces to combat demons and the demigods of the Aurora Order. Even if there were battle losses, he wouldn't feel pained. On the other hand, Hobert planned to cultivate his own extraordinary forces within CL's 50-man unit. Angus nodded almost immediately. "I am willing to stay in Jeffrey territory and become a member of the official Beyonders here." Hobert nodded and asked, "What sequence are you?" "Sequence 6. Judge, or corrupted Baron." Judge. This branch of the Tudor family, led by Christine, had mostly switched to the arbitrator pathway very early on. "You must have heard about the Ruined Kingdom's bounty on me. They sent many mercenaries to kill me, including a punishment knight." Hobert smiled. "Unfortunately, they all died here." Angus's eyes lit up. "I don't know if it's easy for you to be assigned the opportunity to advance to punishment knight in your family." Hobert saw the look in Angus's eyes and knew. "But here, as long as you are competent for this job, and as long as you make enough contributions, that extraordinary characteristic will be yours." Angus quickly said, "I will definitely be competent for this job." Hobert nodded. "Then the first task I give you is to return to your family and find some kinsmen who wish to become official Beyonders, but you must make it clear to them that while being an official Beyonder is impressive, there are also considerable dangers, so they should be mentally prepared." Angus smiled. "As long as it's in the extraordinary world, there can be danger anywhere." He then asked, "How many people do I need to find?" Hobert said, "You decide. The other captain is also a sequence 6, and he has about 7 or 8 subordinates." However, whether that captain even existed was still unknown. Hobert finished dealing with the official Beyonders and then mentioned that he had a batch of arbitrator extraordinary characteristics he wanted to sell. If the Tudor family was interested, they could send someone to discuss it. After discussing official business, Hobert returned to the study to teach Freya words, but he found that Freya's pronunciation was not very standard, so he started over from the alphabet to correct her pronunciation. Since she was learning rune language first, which was Freya's native language, he only needed to slightly correct her pronunciation. Hobert also assigned her 10 relatively simple words, asking her to copy them at least 50 times and then read them 50 times. Originally, Freya wanted to find a soft patch of ground to practice words on. Hobert rejected her idea: practice on paper. After you're done writing, you can see if you've made any progress. That was enough for the first day. Hobert let Freya practice in the study by herself, while he returned to his room, originally intending to take gold from the country of disorder to find Apton. However, he found that £36,000 worth of gold was too heavy, so he only took out one briber extraordinary characteristic using the method of bestowal. Then he changed into ruin-style clothes, put on a mask, and used travel to arrive at Apton's office in Connaught City. Apton quickly stood up and said, "God blessed." Although he knew that the person in front of him was the betrayer Hobert, he didn't have much sense of belonging to the ruined kingdom, so whether it was treason or not made no difference to him. Hobert took out a small wooden box. "This is your reward, a complete briber extraordinary characteristic." Apton expressed his gratitude, took it with both hands, opened the wooden box and glanced at it. Yes, it was a briber extraordinary characteristic. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know if it was his father's extraordinary characteristic, he would soon become a briber. If he continued to serve the Creator, becoming a corrupted baron would not be difficult, and he even had hopes of becoming a chaos mentor. As for the remaining gold, Hobert said, "Because the amount is too large, I have asked the Creator to give it to you through bestowal. When night falls, you can find a suitable place and pray to the Creator." Apton nodded. "All right. Is the progress of purchasing materials going smoothly?" "Smoothly. A batch of materials has already been delivered to the warehouse." "Give me the address of the warehouse." After getting the address, Hobert smiled and said, "If there's a new task, I'll come find you again." As he spoke, his figure disappeared before Apton. Apton took a deep breath, then went to open the wooden box and examine the extraordinary characteristic. He seemed to see infinite hope. Hobert did not immediately return to the Lord's Manor, but went to the cemetery in the suburbs to rest for a minute, then used the Faceless Man necklace to navigate to a small town in the suburbs of Backland. There was a dilapidated inn here. Hobert followed the guidance of the Faceless Man necklace, came to a door, and knocked. A hoarse voice came from inside. "Who?" "Hobert." There were no other guests here, and Hobert had already used the psychological spoon to hypnosis the inn owner, so he could confidently state his name. A few seconds later, the door creaked open. Hobert could imagine that Kay must have been divining the authenticity of the visitor. But the divination must have failed, because Hobert was carrying a mask made of order crystal, a wax seal, a pocket watch key, and a sword hilt, a box containing sealed artifact, and so on. Klein saw the mysterious symbol of the Creator on the visitor's mask and confirmed that the visitor was indeed Hobert. However, he was a little curious as to how Hobert found him, even though he had performed anti-divination on every step of his actions by burning paper figures. Although Klein had performed anti-divination, because he had prayed to the Creator before, there was another close connection between him and Hobert, which allowed Hobert to find him so easily with the Faceless Man necklace. Hobert entered and saw Klein without a beard, looking much the same as when the two first met. Now Kay was already a faceless man, so having or not having a beard was just a matter of his thought. Seeing his bad complexion, Hobert used a healing art on him, immediately curing Klein's cold caused by Mr. A. Klein smiled and said, "Thank you, how did you find me?" "The Creator's guidance." After the two sat facing each other on chairs, Hobert continued, "Yesterday I was ordered to stop the Great Smog in Backland, but I failed." Klein was stunned. The Creator heard my prayer. Yes. Hobert said, the Creator told me that you were also involved in this incident, but you had already been rescued by someone else at that time. Klein nodded. He had thought that the Creator did not want to get involved in this matter. Hobert did not continue the topic. What are your plans next? I'm going to see. Klein did not hide it. He knew that he might have been marked by the Creator, and Hobert could easily learn of his whereabouts. Hobert smiled and said, going to sea is a path that every wild diviner must take, because there are beautiful mermaids on the sea. Klein was not surprised that Hobert knew he was going to sea to find mermaids. After all, this was the knowledgeable emperor. Do you know where there are mermaids? This question had been discussed in the Tarot Club, but Klein still wanted to ask if there were other channels. If you don't want to return to the embrace of the Black Night Goddess, then go look in the depths of the Sonia Sea. Hobert smiled and said, but before that, you need to find a reliable ship. Klein nodded slowly. He had inquired through several channels and received similar answers. Hobert stood up and said, hurry up and improve your strength. As he walked out, he said, if I were a demigod, I would have had a chance to stop this great smog yesterday. Remember to write to me if you have time. Klein looked at Hobert's disappearing back. From that back in Hobert's tone, he felt Hobert's unwillingness. Backland, Street, George District. In a small villa, a woman with chestnut hair, wearing a lady's shirt with lace flowers and a knee-length gray skirt, was curled up on the sofa in front of the fireplace, reading a letter in her hand. This was the mysterious Queen Bernadette, who had been staying in Backland during this time, looking for opportunities to advance. The Creator. She suddenly smiled. I wonder how that shy lawyer is doing lately. In Sodalak Palace, George III, with two small mustaches and a resolute face, held a crystal wine glass, looking out the window, deep in thought. Father! A cry interrupted George III's contemplation. Alice, with her noble temperament and beautiful face, whom George III had doted on since childhood, cried with red eyes, just now, I watched Edsack being buried. He was so well behaved since he was a child, how could he fall in love with a witch? To show punishment for his unpromising son, George III did not attend Edsack's funeral. Hearing Alice say this, George III's eyes also reddened slightly. Child, I also can't believe this is true, but it is the truth, and I can't not believe it. Alice wiped her tears. I want to kill all the witches in ruin. They must pay the price for the crime of seducing the prince. George III nodded. I think so too. I'm not so old that I can't kill people yet. With George III's promise, Alice seemed much comforted. She knelt by George III's leg and cried again, while George III gently stroked her hair, patiently comforting her. After crying for a few minutes, Alice vented her grief and finally felt a little better. She, supported by an old attendant, sobbed as she bid farewell to the king. The old attendant helped Alice out. When they reached the door, he secretly slipped a note to Alice. Alice, still crying, naturally took it. This old attendant, or old eunuch, this was a title, not an insult, was named Bernie. People called him Old Bernie, and he had always served by George III's side. Alice had once spent a lot of money to bribe Old Bernie to reveal some of her father's preferences or needs. Hurrying back to her bedchamber, Alice's face turned cold, showing no trace of sadness. Don't think I don't know, you've always been in contact with the witch church. She opened the note. It was a brief introduction to the Creator, a powerful being, suspected to be a deity, who had just appeared on the South Continent. The paper also contained the Creator's honorific name. Alice clutched the note. Edsack, Big Sister will definitely avenge you. George III, still holding the wine glass, had not taken a single sip. Did you give it to her? Old Bernie bowed. I gave it to her. George III's eyes were no longer red. Keep a close watch on her movements. He smiled. 3 Sequence 1 and the uniqueness are all with me. I want to see what kind of deity this is, daring to call himself the creator of human order. As for Alice, she was the potential cost of this test. George III believed that in such a delicate period for the Black Emperor sequence, only a ruined royal family prince or princess would be enough to attract the creator's attention. Hobert did not return to his territory but went to Christine's mansion. He first found Dolphus, and after learning that Christine was currently at the mansion, they went to see Christine together. Hobert mainly came to talk to Christine about Donna. After confirming that Christine's attitude was consistent with Donna's description, he felt relieved to leave Donna there. There was also the matter of Angus. Hobert explained his arrangements for Angus and asked Christine for her opinion on that branch of the Tudor family. The patriarch is an old fossil. Christine clearly still had strong opinions about that patriarch, but it is indeed a force that can be used. This branch of the family has 1 saint, 4 demigods, and a considerable number of sequence 5. Anywhere, it's a significant extraordinary force. They also tried to find opportunities to become nobles again, but they didn't appear harmless enough like the Pound family, and always showed off their demigod-level combat power, which resulted in them being besieged by the church and the royal family. Christine pursed her lips and smiled, as if she wasn't talking about the family she was born into. Luckily, I left them early, otherwise I would have definitely been killed by them. I want to use them to clear out the extraordinary forces around the territory. Hobert got to the point. They might have some sacrifices. Christine smiled. I stopped treating them as family a long time ago. Giving them to you is just to see if you have any use for them. Hobert nodded. It was clear that Christine was completely disillusioned with her family. With Christine's current strength, she could completely create and beyond her family, which made her lose the last bit of belonging to the Tudor family. With this answer, Hobert was relieved. After a few more casual chats, Hobert stood up to leave. After receiving the payment from the Bach family and encountering people from the Tudor family, he planned to gather funds himself first to see if he could raise enough money to develop the territory. If the shortfall was large, he would go to Christine for financing. If the shortfall was small, he would ask Christine to lend or give him a little. By the time he returned to his territory, it was already evening. During dinner, Hobert discussed with his mother and Donna how to celebrate the new year tomorrow. Although the territory was still in ruins, as the first new year since the new lord's arrival, it still needed to be celebrated grandly. Monliza also planned to stay here until after the new year before returning. After dinner, everyone went to rest, but the creator still had to work overtime. Hobert returned to Connaught City in the ruined kingdom and took a taxi to the large warehouse Apton had rented. Using Flash to enter the warehouse, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the mountains of building materials. Fortunately, I was more cautious and didn't let Apton make a sacrifice, otherwise, the creator wouldn't be able to take so many building materials at once, and would definitely lose face in front of his dependents. What's more, the creator is not a porter. A water pump is at least a high-tech product of this era, but sacrificing these cement and rebar to the creator is somewhat demeaning. Hobert began to light candles in the open space, preparing a simple altar. He prepared while smiling bitterly. I take back what I just said, the creator is now a porter. Then Hobert began to use the method of sacrificing to himself, repeatedly grabbing the cement and rebar into the country of disorder. Although after being promoted to Sequence 5, the creator's grabbing power had greatly improved, it still took more than 10 grabs to move all the materials into the country of disorder. In the middle of this, Apton prayed to the creator for the gold as the remaining payment, and Hobert almost bestowed the rebar piled by the pond upon him. At this time, inside the country of disorder, the hall Hobert had built, both inside and out, was piled high with building materials. Sitting among them, Hobert felt that the creator was now a merchant who wholesaled cement and rebar. In the blink of an eye, the author has received over 8,000 recommendation votes, adding an extra chapter to show my appreciation ******. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Town. Old Bob was a guard at the construction site. Before this, he was a gong beater, responsible for patrolling the lakeside and striking the gong to warn of monsters. Fortunately, no one needed to do that dangerous job anymore. Old Bog looked at the construction site illuminated by the lights and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone knew that the current lord was very wise, but he was just too much of a busybody. At noon, old Bog heard the knight. He said knight, but before this lord arrived, Conrad was a recognized fool. He was always slow when working in the fields, looking a bit dull, and worried about paying taxes every month. He just knew how to read and write, that's all. In the blink of an eye, he was now a knight. This made the few ruffians who used to bully Conrad afraid to go out. However, a few days ago, Conrad still caught them and brought them to the construction site, where they were reportedly doing the hardest and most grueling work. Old Bog walked unhurriedly. The knight actually said today that he would distribute the land of those bullies to everyone. No one believed it, and even if it were distributed, they wouldn't dare to take it. Most of the bullies had been around when Light Viscount was in power. Old Bog still remembered that when he was young, there were bullies in the town and village. After this batch of bullies died, their sons and another batch of bullies appeared. Now the land was distributed, but who knew by what means they would snatch it back later. Ahead was the excavated foundation. Old Bog sighed again. How long would it take to build with so many foundations dug? Such good land, dug into ditches everywhere, but the construction materials were said to arrive only after some time. What a mess. If the Lord had so much money, he might as well give some to everyone in the Jeffrey territory so they could all have a good new year. Just as he thought of this, Old Bog saw a faint firelight not far ahead. These troublemakers. Children often ran to the construction site at night to play. Of course, thieves also frequently visited, so there was almost nothing valuable on the construction site at night. Rumble. The sound of something heavy falling startled Old Bog. Unfortunately, the night was not very clear today, and the lamp in Old Bog's hand couldn't clearly show what was happening ahead. Old Bog only felt as if there was something terrifying in the air ahead. This feeling reminded him of his experience as a gong beater. In the past, when he was targeted by a monster like a ghost, he had a similar feeling. Rumble. Another sound of something heavy falling. Old Bog swallowed his saliva and retreated behind a mound of earth. He had been a gong beater for 7 years. The gong beaters before him had all died in the mouths of monsters after at most 3 years. It wasn't that he was so powerful, but that he knew not to show off. He would hide when he should, run when he should, and nothing was more important than his own life. The rumbling lasted for more than a dozen times, finally becoming quiet. Old Bog emerged from behind the mound, staring blankly at what was before him. It seemed like a small mountain had appeared over there. He boldly approached and saw a lot of cement and rebar, as well as some scaffolding and other tools. After a long while, Old Bog finally came to his senses and ran towards the town. It's terrifying. Rebar and cement actually fell from the sky just now. Fortunately, I didn't go any further, otherwise I would definitely have been smashed to death by these things. What had just happened was completely beyond his comprehension. He could only believe that those building materials had fallen from the sky. Before reaching the town, he saw many people rushing over with lamps, and the person leading them was Roy. Old Bog quickly stepped forward to report. Roy was still relatively calm. While listening to Old Bog's report, he came to the mountain of building materials. Seeing the mountain of piled-up building materials, Roy was also silent for a long time. Just now, the Lord suddenly came to tell him that a batch of building materials had just been unloaded from a cargo ship and asked him to find someone to guard them and organize them tomorrow. What kind of cargo ship could transport so many things? Also, why were they unloaded directly at the construction site? It was clearly so far from the dock. Are the porters nowadays so dedicated? But after a moment of silence, Roy still said to everyone, "These are building materials that have just been unloaded from the dock. A few of you stay and guard them." Old Bog was about to say something when Roy glanced at him. "Don't forget, the Lord is the Mother God's God blessed." In fact, he didn't know what was going on, but if he wasn't sure, blaming it on God was always right. Old Bog lowered his head with a look of horror, so that was a miracle just now. Early the next morning, Hobert yawned and massaged his shoulders as he walked into the courtyard. Yesterday had indeed tired him out, but seeing the large pile of building materials at the foot of the mountain, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. However, Hobert soon thought that this was only a quarter of the first batch of building materials. He sighed, wondering whether he should ask the fool to help with the transportation. Hobert shook his head with a smile. He estimated that if the fool helped move all the building materials, he would simply cancel his qualification to participate in the tarot club. Today was New Year's Day, and early in the morning, Philip was directing the servants to clean the courtyard. Actually, there wasn't much to clean. It had just been cleaned 2 days ago to welcome Monliza and her party. This was his first New Year in this world. Just as he sighed, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. He looked at his study, opened the order crystal sealed outside the scepter, and assumed a fighting stance. "Sorry, I came uninvited," a man's voice came from the study. "But please rest assured, I mean no harm." Hobert opened the study door and saw a man in his 30s inside, clean-shaven and with meticulously combed hair. Freya had already come to the study to practice words. Although this suddenly appearing gentleman startled her, she did not panic, because her teacher had also appeared so suddenly before. She was just a little curious. Do teachers and their friends all like to appear so suddenly and then disappear just as suddenly? Hobert probably guessed that the other party should be from the Gnostic Society, but he still asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Jonathan, the vice president of the Gnostic Society in South Colson." As expected, Hobert put away his scepter. "Please sit." "Haha, I don't think I need to introduce myself." Then he asked Freya to call Alan to bring tea. The two sat around the desk, and Jonathan surveyed the study. "Monica told me about your invention of the fire dragon. I must say, you are a creative young man." Hobert smiled. "This is not something I created, I just brought it here." After Freya and Alan brought the tea, Jonathan politely took a sip. "Regarding your proposal yesterday, we had a meeting all night. We finally decided that we can try to cooperate with you on a deeper level." He spread his hands. "I have to say, you have provided us with a completely new way of thinking. Many people are surprised by this proposal, and as Monica said, you are a born politician." Through Monica and Helen's descriptions, Jonathan really wanted to meet this young man, and the final cooperation matters also had to be discussed with Hobert personally. So Jonathan came directly to Hobert's study. Although this was a bit unconventional, a mystic could go wherever he wanted. Hobert smiled. "It should be said that you have made the right choice. But I have 2 conditions. First, there must be no extremists among the official Beyonders." Jonathan nodded. "That is certainly true. Second, the Gnostic Society must provide the structure for a small team. The captain can report their actions, missions, and intelligence obtained during missions to the Gnostic Society, but they must obey my command." Jonathan did not immediately agree but asked, "Is it just this one team?" "No, there's another team. The captain of that team is a Sequence 6, Hobert said, presenting his grand vision. Jonathan asked again, "How many members does the other party have?" "About 7 or 8. How will the sealed artifact or spoils of war captured during missions be distributed?" Hobert said, "Whichever team obtains it, it belongs to that team, but if it is obtained jointly, I have the right to distribute it." Jonathan pondered for a moment, agreed. He paused and added, "I will have Helen serve as the captain dispatched by the Gnostic Society, permanently stationed in Jeffrey Town. After I return, I will equip her with 2 Sequence 7, 4 Sequence 8, and 3 Sequence 9 team members." Hobert extended his hand and smiled. "Happy cooperation." The two shook hands, and Hobert suddenly thought, "Oh, by the way, I have a few extraordinary characteristics from the apprentice pathway to sell. I wonder if you're interested." "Of course, I'm interested," Jonathan smiled. "How many exactly? And what sequence are they?" 6 apprentice, 4 magician, 3 astrologer, and 1 recorder. These extraordinary characteristics all came from the Tamara family. To avoid attracting attention, Hobert had not yet sold them. "Jonathan, you call this a few?" He thought. "You call this a few?" He asked, "Where did you get so many extraordinary characteristics?" It couldn't be from members of the Gnostic society in other regions, could it? Hobert smiled. Some ancient families also have the inheritance of the apprentice pathway. He deliberately didn't make it clear. It could be the Abraham family, or it could be another family. Moreover, Jonathan had not recently heard of any widespread casualties among members of the Gnostic society. Even if such a situation had occurred and there was an opportunity to recover the extraordinary characteristics, Jonathan certainly wouldn't let it go. How much do you plan to sell them for, respectively? As allies, I'll give you the base price for the apprentice and magician, 360 gold leathers and 720 gold leathers, Hobert smiled. But the astrologer and recorder must have a premium. After all, it took a lot of effort to obtain them, so they are 2,000 gold leathers and 5,000 gold leathers respectively. This price was slightly higher than the price given to the Bach family for those extraordinary characteristics. Believers and allies were, after all, somewhat different. Jonathan thought the price was reasonable, agreed. Then, the total value of 6 apprentice extraordinary characteristics is 2,160 gold leathers, and the total value of 4 magician extraordinary characteristics is 2,880 gold leathers, Hobert said, taking out paper and a pen to list an inventory. 3 astrologer extraordinary characteristics, with a total value of 6,000 gold leathers, and 1 recorder, 5,000 gold leathers. Let me calculate, that's a total of 16,040 gold leathers. I'll round it down to 16,000 for you. All right, Jonathan smiled. I'll have Monica bring the money to complete the transaction this afternoon. After seeing Jonathan off, Hobert continued to teach Freya words. Freya practiced diligently, so he taught her 20 words today. Afterward, Hobert enjoyed the festive atmosphere. Smiles adorned everyone's faces, and everyone was full of hope for the coming year. In the afternoon, Monica arrived to complete the transaction. Both the money and the goods were in order. They wished each other, Happy New Year, and then returned to celebrate the new year. Hobert finally felt at ease. He now had 58,000 gold leathers, of which 16,000 came from the recent transaction, 24,000 from the transaction with the Bach family, another 16,000 from selling the ancient dragon beast, and the last 2,000 gold leathers were Hobert's, nest egg. Additionally, Hobert still had nearly 4,600 gold pounds and gold worth 5,000 gold pounds. He didn't have to worry about the payment for the second batch of building materials for now. After completing the transaction with the Tudor family, he estimated that the payment for the third batch would also be secured. Hobert planned to ask in the Tarot Club if anyone could contact members of the Rose School's Temperance faction. If he directly asked Klein, it would seem too targeted. If the Temperance faction could digest another batch of prisoner pathway extraordinary materials, or if he sold them 2 sequence 4 extraordinary characteristics, the payment issue for the building materials would largely be resolved. He only needed to worry about the renovation costs. Hobert smiled, thinking to himself, I'm richer than I imagined. In the evening, under Philip's unified arrangement, a dozen bonfires were piled up on the town streets. As night fell, everyone lit the bonfires and began to sing and dance around them. Today was a rare day for them to relax. Everyone sang and danced together, celebrating this special occasion. Looking down from the Lord's Manor, the town was brightly lit and filled with laughter. Hobert, caught up in the atmosphere created by everyone, said to Furs, who was beside him, let's join them. Furs had wanted to go for a while. Although she usually didn't like singing and dancing, she really wanted to see the New Year customs, which were different from Rouen. Hearing Hobert's invitation, she immediately agreed. Watching Hobert and Furs walk away, Donna snorted, Hobert has changed. He doesn't even take me to play anymore. Monliza smiled, he's about to start a family, so of course he's different from before. If he doesn't take me, I'll go by myself, Donna said. Freya, let's go together. Freya was pulled out the door by Donna before she could say anything. When they arrived in town, Hobert and Furs were already dancing in front of a bonfire. The ballroom dances they had learned previously were out of place in the surrounding environment, so they simply learned the lively and simple steps of the people around them. The advantage of Beyonders was evident at this moment. They learned almost instantly, quickly integrating into the joyful surroundings. The arrival of the Lord and the Lady brought the bonfire dance to a climax. The town residents gathered around Hobert and Furs, dancing and laughing. The days when they were exploited by bandits and knights seemed to have been forgotten, as was the hesitation and unease brought by the Lord's mobilization of the entire territory and the suddenly enacted new policies. Everyone was wholeheartedly enjoying the joy of this moment. It wasn't until the bonfires gradually died down that everyone felt tired, returning home somewhat reluctantly, and then smashing things. In this almost isolated town, the custom of smashing everything that could be smashed on New Year's Day still prevailed. They believed that this would allow them to cast off all the worries of the past year and welcome the new year without any burdens. In large cities like Feniport, this custom no longer existed, but a new one had formed. On New Year's Day, young people would jump into the cold river, washing away all their worries and welcoming the new year fresh and clean. However, they might also welcome the new year with runny noses and colds. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, Ruined Kingdom. Klein, in a dilapidated inn, looked at the fireworks in the direction of Backland, New Year. He spent this new year alone. Backland, Queen's District, Count Hall's villa. The weather today was unusually clear, as if it had wiped clean the recent tragedy that had occurred in Backland. Audrey, who had just returned from a New Year's ball, stood on the terrace, watching the fireworks not far away. Happy New Year, Susie. Happy New Year, Audrey. Rosted Archipelago, home port. Alger dodged the reveling ruined people, pushing on towards his destination. The local New Year was not on the same day as Ruins, so Alger didn't feel any festive atmosphere. Even the local New Year couldn't make Alger happy. Because it would make Alger realize that a year had passed, but he was still alone. Ruined Kingdom, Tingen City. Selena locked herself in her room, inserting a card with a pre-written blessing into an envelope. Then, following the method described in Teacher Hobert's letter, she prepared the altar. This made Selena somewhat nervous and excited. She cleared her throat and said in Hermes, in my name, I summon. Spirit wandering in the void, friendly creature available for command, the exclusive messenger of Hobert Jeffrey. The flame of one of the candles suddenly turned a ghastly green, and the candlelight rapidly expanded. Selena stepped back in surprise. This was her first time receiving a response during an occult ritual. Soon, Selena felt as if something had been added to the room. Almost simultaneously, she felt a giant stone pressing down on her spirit, making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, the letter on the makeshift altar and the 3 donuts she had prepared in advance quickly disappeared, and the immense sense of oppression also vanished. Selena stared blankly at the altar for a moment before saying, "So cool." At this moment, only this exclamation invented by Emperor Rosal could express the feelings in her heart. Only today did she realize that if she found the right method, occult rituals were so easy to get a response from. Before, well, Selena smiled. No wonder Teacher Hobert repeatedly told me not to contact Teacher Hano's friends. It turns out they were all swindlers, and the rituals they taught me never received a response. Fortunately, I met Teacher Hobert. This is a true occult tutor. Just as she was thinking this, Selena's mother suddenly called from downstairs, "Selena, Elizabeth and Melissa are here." They had planned to go out to watch fireworks that evening. After bidding farewell to Selena's parents, the 3 girls walked cheerfully under the glow of the gas streetlights. The streets were filled with many young people going out together to watch fireworks. On this special holiday, the city's night was exceptionally lively. As they chatted, they discussed their plans for the coming year. Elizabeth was preparing to try and get into Backland University, while Melissa would go to Backland with her brother and continue her studies at the University of Technology there. Selena sighed, "By the second half of next year, I might be the only one left in Tingen City." She hadn't yet told her 2 good friends about her plan to find Hobert and become a Beander. Although it wasn't yet graduation season, the atmosphere of a graduation season was already palpable. Let's talk about something happy. Selina suddenly said, how do you plan to spend the New Year holiday? Elizabeth said, tomorrow I'm going on vacation to Connaught City with my parents. Melissa, reading, organizing things. So Selina extended an invitation, Melissa, let's go to Backlong Manor together. My family is going there for vacation, and you should bring your brother along. Elizabeth also urged, Melissa, the hot springs there are very good. They say it can wash away all worries. But Melissa said, we can't have too many expenses before Benson finishes his exams. Let's talk about a vacation later. Elizabeth and Selina exchanged a smile, and Selina said, Melissa, in the future, you will definitely be a good wife. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Today is January 1st. Hobert stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. After returning yesterday, he had a few more drinks with Furs and Donna and ended up sleeping until past 8. Alcohol no longer had any effect on a Sequence 5 physique. Hobert slept so soundly purely because his mind had relaxed last night. Hobert stretched, put on his Baron's attire, and donned his cape. Alan, tell Roy and Scora to wait for me at the construction site in town. Roy and the others hadn't expected the Lord to dive into work right after the New Year. They mostly dragged themselves out of bed, munching on bread as they headed to the construction site. Arriving at the construction site, they saw the others looking as disheveled as themselves and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon, Hobert arrived, accompanied by Donna and Freya. Donna scratched her somewhat messy hair. By rights, today is still a holiday. Your lord calling everyone up so early is an illegal act. Does anyone want to sue him? I'll help contact a lawyer. The few of them exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Hobert ignored Donna's joke. The materials are all here. How is the progress at the town's construction site? Roy replied, we started laying the foundation yesterday morning, but everyone got a half day off in the afternoon. I plan to resume work this afternoon. Hobert nodded. Construction can be put on hold for now. We need to focus on renovations first. All those houses I bought before, turn them into hotels, inns, and restaurants. We need to be fast. Otherwise, we won't make it in time. Roy was startled. Make it in time for what? For the wedding. Hobert had just agreed to the wedding date his mother mentioned and had initially planned for guests to stay in tents, but after a rough estimate these past 2 days, he realized he could do more if they worked quickly. Hobert said, Miss Furz's and my wedding date is set for January 28th. With my father's influence, many people will surely come to the wedding, so we need to provide them with enough accommodation. Roy was slightly surprised at first, then happily said, I will do my best to renovate the town, but that will require a lot of renovation materials. Make a list, Hobert said. Wayne should be back soon. Have him go purchase them. Yes. Hobert looked at Scora. The land distribution will begin today. I've already spoken with Conrad and asked him to divide the land on the mountain first. The land acquisition issue has been resolved. Can the railway be built before the 28th? Hobert's approach was simple. First, reclaim ownership of all land, then distribute the land outside the railway and road lines to everyone, which would be sufficient. This completely eliminated the land acquisition process. Scora shook his head helplessly. Lord, it's indeed unexpected that land acquisition was completed so quickly, but this is only the beginning of railway construction. Next, it will take a lot of time to transport materials along the railway line, and only then can we lay the tracks. Although the total mileage of the Jeffrey Territory Railway is not very long, based on my experience, with mountains involved, 28 days might not even be enough to get the materials to the line. Hobert thought for a moment. What if the materials could be transported quickly, for example, if one batch arrived at the railway line before tomorrow morning? Scora smiled and shook his head, but still replied, in that case, I would be confident in laying the railway before the 28th. However, we are short on manpower and simply cannot transport all the materials to the line in 1 day and 1 night. Hobert nodded. Take me to the railway line for a look. The group followed the railway line and arrived at the mountain. As they ascended the mountain, just as Hobert had said, under the protection of Seal and other Lord's Manor guards, Conrad had already begun redistributing land. The village bullies naturally started bickering with Conrad, and the bullies' families began wailing. However, under the muzzles of Seal and the others' guns, all bickering was ineffective. It was then that the villagers realized Lord was serious this time. In an instant, the entire village was in chaos. Everyone rushed to watch the land distribution and asked how much land they would receive. The once prestigious people in the village were no match for the authority of Seal and the others' guns, and the threats of the former village bullies, who once had the final say, were no longer so terrifying. Amidst their excitement, everyone also felt a sense of confusion. This feeling was akin to carrying a huge rock since birth. Now that the rock was suddenly put down, they felt a bit top-heavy, and even didn't know how to take a step. It was no exaggeration to say that Hobert had initiated a once-in-a-millennium upheaval. The entire North-South continent had never had the concept of equal land distribution and tax exemption. It had always been about using force to seize land. Whoever had the bigger fist got more land. Hobert, using the violent institution of the Lord's Manor, forcibly distributed the land in each village equally and brought ownership back to the Lord's Manor. He knew very well that only with more violent means could the interests of ordinary people and vulnerable groups be protected. Passing through the excited and bewildered villagers, the group arrived at the mountaintop. Hobert asked Vok, "It shouldn't take much time to transport the materials needed for a hardened road surface to the line, right?" "Yes," Vok said. "Building roads is definitely faster than building railways. What about the time to build villas?" Hobert asked again. "Can an auction center and about 5 villas be built within a month?" Vok smiled helplessly. "Lord, that's an impossible goal. If it's just building the walls, it indeed wouldn't take much time, but because it's built on a mountain, large flat areas of land need to be excavated, and the subsequent decoration will also take a lot of time." Hobert said, "Tell me, where needs to be leveled?" After learning about the specific difficulties and the approximate construction progress, Hobert returned to the Lord's Manor, and Roy and the others also began to busy themselves. Back in his study, Hobert replied to Jessica and Serena, who had sent greetings and cards, with a letter to each. In the letters, he also sent them his greetings and asked Jessica about the progress of the new extraordinary weapon manufacturing site. In another letter, he told Serena that he would make time to talk to her soon. He did not avoid Freya, who was nearby, when summoning the messenger, but he also did not actively teach her. After replying to the letters, Hobert dictated a few words to Freya. Seeing that she had mastered them quite well, he taught her 20 more words. After learning, Freya suddenly asked, "Teacher, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Hobert sat in his chair. "What question? Why do I find it so difficult to integrate into my surroundings?" Freya clenched her fists, a little nervously, and said, "I tried to make friends with Mary and Marcy, but they always kept their distance from me. I want to make friends with Miss Donna and Miss Furs, but I feel I'm not as good as them, and it's always hard to join their conversations." Hobert smiled. "This is because your self-positioning is unclear. In this complex society, you must first find your own position, otherwise, your actions and words will seem abrupt to others. Because of your past experiences in the East District, you feel close to Marcy and Mary, but they see you as Lord's student, as the master, so there will be a barrier between you. At the same time, because you are my student, in Furz's and Donna's eyes, you are a junior, so they won't accommodate your feelings, and naturally won't consider whether you can join the conversation when they chat." Freya thought for a moment. "I understand, thank you, teacher. I think I should put myself in the same position as Seal and Mr. Conrad. No, I'm not as good as them. I mean, I'm in the same level. Yes, the same level of person." Hobert nodded. "Today, I'll teach you one more word. The spelling of level is." The word was quite long, and Freya memorized it carefully, understanding its meaning thoroughly. Overall, Freya was quite introverted, but before, she had to work constantly and had no time to think. Hobert asked again, "Did you go to the territory yesterday?" "No, I didn't." Go out with Conrad this afternoon and take a look. Tell me your thoughts tomorrow morning. Freya quickly said, yes. Amidst the busyness, it was soon lunchtime. Before eating, Hobert returned to his room, retrieved a small wooden box, and brought it to the dining room. Before eating, Hobert pushed the wooden box to Furs. This is your New Year's gift. Furs was slightly startled. Amidst Donna's teasing, she opened the wooden box. Inside were several blood-red crystals, as beautiful as rubies. She blurted out, lava octopus blood crystals. This was precisely one of the main materials for the astrologer that she had been desperately searching for recently. Donna, however, sat back in her chair. HMPH, I thought it was a diamond ring. Furs, however, said, Hobert, I can't accept this. This is too precious. The base price for an extraordinary material at the Sequence 7 level was £600, but at this level, main materials generally started to have a premium, and selling for £700 or £800 was quite normal. At this week's Tarot Club, Furs sold materials to Miss Justice for £1,000. Sister-in-law, you're too easily satisfied, Donna said with a laugh. For such a small thing, you should say, 3 more portions. Everyone chuckled at Donna's joke, and Hobert then said to Furs, take it. You've been working and accompanying my mother to see the scenery in the territory recently, which is quite tiring. Consider it a reward for you. The so-called work was Hobert's requirement that Furs's new book be completed before the 15th, and a batch of books printed and placed at the wedding venue on the wedding day. So, these past few nights, Furs could be seen diligently writing. Monliza also smiled and told Furs to keep it. Furs then put it away, and she suddenly felt that she could write another chapter tonight. At the end of lunch, Monliza told everyone that she planned to leave tomorrow. After Hobert's attempts to persuade her were unsuccessful, he had Philip prepare some local specialties and had Alan take people to tidy up the rented boat. In the afternoon, Hobert received his payment from Alger. The Storm Church gave Hobert £1,500 for the intelligence he provided. After Alger deducted £150, Hobert received £1,350. While Hobert lamented the Storm Church's stinginess, he became even more convinced that the Storm Church knew more about that battle in the South Continent, otherwise, they wouldn't have given only £1,500. Across Full Moon Lake, at Teuton Viscount's mansion. Teuton Viscount watched Geoffrey Town, which had been bustling since the afternoon of the 1st, and frowned. Is Hobert planning to expand that town into a small city? He put down his telescope. Also, where did he get so much money? Teuton Viscount, of course, knew the cost of construction. Even with the accumulated wealth of so many generations of Viscounts, he wouldn't dare to undertake such a massive project. We can report all of this, including Hobert's ambition, to the king. Groves said. Teuton Viscount pondered. That's a good idea. After the shipping lane opened, the royal family's power would once again extend to South Colson, and they certainly wouldn't allow any noble's power to become dominant. Teuton Viscount, who had always secretly pledged loyalty to the royal family, would definitely be the royal family's preferred choice for support. Also, we can get Hobert into trouble, Groves suggested. Teuton Viscount shook his head. As far as I know, Hobert is a Sequence 6. It's hard for my power to shake his rule. Groves smiled. Aren't there some powerful figures in your territory? A hint of fear flashed in Teuton Viscount's eyes. You don't know how terrifying these people are. Don't provoke them, and don't try to betray them. Of course, we're not going to provoke them, nor are we going to betray them, Groves said with a smile. Since Hobert has chosen to cooperate with the Gnostic Society, we can let Hobert see their existence, and let the Gnostic Society know their true situation. Hobert saw all of this himself, and investigated it himself. What does it have to do with us? Teuton Viscount looked across Full Moon Lake, somewhat tempted. Groves added, the new year is over. As the only Viscount nearby, shouldn't you invite the Baron from across the lake to a banquet? To express your welcome to this new Baron. Teuton Viscount pondered for a moment, then smiled. Don't try to take revenge at the banquet, your strength isn't enough. Of course not. A hint of resentment flashed across Grov's face. I know, it's not time yet. Teuton Viscount nodded. Go have someone write the invitation, and have Cretan Knight deliver it personally. Yes. Oh, right, Teuton Viscount said with a smile. It's only been a little over a year since old Connaught Knight passed away, and his family fortune has almost been squandered by his two good-for-nothing sons. They no longer have the honor of a knight. I will strip them of their knight titles, and the territory will be yours. Grov excitedly said, thank you for your lordship's reward. Hobert received an invitation from Teuton Viscount in the evening. He was a little surprised. Why would Teuton Viscount suddenly invite him to a banquet? He paused for a moment and said to Alan, treat this knight well. Then Hobert called Philip, Conrad, Roy, Seal, Corwin, and others to discuss the matter. Corwin said, this matter is definitely not that simple, everyone. The renegade Grov is currently at Teuton Viscount's manor. This might be a trap. Philip, however, said, the current situation is not chaotic, and a Viscount would not set up a trap in his own manor to harm a baron. At most, Teuton Viscount would send assassins under Grov's deception, or simply have his guard cross the river to attack us, but he hasn't done so. This shows that he hasn't been deceived by Grov. Hobert nodded, I can't very well refuse this invitation. Tomorrow, Seal and Corwin will accompany me. Everyone else should continue with their duties and not be affected. Yes. They had all witnessed their lord defeat the ancient death god, so they had nothing to worry about regarding his safety. In the evening, Hobert was about to go out, when Helen suddenly came looking for him. I heard you're going to Teuton Viscount's manor for a banquet tomorrow. That's right. Hobert was startled. I haven't been to the other side of Full Moon Lake yet. Take me to see it, Helen said with a smile. Actually, the informant she had developed earlier had gone silent, and she planned to go to Teuton Viscount's territory to see if she could re-establish contact with them. Hobert smiled, tell me the truth. All right, I want to see if that side is suitable for developing the Gnostic Society's influence. Hobert knew she still wasn't telling the whole truth, but he didn't ask further. No problem, but you'll have to disguise yourself as a maid. Helen paused slightly. Can't I disguise myself as your assistant or something? For this kind of private banquet, I don't plan on bringing an assistant. All right. After seeing Helen off, Hobert locked his door and used travel to arrive at the warehouse storing building materials. Those building materials had already been transported to the warehouse by Roy's men, or were even being piled up at the construction site. Finding the warehouse storing materials for railway tracks, Hobert once again sacrificed the materials to the country of disorder. Then, he used the method of bestowment to scatter them as evenly as possible along the planned railway route. First, there was the roadbed, which required a large amount of gravel, then the sleepers and rails. These were all relatively heavy materials, and in an era without large equipment, they could only be transported manually, bit by bit, along the railway route. If someone else possessed the country of disorder, they would never do something that only railway workers would do. But Hobert was different. He didn't have the reserve of nobles, and he found the dignity of the middle class ridiculous. For him, when encountering such matters, there was only one principle: practicality was good. Since there was extraordinary power, then use extraordinary power for construction. If he delayed his career due to his status and dignity, Hobert felt that would be truly ridiculous. After several sacrifices and bestowments, the materials were finally spread out for several kilometers, just reaching the beginning of the ascent up the mountain. This was all of the first batch of materials. A large portion of the materials had not yet been shipped from Connaught City, and because the land acquisition work was only completed today, the work of clearing the roadbed and constructing culverts and bridges along the way had not yet been finished. Constructing culverts was for waterproofing, and constructing bridges was to facilitate nearby villagers crossing the railway. These constructions were indispensable. Then Hobert went to the mountainside again. After praying to himself, he entered the country of disorder and used the surging distortion power to distort the terrain of a small area, making the slope there flat and gentle. The flowers, plants, and trees that were previously on the ground remained as they were, as if someone had reshaped the surrounding terrain from beneath the earth, using a method similar to molding clay. After all of this was done, Hobert smiled. Today's work is finally finished. So, early the next morning, Skora and Vok ran to the Lord's manor in a panic. Lord, Lord. It's haunted. Your territory was haunted last night. Skora said, the materials stored in the warehouse have all been scattered along the railway line. Vok, the hillside that we said would take a lot of effort to level yesterday has become flat. It's haunted, Lord. Nonsense. Hobert didn't like hearing that. This is clearly the result of my prayers for divine help. When have you ever seen an evil spirit so kind as to help us with engineering construction? The two designers then came to their senses. Indeed, they had never seen such a thing. But the Lord's mention of divine help surprised them even more. During construction, it was inevitable to dig up some bones in ancient tombs. They knew that evil spirits truly existed, but they had never seen a god respond. Finally, they could only think in terms of a god blessed. Hobert asked with a smile, if there's divine help, do you think you can complete the task I gave you within a month? The two opened their mouths in surprise before saying, yes. Hobert nodded, then discussed some engineering issues with them, and then changed into more formal clothes to see his mother off with Furs, Donna, and others. Returning to the Lord's manor, Hobert once again changed into his baron's formal attire and had Alan bring the horses. Helen, Seal, and Corwin, a group of 4, rode horses together to the dock, and both people and horses boarded the locally made wooden boats. Cretan Knight, who had delivered the invitation yesterday, was already waiting at the Teuton territory's dock. Cretan couldn't help but glance at Helen a few times, then smiled and guided everyone to Teuton Viscount's manor, though he still occasionally stole glances at Helen. Hobert noticed that Teuton town was larger than Jeffrey town, but it was eerily quiet. There were so many villagers and many pedestrians on the streets, but they walked like zombies, their expressions numb and their bodies emaciated. The only time he felt they were alive was when they were worshipping some hideous statues or kneeling before some abstract symbols. In the streets and alleys, there were small statues everywhere. These statues had 2 thick goat horns on their heads, and their faces either bore a cold smile, were ferocious, or were solemn, holding a giant sword. Many people prostrated themselves before the statues in the streets, as if possessed by evil spirits, shouting honorifics in the local dialect with all their might. The religious atmosphere also carried a hint of madness, and it gave Hobert a sense of numbness and ignorance, a feeling that reminded him of the depiction of the White Lotus Society in a movie he had seen when he was very young. Hobert's mind immediately flashed with the information provided by Bishop Simpson. In the isolated South Colson region, not only were the Gnostic Society's forces entrenched, but there were also signs of blood worship sect activity and the presence of the Aurora Order's power. Now it seemed, where were these mere signs? Hobert had never before seen people openly worship and prostrate themselves before demons in the streets. The demon worshippers ignored Hobert and his companions' horses. Whenever they encountered worshippers bowing to demons and blocking their path, Cretan Knight would ask everyone to wait patiently until the entire ritual of prostration was over before continuing forward. Clearly, Cretan Knight was accustomed to this sight, and as a knight, he had to give way to these worshippers and even dismount to show a devout appearance. Besides these statues, there were also some abstract symbols painted on the walls. Hobert had seen these abstract symbols before in a notebook. That notebook came from the room where the ancient death god's corpse was kept. That unlucky fellow who had turned into a skeleton, when he was searching for the skeleton lord, had encountered scenes of sacrificing to demons. In his related explorations, he had seen and recorded such symbols in his notebook. According to the description in the notebook, there shouldn't only be symbols, but also large trees with corpses hanging from them. After leaving the town, Hobert and his companions indeed encountered such trees. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.